Hey guys. Here is what if Naruto became the strongest Meister? What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Hit like and subscribe if you liked this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 1. A blade emerging from the mist. Serpents slithering from the treetops. A crow flying through the thunderstorm. Flames being fanned through the ruined buildings. The moon shattered and falling to the earth. Naruto groaned as he blinked sleep away from his eyes. Bright lights blinded him as a figure leaned over him. The figure's glasses shone and a toothy smile leaned closer towards him. Ah, he's awake. Note to self. Use a larger quantity of a more potent anesthesia as subject's body is able to metabolize current anesthesia quantity. However, dissection complete and tissue samples removed successfully. God damn it, Stein! Not again! Naruto leaped off the dissection table and his hands immediately covered his private parts. His eye twitched as he felt yet another stitching on his body. Naruto looked down and saw a long stitch stretching from his left side to his navel. Naruto traced the wound with his hand in a mixture of astonishment, amazement, and anger. What did you take out now? Naruto asked. While I did not achieve all of my objections, I did remove your kidney and extracted several pints of blood. Stein replied nonchalantly. How much of me have you removed? Naruto asked warily, not really wanting to know the answer. Stein grinned and walked over to a cabinet. He opened the cabinet to reveal a fridge. Before Naruto's eyes, Stein opened the fridge to reveal several shelves filled with jars containing different organs and pieces of flesh suspending in liquid. Naruto's eye twitched rapidly as he saw all the jars labeled with his name. Stein pulled a clipboard and began to list his dissection samples. 1 complete lung, 2 hearts, a tongue, 4 kidneys, 5 livers, several quarts of blood, multiple complete marrow samples, 2100 grams of muscle sample, and 47 square inches of skin. Stein! Naruto howled. Before Stein could react, Naruto slammed a chakra-infused fist into the mad scientist's face, sending him flying through an open window. No wonder Spirit-san is so scared of sleeping around Stein. I wonder if he removed part of his brain? It would explain his unhealthy obsession with Maka. Naruto muttered. Still, I can't blame him. He's trying to be a parent at the very least. Naruto looked around and to his relief, spotted his gear sitting on a table nearby. While he pulled on his clothes, a pair of arms draped around his neck. Naruto smiled and gently clenched one of the hands before turning around. Hey Miyako-chan, how'd you sleep? Better than you apparently, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Miyako was a beautiful, silver-haired woman a head shorter than Naruto. Whenever she was around, Naruto could not help but be reminded of the moon. Ironic considering she was once the Jubi and was sealed inside the moon. Graceful, pure, and flawless, she was so beautiful that everyone stopped when she entered the room. However, a frown marred her face when she saw Naruto's smile. You had that dream again, didn't you? Miyako asked softly. Naruto nodded. I dreamed about my past again. Naruto whispered. Just flashes, nothing clear. Miyako smiled gently. It's been thousands of years since then, Naruto-kun. You saved the world from utter destruction and released me from a madman's control. Enjoy this life now, Naruto. A world where you are freed from all the hate and violence from your time. Naruto hugged Miyako gratefully. I will, Miyako-chan. So don't worry about me. I will, because I'm your wife. And that's what wives do. Miyako replied cheerily. Now get ready, Shinigami-sama wants to see you today. Hi, Miyako-chan. Naruto-chan. Miyako-chan. Thank you for coming. Naruto smirked. You know I'm older than you, right, Shinigami-san? I forget. Shinigami chop. You still owe me for the ramen bill you left back in Hokkaido. Next time you do that, I'll give you the Shinigami chop on your head. Naruto rubbed his smarting head. Next time, warn me before you hit me. Miyako cradled Naruto's head in her bosom. Now, Naruto. It's alright. Anyway, as I was saying, the Shinigami said before he was interrupted. Kaweya. Papa loves you and Mama. It's true. Shinigami, Naruto, and Miyako turned around to see Spirit running towards them, anime tears streaming out of his eyes. Spirit tripped on the ground and began to roll about weeping and blubbering his eyes out. The other three sweat dropped at the poor, pathetic man. As I was saying, Naruto-chan, I would like you to do me a favor. Shinigami said. What's the favor? I'd like you to take over Sid-sensei's class for a bit, Shinigami said. He'll be out as I will be assigning him missions for his skill set. And why not Spirit or Stein? Miyako asked gently. Good question, Miyako-chan, Shinigami answered. Well, for Stein, he burned through our budget for his numerous dissection subjects, including one protected species. As for Spirit, well... I see what you mean, Naruto said. Within Death City, the great DMW Academy stood proud and tall overlooking the city. It is there that the next generation of weapon meisters and demon weapons. Currently the latest class of weapon meisters and death weapons were waiting for their class. Hey Maka, did you hear the news? Sol asked his partner. Maka looked up from her book. What news? Maka asked. Apparently we have a new teacher while Sid-sensei's out, Sol replied. Some guy named Naruto. Never heard of him, Maka muttered. The door banged open to reveal Black Star and his partner, Tsubaki. Maka tuned out Black Star as Black Star began boasting loudly about how he was the best and how he was going to surpass everyone. Maka felt sympathy to the kind-hearted girl that was partnered with Black Star. It must be extremely difficult for Tsubaki to deal with the loud and excitable Meister. Black Star, please calm down. It's only class time, Tsubaki said softly. Why should I? They should be honored to be in the presence of a god. Maka sighed as Black Star started on another grandiose rant. She heard someone sit near her and turned to see Kid and his partners, Liz and Patty. Patty waved happily at her, and Sol while Kid nodded to her. Morning, Maka. Morning, Sol, Kid said simply. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Why? Sol asked. Liz sighed. We were nearly late because a new street market opened and all the stands were completely symmetrical on both sides. Fruit stands facing fruits, meat stands facing meat, etc. Liz explained. It was beautiful, Kid cried happily. Liz, Maka, and Sol's sweat dropped while Patty laughed and clapped her hands. So Kid, did you hear about the new teacher? Sol asked. Kid nodded. Apparently he's one of Chikyu's old friends, Kid explained. Naruto-sama and his wife Miyako-sama worked alongside Chikyu during the wars with the witches. Wow, he must be quite the Meister, Maka said. I can't wait to learn from him. What about Miyako? Sol asked. Is she a demon weapon? Yes, she is. She's one of the most powerful death sides ever, but she has only partnered with Naruto, Kid explained. Even your father, Spirit, pales in comparison to Miyako-sama. Really? Sol asked, interested. Looks like we're getting some good teachers. Before Kid could reply, kabuki music filled the air. All the students quieted as the kabuki music became louder and sakura petals began to float down all over the classroom. Storms stop at the sight of me. Enemies tremble and weep just at the mere mention of my name. Babes stop crying while women swoon at my presence. Prepare for the coming, the arrival, the entrance of the great, the brave, the mighty, the ever-handsome Naruto-sama. With a cloud of smoke, Naruto appeared on the top of the teacher's desk in a ridiculous pose, standing on one leg. He was about 6 feet tall, had spiky blonde hair with a black strip of cloth over his left eye. He wore a blue vest over a dark orange muscle shirt and black pants. He had tattoos on the upper part of his arms, steel-covered boots, while his arms and hands were protected by bracers and steel-backed fingerless gloves. His most noticeable feature were the birthmarks on his face. Naruto waved his arms as he felt his balance begin to waver because appeared on top of an apple that Maka had left for the teacher. The apple rolled due to Naruto's weight, and he flipped in the air, landing on the desk, face first. The students' sweat dropped at their teacher. Are you sure this is the same guy you're talking about? Sol asked. Kid nodded. I'm pretty sure, Kid muttered. Not exactly as impressive as you said, Kid, Liz whispered. I like him, he's funny, Patty piped in. Man, this teacher's great, Black Star whispered loudly. Tsubaki sighed. Because he did exactly as what you would have done, Tsubaki replied. Naruto-kun, did you do that stupid routine again? All the students turned to see a beautiful white-haired woman walk into the room. Immediately the majority of male students had hearts in their eyes while most of the girls either glared in envy or felt the harsh feelings of inadequacy. The woman swept Naruto into her arms and began to stroke his hair. She was a head shorter than Naruto, and her long hair flowed to the middle of her back. She was dressed in a sleeveless white blouse and simple but comfortable jeans. She wore boots that reached her knees and steel-backed gloves, much like Naruto. It's not a stupid routine, Miyako-chan, Naruto cried. It's the proud tradition of all sages. Oh, just grow up, we're in the middle of a classroom, Miyako whispered. That only seemed to make Naruto cry louder. The academy? No, Iruka-sensei. Not a paper test. The students' sweat dropped as their new teacher continued crying tears. Seriously, this is our new teacher, Maka whispered. He's like my father. She shivered as she heard a faint cry in the air. After a minute, the two teachers stood side by side in front of the class. The woman smiled at the students, making many of the students melt in happiness. Hello class, I am Miyako Namikaze and this is my husband, Naruto Namikaze. We'll be teaching you advanced combat and strategy. While we will be teaching strategy together, during practice spars and practicals I will be teaching the demon weapons. My husband Naruto will be teaching weapon meisters. Yosha! You can count on the great toad Sannin, Naruto-sama, Naruto said with a smile and a thumbs up. Most of the meisters groaned while many of the weapons cheered. Naruto immediately crouched to the ground, drawing circles while depressed clouds floated over him. Anyway, Miyako continued. We'll be splitting the class now. Naruto-kun, will you take the meisters out? Hi, Miyako-chan, Naruto said. Meisters, please head to the practice field. Yes, sensei. The meisters walked out of the classroom and to the front of the DMW Academy. The students quickly gathered around in a circle while Naruto smiled at the group of students. Well now, I've heard from Shinigami-san that this class was one of the more promising classes of the DMW Academy. Many of the students puffed up in pride at the compliment. Anyway, for today you will be graded based on a test, Naruto explained. You will break off into teams and face me in a fight. Naruto pulled out a scroll on his vest and opened it. Naruto placed his hands on the scroll and with a cloud of smoke, a large cabinet emerged. The cabinet opened to reveal a multitude of various weapons. I made sure to stock this cabinet with weapons much like your partner's forms, Naruto said. Once you've gotten your weapon, gather into your groups. I'll explain the next part of your test will be explained once you've gotten into your teams. The meisters pulled out weapons from the cabinet. Maka pulled out a scythe and spun it experimentally, finding it similar to Soul's weapon form. Black Star pulled out a Kuzurigama while Kid found a pair of pistols. After a while the students gathered into their teams and waited for their teacher to start speaking. Now the test today will be me against a team. In order to pass the test, you must make me bleed, Naruto explained. The students gasped out in surprise. If you do, you will pass. If you don't, you fail. However, only one can pass. The one who passes can choose between his or her two teammates who can pass. The one not chosen will not pass. But that's not fair, Ox cried out. Naruto grinned wider. Well, you're going to love this, Naruto said. If you fail, you and your partner will be expelled out of DMW Academy. You can't do that, Maka protested. Can't I? Naruto asked. Prove it to me. You bastard! Wait, Black Star! Maka cried as Black Star charged. However, before anyone could react, Naruto vanished and reappeared in front of Black Star. Naruto grabbed Black Star by the head and brutally slammed him into the ground, creating a crater. Naruto pulled Black Star out and tossed him at Kid. Kid and Black Star crashed into the ground. All the students stared at Naruto in horror while their sensei cracked his neck. Well, Black Star, Kid, Maka, hurry up, Naruto said. I can't wait. Kid helped Black Star to his feet. Black Star wobbled a bit and shook his head. What happened? Black Star asked. You were knocked out, quite brutally I might add, Kid explained. Naruto-sensei is much stronger than he appears. We'll have to work together to bring him down. But you heard what he said, Maka cried. The only one who is sure to pass will be the one who makes him bleed first. She's right, Black Star cried. Everyone for themselves. Wrong choice. Black Star and Maka turned to see Naruto glaring at them. He grabbed Maka and tossed her high into the air. Naruto spun and kicked Black Star, sending him bouncing away. Naruto vanished again and was about to grab Maka when a hail of bullets flew his way. He vanished in a puff of smoke and appeared behind Kid. Kid spun around and aimed his guns at Naruto, but Naruto was too fast. Naruto slapped Kid's hands to the side and kicked Kid in the chest. Kid gasped as he felt the air from his lungs pushed out by the kick. He was sent tumbling away while Maka finally hit the ground, hard. Naruto cracked his knuckle. Is that all you meisters have? I'm beginning to think that Shinigami-san has grown too soft. Big Star elbow. Naruto turned to see Black Star charge at him with his elbow out. Naruto caught the elbow, to Black Star's delight. Black Star! Get away! Maka cried. What? Naruto grinned as he felt Black Star's wavelength clash against his own. Black Star was sent flying back, his elbows scorched and smoking. Black Star screamed in pain as he felt his soul wavelength surge in disarray. That was a good attack, Black Star, but my soul's frequency and amplitude are much more stronger and complex than yours, Naruto explained. Even in my reduced state, such a headlong attack will not succeed. Maka's eyes widened and she used her soul perception on Naruto. She gaped in horror at what she saw. Naruto's soul was huge. Larger than any soul she had even seen, surrounding Naruto in a dark blue orb. The orb was nearly 100 feet in diameter, and covered in spectral black chains marked with tags. On the surface of the soul, Maka could see 9 patterns racing across the soul, constantly moving and racing in different directions. Each of those patterns were a different animal. She could see a tanuki, cat, monkey, slug, beetle, and fox along with 3 other kinds of animals she could not identify. Stretching from the soul were 10 tails that thrashed about and around the soul like a wild animal's tail. It was a frightening sight to see, and Maka was struck dumb at the sight of it. Naruto grinned when he saw Maka's face. You can see it, can't you? My soul, Naruto hissed. This is not even my true strength. I keep my soul sealed so as to prevent collateral damage. Maka could only gape as Naruto moved closer towards her. When he was right on top of her, Naruto raised his leg high. Goodbye, Maka! Naruto brought his heel down on Maka. A huge crash was heard and an enormous dust cloud filled the area. The students closed their eyes and mouths as a shock wave blew the dust everywhere. When the dust cleared, Maka hesitantly opened his eyes to see 2 people in front of her. Protecting her was Kid straining to block the leg while Black Star's weapon dug into Naruto's skin. Naruto chuckled as he felt blood dribble down his side. Naruto grabbed Black Star's weapon and pushed it away from him. He slowly backed away and crossed his arms in an amused smirk. Congratulations, Black Star, you pass. Now choose. Who will pass? Maka or Kid? Naruto asked. Maka and Kid swallowed nervously at Black Star as he eyed the 2 of them. After a moment he turned towards Naruto, glaring at him. I won't choose, Black Star stated. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I won't choose, Black Star repeated. I'll drop out. Then Maka and Kid can continue at DMW. You drop out, Naruto said slowly. What about Tsubaki? Black Star's eyes widened before drooping. Can she stay? I mean, I'm not being expelled. Only dropped out. Black Star, no, Kid exclaimed. I'll drop out. I don't need to go to DMW Academy. I'm a Shinigami. Shikyu will allow Patty and Liz to stay. Maka shook his head. Let me drop out. My swallow, Dad can train me in soul. So who will it be? Naruto asked. None of us. Maka, Black Star, and Kid said unanimously. Naruto grinned widely. You all pass. What? You all pass, Naruto repeated. You showed the necessary skill to survive excel outside of DMW, correct, but you showed me the most important tool needed to survive when victory seems impossible and death is the only option. You showed that you can fight and work together as a team, Naruto explained. In this world those who break the law are scum, but those that abandon their teammates are lower than scum. Naruto smiled and turned away from the 3 of them. As a reward, you 3 get full marks for today as well as Miyako-chan's next paper test. As Naruto walked away to test the other students, the shock soon went away to feelings of relief. Black Star began to laugh loudly and collapsed to the ground. The laughter spread as Maka and Kid could not help but smile and laugh as well. Once the session was over, the Meisters came back to the classroom and walked back to their seats. The demon weapons could not help but stare as each of the Meisters appeared to have gone through a war. Messed up hair, drenched in sweat, cuts, bruises, and busted noses were numerous. Maka sighed and laid her head down at her seat. Soul eyed her curiously. What happened? Soul asked curiously. Naruto-sensei is an insane, cruel sadist, Maka whispered tiredly. Soul and the other demon weapons turned back at Naruto, who was currently glaring at a container of cup ramen. Damn the 3 minutes! I can crush rocks with my bare hands, summon toads bigger than the mountains, and create armies with a hand seal, but I can't skip the 3 minutes it takes cup ramen to cook. Naruto ranted angrily as he stared at the container. The demon weapons stared at Naruto and back at their Meisters. Are you sure? Tsubaki asked cautiously. He doesn't seem to be the type. Trust me, he's a sadist. Finally! Naruto cheered. However, in his rush, he accidentally knocked over the container, sending the noodly goodness all over the ground. My ramen! No! Everyone in the classroom's sweat dropped as Naruto scrabbled at the ramen, crying fountains from his eyes, while Miyako prevented him from eating the ramen off the floor. "Maihai ramen," Naruto sobbed. Chapter 2. The next day at Shibuya, the Naruto's and Miyako's class were in the classroom as Miyako explained to the students advanced manipulation of the soul. Naruto was sitting at the desk playing his Game Boy DS, muttering to himself and randomly shouting out obscenities or cries of victory. Miyako continued through the lesson despite the ever-growing vein pulsing on her forehead. Now, as you already know, each soul has a unique wavelength. The characteristics of the wavelength are dependent on the frequency and amplitude. A soul's characteristics is dependent on the frequency and the shape of the individual wave. For example, Black Star's frequency is very high and the wave's shape is extremely jagged, displaying his energetic yet egotistical behavior. As opposed to his partner's wavelength, which has a lower frequency and much smoother, which shows her more easygoing nature and her nurturing nature. Miyako explained. Amplitude is a true indicator of how powerful a soul is. The larger the amplitude, the stronger the soul is. With a larger amplitude, soul-based techniques used by people with a larger amplitude are more powerful than those with a small amplitude. For example, Stein-sensei's large amplitude allow him to use powerful soul-based attacks with ease, being able to fire off multiple soul-based pulses one after the other. My husband's soul amplitude allows him to create a near-impenetrable armor that can cause attacks of a lesser power to reflect back to the user, much like a mirror. Yosha! Hyper Beam Ninetales! Wait, it missed? That's fucking bullshit. No! I shall avenge thee! Curse you, Squirtle! I shall use your shell to eat my ramen! Miyako's eye twitched severely at Naruto, who was blissfully unaware of his wife's ire. She turned to Tsubaki, who flinched at the expression on Miyako's face. Tsubaki-chan, I want you to take note of this when Black Star is misbehaving. It is our job as women to keep the men in line when they forget to behave, Miyako said sweetly. She walked over to where Naruto was playing his Game Boy and tapped him on the head. Naruto looked up to see Miyako's smiling face. However, Naruto could see the evil aura surrounding his wife and panicked. "And oh! My beautiful wife has been possessed! Black Star! We need an old priest, a young priest, a bucket of holy water, and a Bible! Hurry!" Naruto shouted. Miyako's eye twitched again and with eye-blurring speed, grabbed Naruto's ear and yanked it. Naruto howled in pain as Miyako began to wring his ear thoroughly while the students winced at the sight. Just looking at Naruto screaming in pain brought flashbacks of being punished in many students. "Naruto, I understand that you have little patience in learning through intellectual means, but that does not mean you can disturb my class," Miyako lectured as she shook Naruto. "My ears, Miyako-chan! If you tear of my ears, how will I listen to the voice that even angels fall silent to?" Naruto wailed. "Well, obviously you don't listen to me enough, so sit in your chair and be quiet." Naruto nodded and cowered in his seat, shivering. He pulled out a ragged sleeping cap with teeth and placed it over his head, covering his eyes. Miyako nodded in approval before turning to Tsubaki. "Did you take note of that, Tsubaki-san?" Miyako asked gently. Tsubaki nodded. "Hi, sensei," Tsubaki replied. "But isn't that a bit harsh? My husband is able to take dozens of swords to the chest without flinching. However, he just needs to be shown who's boss sometimes. I can tell the Black Star's the same way," Miyako said cheerfully. "He'll need to learn manners by the time school's done. Anyway, what was I talking about?" "Frequency and amplitude, sensei," Maka answered. Miyako nodded gratefully to Maka. "Thank you, Maka-san. Now, as I was saying ... However, the bell interrupted her. As the students packed up their materials, Miyako assigned them homework, causing much of the class to groan. However, they calmly exited the classroom, leaving Naruto and Miyako alone in the classroom. Naruto smiled as he helped his wife clean up the classroom and the papers on the desk. "Any Miyako-chan? Did you have to pull on my ear so hard? That really hurt," Naruto whined. Miyako smiled serenely. "You deserved it, Naruto-kun, but how about I make it up by cooking you your favorite dish?" Miyako said. Naruto brightened up. You're the best raging demon sealed in a moon then turned beautiful model wife that any guy could have," Naruto said. He reddened slightly as Miyako gave him a kiss in the cheek. "And don't you forget it, Naruto-kun." "Naruto." Naruto stepped out of the doorway only to have his face meet the bottom of Spirit's shoe. Naruto howled in pain and glared at the irate Death Scythe. "What the hell is your problem, Spirit? Why did you hurt my Maka-chan?" Spirit demanded. "As her papa, I should kick your ass from here to China." "Oh really, huh?" Naruto said. "Bring it." "Don't make me," Spirit warned. Naruto grinned wickedly. Maka's chest is so flat I thought she was a guy in a dress, Naruto said. A vein began to bulge in Spirit's face. What did you say? Spirit screamed in outrage. Miyako's sweat dropped as auras manifested around the two men. Spirit's being the shape of a dragon whilst Naruto's formed the shape of a devilish beast. Both animals were snarling at each other. You heard me. I've seen mosquito bites bigger. Maka is still growing, Spirit defended. She'll no doubt be a beautiful woman with lovely breasts. Face it, she's a washboard. Oruk! Spirit roared. Dai Naruto Namikaze! Blades popped out of Spirit's body while Naruto pulled out a huge zanbato. The two gave an epic battle cry that chilled anyone that heard it and charged at each other. Miyako Meteor! Naruto and Spirit both gasped as an hand clamped on both their necks. Before they knew it, both of them were thrown to the ground with alarming force, creating two craters in the middle of the hallway. Miyako glared at the two men, exasperated by both of their attitudes. She pulled Naruto out of the crater before pulling Spirit to his feet. Spirit's eyes were glazed over as he giggled happily at the imaginary birds fluttering around his head. Miyako shook the death scythe into consciousness. Spirit-san, wake up. Spirit groaned and flinched when he saw a cute glare of Miyako. Miyako smiled, but behind her, Spirit could see the evil aura just steaming from Miyako. I'm assuming that you have a message for myself and Naruto, is that correct? Miyako asked politely. Behind her, the evil mass seemed to quiver in excitement. Hi. Shinigami-sama has a message for you both, Spirit replied nervously. Miyako nodded. Thank you, Spirit-san. Spirit sighed as he saw the evil aura dissipate in the air as Miyako picked up her husband. As she left the door, she turned back to Spirit. Maka's a wonderful girl and a brilliant student. If you are worried about her, don't be. She is doing excellent in her studies and practicals. I have no doubt that she'll be one of the strongest meisters when she graduates, Miyako said sincerely. She gave a little wave before leaving the classroom. Spirit knelt to the ground and began weeping tears of joy. Maaka! You make your papa so proud. Just like Mama. Ah, hello, Naruto-chan. Miyako-chan. So glad you got the message, Shinigami said in his usual light-hearted voice. Naruto placed his hands behind his head. Yeah? So what did you want? Naruto asked casually. Miyako slapped him in the back of the head. Show some manners, Naruto-kun, she hissed. Naruto pouted. Why should I? It's not as if he's stronger than me. And he doesn't take offense to it. We're best buds, Naruto whined. Actually, we're friendly acquaintances, Shinigami corrected. Naruto knelt down on the ground with a depressed cloud hanging over him as he traced circles into the ground. You can almost see the clouds start to rain over the blonde teacher. I thought we were friends after all these years, Naruto whined. Miyako Meteor! Naruto and Shinigami cried out in pain as a fist-shaped indentation on both of their heads steamed. Miyako glared at the two as they writhed in pain on the ground. Shinigami-san, apologize. That really hurt Naruto-kun. And Naruto-kun, behave for at least 30 minutes. Hi Miyako-chan. Shinigami sidled towards Naruto. Naruto-chan. Your wife is really scary, he whispered. Naruto nodded. And that's why I love her. Can we get back to business, please, Shinigami-san? Miyako asked politely while smiling. Behind her, the evil aura seemed to grow larger. Hi, Shinigami replied, clapping his hands. Inwardly, he resolved to ask Stein to research the black aura behind Miyako if it's any way related to Kishin. I called you two here today because I've picked up the wavelength of a Kishin egg. Unlike normal ones, this one is on the verge of becoming a Kishin, Shinigami said. It is located in Auschwitz over the ruins of the old Nazi capital. It's been dormant for 60 years after devouring nearly all of the thousands of souls teeming in that accursed place. Once it awakens, it only needs a month to consolidate its power before it become a full-grown Kishin. I need you two to stop it and destroy it before it become a Kishin. Why wasn't it destroyed already? Naruto asked. Shinigami gave a frustrated sigh. After World War II, there were so many Kishin eggs popping up all over the place that it was a miracle we managed to keep the casualties lower than 100. All of our meisters were traveling non-stop in order to stop this surge of Kishin eggs, Shinigami explained. However, it appears that one escaped us and managed to hide from us until now. I trust that you two will be able to handle it. Hi, Naruto and Miyako said. The Shinigami clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Now be ready at 1800. A plane will be waiting for you at the airport. I wish you two good luck. Hours later, Naruto was driving down the open road of Germany's highway on his motorcycle with Miyako. Off into the distance, the grim structure of the Auschwitz prison camp was standing there, a monument of all the innocent souls that were executed for their difference. Naruto ground his teeth as he remembered all the hardships he had endured in Konoha as a child. He gunned the engine and the motorcycle jerked as accelerated towards the empty prison. Miyako looked at her husband worriedly as she felt his strong soul begin to fluctuate. She sent a gently pulse through her hands, reassuring him that she was with him. Naruto nodded and relaxed the throttle as they approached the building. Naruto cut off the engine and parked the cycle near the entrance of the prison. He jumped off and followed his wife towards the main gate. Miyako frowned as she opened the gate. The entire place was completely empty. Aside from the odd whistling sound from the wind, it was silent, devoid of life or activity. She could feel her pulse race as she warily walked around, searching for any sign of trouble. She pushed open another door to see a guard slumped against the ground. Miyako knelt down and placed her hands on the man's neck. She frowned and quickly turned towards Naruto. "He's dead. The Kishin must be here," Miyako said. Naruto nodded. "We won't have long to wait. It's already evening and it appears that he's eaten all of the souls that were here. It's going to have to move tonight if it wants to feed on more souls," Naruto said. "After it deals with us," Miyako replied. They both stiffened as a malevolent aura of madness washed over them. Naruto grit his teeth and turned around, searching for the source. "It's here," Naruto hissed. "Get ready, Miyako." "Hi." Miyako's whole form was covered in light as she changed into her weapon form. Naruto smiled grimly as he swung the Miyako's weapon form. Miyako's form was of a huge double-edged sword that was 6 feet long. The blade was 6 inches wide and took 5 feet of the length, while the last 12 inches of the blade gently tapered into a point. The cross-guard and hilt were both a foot long, ending with a orb-like pommel. There were no jewels, no decorations, and without any gaudy ornaments, yet deadly elegant. The most prominent feature was that the blade reflected light so well that it shone like a torch even in the darkness of the night. Naruto easily lifted the blade over his shoulder, smiling at it. "It's been a while since I've seen your beautiful form." "You flatter me, Naruto-kun," Miyako replied. "Yee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. More souls for the taking," a voice called out. "It seems that the world seems to be going my way, as it should be." Naruto turned to see a man dressed in a Nazi uniform walk towards him. A line of drool leaked from the side of his mouth as he pulled out a small pistol from his holster. He slowly walked out into the open where Naruto and Miyako could see his face. Naruto pointed his sword at the man. "Adolf Hitler, for your slaughter of the innocents, both the living and dead, your soul is forfeit," Naruto said in a cold voice. Adolf laughed loudly. "Inferior being, you think you can stand up to me? I am an Aryan, the superior race. Even now in death, there is no one that stand up to me. Now die, Meister!" Adolf pulled out his pistol and a huge beam of light sped towards Naruto. Naruto held up his sword in front of him, and the beam slammed into his sword. The beam bounced off and slammed back into Adolf. Adolf screamed in pain as the beam scorched him badly. He took several staggering steps before straightening up to his feet. "I'll kill you!" Adolf roared. He pulled out a sword as well and charged at Naruto. Naruto simply maneuvered his blade to guard against Adolf's sword. Adolf felt his sword strike against Naruto's with an impressive amount of force. However, he was blasted backwards as an equal amount of force hit his blade. Hitler jumped backwards and stared at Naruto, confused. Naruto laughed. "Confused? Well, let me give you a quick explanation," Naruto said. "Miyako-chan's not your normal death scythe. She can reflect any attack, physical or energy-based, equal in force. That impact you felt just now was your attack rebounded to yourself." Hitler stared at the sword in shock and pulled out his pistol, firing several beams at Naruto. Naruto raised his blade and blocked the shots with the flat of his sword. The shots came racing back at Hitler. Hitler ducked the first shot, but the next 3 shots hit him, covering his body in a huge cloud of debris. Hitler staggered to his feet and weakly raised his sword at Naruto. Naruto smiled. "Glad you're still alive, else this would have been boring." Naruto vanished and reappeared above Hitler. Hitler raised his sword and blocked Naruto's blade. The impact of the swords created an enormous crater, forcing Hitler to his knees. Another impact slammed against Hitler, crushing him even further into the ground. Hitler panted and he fired his pistol downwards in a desperate attempt to escape. He flew high into the air and frantically searched for Naruto. "Looking for me?" Hitler turned around to see Naruto's hand raised. Naruto slammed his fist into Hitler's stomach, sending him crashing towards the ground. Naruto landed right beside him and raised his hand again. this time his fist crackling with energy. Soul Crusher! Naruto slammed his fist into Hitler's arms and legs. Hitler cried at the force of the blows. However, he felt Naruto's wavelength surge through his arms and legs just before they clashed with his own wavelength. The discord from the two wavelengths caused Hitler's arms and legs to explode, leaving him with just a torso. Oh! How could I lose to someone like you? I'm an Aryan! Hitler screamed. Naruto glared at the man as he stabbed his sword into the man's side. Death is too good for you, demon. Enjoy an eternity of pain, Naruto hissed. He lifted his sword before stabbing it into the man's head, then dragging his sword down the man's body, splitting him in half. A large kishin egg the size of Naruto was left in its place. Naruto stared at the egg in disgust before turning to Miyako. Get rid of it, please. I can't stand the sight of it. Sure, Naruto-kun. From the sword, a hand appeared and touched the kishin egg. The kishin egg became green as it was absorbed into Miyako. Miyako reverted back into her human form and turned to Naruto. Let's go home. Yes, sure. A happy ringtone permeated the air. Miyako pulled out her cell phone and opened it. Hello? Yes. Really? Of course. We'll be there. Miyako closed the cell phone and turned to Naruto. Maka and Soul encountered a dark weapon. Spirit and Stein are already on their way, Miyako said. We need to go now. Sure, Miyako-chan. Can you find them? Naruto asked. Miyako nodded. Give me a second. Miyako made a ram seal and glowed brightly. After a moment, she opened her eyes and released the energy. Spectre Ripple! A shockwave erupted from Miyako and raced away from her. Miyako waited until she felt the familiar wavelength of the two students. She pointed her finger in the direction where Maka and Soul were. That way, Miyako instructed. Naruto nodded and made several hand seals. He finished with the dragon hand seal and glowed a bright yellow. Miyako-chan, hold on. Hi! Ninpu, March of the Omnipotent God! Naruto and Miyako vanished from the sight, leaving only a small wisp of dust in their wake. In Italy, Maka stared at the sight of Medusa. Using her soul perception, she could see the size of Medusa's soul. The soul was huge and arrow-like tails waved about in the wind. Medusa stared at Spirit and Stein with an excited expression as she waved her arms in their direction. Vector arrows! A huge multitude of arrows flew towards Stein. Stein and Spirit began to synchronize their souls. The two souls' resonance created the energy to produce a blue energy blade that appeared from Spirit's edge. Stein spun the scythe about and launched the energy at the arrows. Witch Hunter! The blue energy ripped through the arrows, protecting himself and Maka. He stared at Medusa as she summoned a snake to pick up the fallen body of Krona. I would really like to play with you a little longer, but right now I have to excuse myself. Ta-ta, Medusa said. You're not going anywhere. Medusa turned around to see Naruto right next to her. Naruto raised his palm and a spiraling orb materialized, howling with energy. Naruto shoved the orb into Medusa's stomach and pushed against her body. Rasengan! Medusa crashed down into the ground, creating a large crater in the street. She struggled to gain her breath and coughed blood from her mouth. She could barely breathe as her insides were severely damaged by the surprise attack. Medusa looked down and was not surprised to see a spiral burn on her midriff. She slowly stood back to her feet and glared at Naruto, who was still standing in the air. You'll pay for that. Snake, Cobra Cabra. Too slow. Medusa's eyes widened to see Naruto standing right in front of her. Just as with Black Star, Naruto grabbed her head and slammed it to the ground. This time, he kept his hold on Medusa's head and began to channel his soul's wavelength into his hand. Soul Crusher! An enormous crater appeared around Naruto and Medusa. Naruto released his hold on the witch and stood tall in the crater. He hefted his sword high into the air, ready to make the final blow when he heard a high-pitched screech from inside the chapel. Blood Needle! From the black blood on the ground, a thin needle sped towards Maka and Soul. Maka could not move in time and Spirit was too far to help. Maka closed her eyes and waited for the worst. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her eyes to see Naruto in front of her, with his sword blocking the fatal attack. The needle crumbled to dust in front of Naruto. Naruto turned and grinned at Maka. You okay, Maka? Maka nodded. Hi, Sensei. Naruto sighed in relief and stepped outside to see Medusa and Krona gone. Miyako reverted to her human form and began to apply a cream over Soul's wound, sealing up the wound. Naruto turned towards Stein, resting on the ground. You okay, Stein? Naruto asked. Stein nodded. I'll be fine. However, we need to get Soul back to Shibuya, Stein said. He looked down at his wound with mild interest before pulling out a needle and thread. With skill born of thousands of surgeries and dissections, he closed his wound in mere seconds. There, now let's get going, Stein muttered. He grunted in pain as the adrenaline wore off. Naruto chuckled and helped Stein to his feet. Thanks. No problem. Spirit walked over to Maka and Soul and knelt down. Maka looked towards her father with worried eyes. Spirit smiled reassuringly at Maka. He'll be fine, Maka, Spirit whispered. Now let's go home. Yeah, Papa. The next day, Maka was in the infirmary staring sadly at Soul's sleeping form. Her eyes began to water as she recalled the events of the previous night over and over again. How Soul continually protected her, and used his own body to shield her from Krona's sword. Just looking at Soul made her feel helpless and weak. It pained her far more than any wound she had ever suffered. Naeni, how long are you going to stay there crying, Maka? Maka looked up to see Spirit standing over her. Instead of the goofy love-struck look on his face, he had a serious hard look on his face, similar to the one that he had when he saved her last night. Spirit sat down next to Maka and glanced at Soul before speaking. Being a Meister or a demon weapon at Shibuya means that you are willing to risk your life on the line every time you hunt for Kishin eggs. Soul knew that and that's why he protected you. But he also knew that with all your smarts and skills, you have nothing else, Spirit said bluntly. Maka stared at him in shock. He never insulted her but always supported her despite her rather harsh refusals. Spirit caught the look of Maka and grinned apologetically. Your mother was a talented Meister. After all, without her, I would have never been able to become a Death Scythe. However, what very few people knew is that she was extremely skilled in projecting her soul in a matter of ways. I remember one time we were against a Kishin egg and I was knocked away. Yet she calmly pulled out an ordinary knife and stabbed her foe by channeling her wavelength through the blade. Spirit reminisced. But back to the point, look at your teammates. Black Star and Kid are both extremely skilled at hand-to-hand combat. My Meister Spirit is able to fight by himself, one in equal standing to most 3-star Meisters. Spirit explained. He took a deep breath and sighed. The point I'm trying to express is that even though we work in pairs, you have to learn to stand on your own 2 feet. After all, it's better for you and your weapon if you have something to fall back on. Let this experience be lesson to you, Maka. Spirit gave her a soft hug before walking to the door. As he reached for the doorknob, he heard Maka speak. Papa? Yes, Maka? Spirit asked. Thank you for saving me and being my father. Spirit smiled. You're my daughter. No matter what, I will always love you. Spirit opened the door and walked outside the infirmary. He closed it behind him and sighed deeply, savoring the moment. How'd it go? Spirit turned to see Naruto lounging against the wall. He had a knowing smirk on his face that annoyed Spirit. You were right, Naruto-san. Maka needed to hear that, Spirit said. Naruto grinned and placed an arm over Spirit's shoulders. She's a strong girl, Spirit. I know that she'll always be your little girl, but the rest of the world won't see her that way. Trust me, from the way she's going, she'll go far, Naruto reassured. Spirit nodded. Now let's report to the death room. Shinigami-san's waiting. She actually called me Papa for the first time since my wife and I got divorced. Thank you, Naruto. No problem, Spirit. The two reached the Shinigami's death room and quickly gave their report. After the Shinigami dismissed the both of them, the pair walked back to where Miyako was teaching the class. Naruto paused as he reached the door and squeaked in horror. Spirit noticed and turned to see Naruto frozen in shock. What's wrong, Naruto? We never finished our duel. We have shamed the Man Law 173, subsection A, paragraph B, addendum 1A of the Man Code. Naruto whispered in horror. One of the most important rules. Spirit blanched as well. You're right. We must complete it as soon as possible. We must be quick about it. Do you have your materials? Naruto asked frantically. Of course I do. I have them on my person at all times, Spirit replied. Naruto sighed in relief. Then let us honor the Man Law. Naruto and Spirit slammed open the door to the classroom and hurriedly rushed in. Miyako stared at the pair in shock as they lifted the desk from its original position and carried it to the middle of the room. Miyako noticed the worried expressions on the two men and turned to her husband. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Nothing, honey, we forgot to honor the code, Naruto said worriedly. The code? Miyako asked. Spirit nodded in agreement. The code that men have honored for thousands of years, Spirit said urgently. We cannot call ourselves men if we do not honor the code? What is it? Miyako asked, concerned for both her husband and Spirit. We must face each other in a duel dash. Naruto exclaimed in a hushed voice. Of the most sacred kind. One where it pits our strength and intelligence against each other in the most fair way possible. Naruto finished. The atmosphere began to tense as both Spirit and Naruto reached into their pockets, auras glowing and the fires of battle roaring in their eyes. They stared at each other before they whipped out their hands and slammed it on the desk with a resounding thud. When their hands moved, 2 card decks were on the table. Duel! They cried as they began to draw cards from their decks. Miyoko's eye twitched as she recognized the cards. Are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Miyoko whispered in disbelief. Naruto nodded. Yes, the noblest and most honorable way to duel since they came out in 1999. Now whose turn is it, Spirit? It's mine, Spirit responded. I summoned Luster Dragon in attack mode and end my turn. Yosha! A worthy move, my rival! I shall respond by playing Brain Control and use your monster to summon Thestalos the Fire Monarch. As the 2 men dueled, either one noticed the angry teacher staring at both of them. She finally snapped when Naruto gave a loud cry of delight as he summoned his favorite card. I summon Dash! Miyoko-chan, what are you doing with my Beast King Barbaros? Naruto asked. Tell me, Naruto-kun, Spirit-kun, why I shouldn't tear this card apart before I punish the 2 of you for interrupting my class? Miyoko whispered. Naruto smiled widely. That's easy, Miyoko-chan, Naruto said happily. Really, Naruto-kun? Because that card you're holding is a holographic, first edition card that can be sold for a high value amongst traders. Isn't that right, Spirit? Indeed. It is one of the more prized cards due to its multiple effects. That was the final straw for Miyoko. She tore the card into pieces before grabbing the 2 men. The 2 men blubbered in fear as a highly malicious aura that would make even Satan hide in terror appear behind Miyoko. You disturbed my class for a card game? Miyoko snarled. I guess we did, Naruto said calmly. Seemed better in hindsight. Die. And so the class learned 3 valuable lessons that day. 1 was to never to disturb the class. 2 was to always be respectful of the teacher. And 3 was that it is physically possible to beat someone to death using their own skull. Chapter 3. Now class, don't forget to study for the test next week, Miyoko reminded the class as they began to pack up. And will Black Star, Maka, and Kid stay along with their partners? Naruto wants to speak to you privately after class. Maka looked at Miyoko worriedly as the rest of the class exited the classroom. Miyoko smiled reassuringly at the student. Don't worry, Maka, you're not in trouble, Miyoko said gently. Naruto wants to offer you 3 an exclusive offer that he reserves for very few. Do you know what it is? Black Star asked excitedly. Miyoko nodded. Of course, and I will tell you that you will not regret accepting it, Miyoko replied as she packed her belongings. Where is Naruto-kun anyway? Orug! I have one Naruto! No, how could I lose? Curse you, Yoshi! Miyoko stepped out of the classroom to see that Naruto and Spirit had somehow set up an entire entertainment system out in the hallway and were currently playing Super Smash Bros. On a large flat-screen television. As of now, Spirit was dancing in victory while Naruto was rolling on the ground, bemoaning the fallacies of random item drops and the unfairness of the super hammer and the rocket launcher. Miyoko sighed as she had given up on trying to change her husband's immature habits ever since he met Spirit. It was as if they were trying to compete on who was the biggest moron. Secretly, Miyoko felt her husband was winning. Naruto-kun, my class is over. I've requested Maka and the others to stay in the classroom just as you asked, Miyoko called. Naruto nodded. Thank you, Miyoko-chan, Naruto said. I'll go speak to them now. Naruto walked into the classroom and smiled at the meisters and weapons in the classroom. Any, I'm guessing you guys are wondering why I called you here? Nay? Naruto asked. He received nods from the students. Well, I'm offering a chance for you 3 to get exclusive training from me. Why? Kid asked. Naruto grinned. While your class have some promising meisters and future death sides, I see great potential in the 7 of you, but all of you have flaws that can be worked on. So I decided to offer you training in order to eliminate your flaws or weaknesses. Teach you some moves and techniques that I have learned throughout my years, Naruto replied. I accept, Black Star said quickly. Naruto smiled. That's the spirit, Black Star. How about you, Tsubaki? Naruto asked. Tsubaki nodded. I'd be happy to take the training. So would I. I can't be weak all the time, Maka added. It wouldn't be cool to sit out while Black Star has all the fun, Soul said. I trust you will teach us to the best of your ability, Kid said. I'll stick with Kid. Wherever he goes, me and my sister will come, Liz piped up. This'll be fun! Patty cried. Naruto gave them all a patented eye smile. Excellent, now just sign these so that Shinigami-san will understand that I'll be taking you out from your classes from time to time. Naruto handed out a contract to each of the meisters and weapons and waited until they were all signed. Naruto chuckled as he tucked the papers into his vest and clapped his hands. Wonderful, now if you die under my training, I won't be responsible. Ta-ta! Before anyone could stop him, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. The expressions on everyone's faces except for Black Star and Patty were a mixture of shock, disbelief, and fear all mixed into one. It was a long moment before any of the five could speak. What have we done? Liz whispered. I'm starting to regret this already, Maka said in a low voice. Not cool. A few days later, Miyako was with the class reviewing several key topics that were going to be on the test. As she looked around the class, her eyes could not help but wander to the empty seats of Kid, Patty, and Liz. She pursed her lips in concern before turning back to the rest of the class and continuing her lecture. However, her looks of concern were not passed over as Maka and Sol felt apprehensive for their three friends. While calm on the outside, she could not help but feel terrified as her mind replayed the first fight with their eccentric sensei. Those cold eyes and merciless methods of breaking down his opponents. Sol looked at Maka in concern as he felt her wavelength begin to go out of control. He quickly grabbed her hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Maka looked at Sol in surprise. It'll be all right, Maka. Just those words and the caring eyes of her partner was enough to soothe her. She gave a grateful smile to Sol before turning back to Miyako. Sol's eyebrow rose when he realized that Maka wasn't letting go of his hand. He shrugged and decided to let her be. It wasn't as if he liked it. Right. Miyako stopped and smiled knowingly when she spotted Sol and Maka holding hands. She gave a small giggle and was about to continue on her lecture when the classroom door banged open. The students lazily turned towards the door as Naruto interrupting the class had become almost routine for them. Hello, my lovable students. I return to the three of your flock. No need for thanks. Though charitable bowls of ramen will be gladly accepted. The class ignored him and turned to see Liz and Patty supporting a nearly catatonic Kid. Everyone was taken aback at Kid's appearance. It didn't look like he had been through a war and back. It looked like someone or something had grabbed Kid, ripped him apart, put him back together, and ripped him to tiny shreds before placing him back into a semi-acceptable shape of a human being. Just looking at Kid made the normal person flinch, while Black Star and Maka were gaping in horror. Liz and Patty managed to place Kid in his seat and sat back into their own seats as well. However, it was apparent just seconds after he sat down that Kid was broken mentally. He was giggling about how the world was inherently chaotic and symmetry was just a facade for the unsymmetrical side of the world, spouting the beauties of number 4 while staring blankly into space. Sol swallowed hard and leaned over to Liz. What happened to Kid? Instead of the worried expression he was expecting, Liz just sighed in exasperation. Naruto-sensei wanted to strengthen Kid's willpower and concentration using a rather unconventional method. Flashback. Kid, Patty, and Liz approached the room where Naruto-sensei had told them about. Beside the doorway, Naruto was sitting there eating a bowl of ramen happily while humming a tuneless song. After a moment, Naruto noticed Kid and the others and quickly finished his bowl of ramen before speaking to them. Ah, you've came. Excellent. Now I've looked at your records and talked with your father. Overall, you are quite a well-rounded individual. Skilled with your weapons, excellent hand-to-hand combat, and the abilities that come passed down from being the son of Shinigami-san. Kid smiled in pride at Naruto's compliments. However, you have one humongous flaw that I'm sure Liz and Patty can attest to. This flaw, while humorous, can be the cause of a moment's hesitation from saving your friends. Liz, Patty, can I assume you know what it is? Naruto asked. Liz and Patty nodded. His love of giraffes, Patty replied. Naruto's sweat dropped. No. Liz? His love for symmetry? Liz asked. Naruto nodded. Correct. Now it has gotten to the point where you are willing to take a free hit just because something is beautifully symmetrical. Your love of symmetry is not bad, but it shouldn't distract you from a fight. So I'm going to strengthen your concentration, Naruto explained. So please step inside. Kid, Patty, and Liz all walked in to see that the room was completely empty aside from 3 stone pillars about 7 feet high. Before anyone could react, Naruto had them tied up to the post with chains and their hands and limbs shackled with restraints. Kid looked in confusion at the shackles while Liz was frantic about the chains. Naruto gave them a wide smile at the 3 of them, that sent chills up their backs. Now that you're all strapped in, let's start. He walked into a closet and brought out a screen and projector. He set it up in front of the 3 students and turned to the students. This exercise is to strengthen your concentration. I will play a video and you have to pay attention to the video no matter what happens. When the video has ended, I will ask you 10 random questions. If you answer at least 6 correctly, I will let you pass. If not, we will repeat this exercise again. Patty, Liz, you cannot help him to answer the questions, but you can encourage him and help him focus, as I will be doing my best to distract him. Understand? Yes, Sensei. Liz sighed in relief as Naruto turned on the projection. It didn't seem like it was a hard test, and Kid was attentive. However, Liz's sweat dropped when she realized the video was about the mating patterns and reproduction of the platypus. Where in Kami's name did Naruto-sensei get a video like that? As the video was running, Naruto walked over to a closet and stepped inside. After a few moments, he came out wearing a costume of the number 4. Liz's sweat dropped as Naruto pranced about the room in the costume, looking completely ridiculous. She turned over to Kid, who was crying at the sight. Liz sighed as she knew the reason. 4 was inherently asymmetric, but also Naruto had made it so that nothing about it was at all symmetric. The colors, the patterns, the texture, the shining buttons, just about every quality of the costume was asymmetric. Add into Kid's extreme case of OCD and it was Kid's worst nightmare come to life. No! Take it away! Naruto continued on dancing around in his costume, doing his best to distract Kid while inside the costume. Liz already saw Kid dropping into a depression and madness while Patty was laughing uncontrollably at Naruto's antics. She tried to help Kid focus, but the distraction was too much for Kid. When the movie ended, Naruto walked in front of Kid and quickly asked him 10 questions. Unsurprisingly, Kid got them all wrong, as the distance between him and the garish, gaudy, flamboyant costume of the number 4 was all wrong. Try again. And Kid, please, for the love of Kami, take away that monstrosity against symmetry, or you evil unsymmetrical bastard. Does not count as an answer. Concentrate. The projector started up again. This time, it was an artist lecturing about beauty of the abstract and asymmetric. Liz didn't try to help Kid as Naruto continued to prance about his gigantic number 4 costume, but also began to run around carrying a gigantic banner of the letter K that was as equally distracting to Kid. Patty began to laugh nonstop while Kid transitioned between fury, depression, desperation, anger, and insanity all through the video. This is going to take a while, Liz muttered. And flashback. So how long were you there? Soul asked. What time is it now? Liz asked. Soul glanced at the classroom clock. 2:34. 17 hours, Liz replied. Soul blanched in disbelief. You can't be serious? Soul hissed. Liz nodded. I can't make this up. One video was of Naruto-sensei videotaping himself as he methodically moved everything in our apartment so that it was 4.44 centimeters to the right or left and at an angle of either 7, 23, or 44 degrees. Kid fainted several times during that video and suffered an aneurysm. Just then the class ended. The students began to leave class, some of them giving pitying looks to Kid, who was now blabbering praises to the flying spaghetti monster. Liz palmed her face and helped Kid to his feet. She and Patty waved goodbye to Soul and Maka and left the classroom with a now maniacally laughing Kid. Soul chuckled and turned to Maka. He frowned when he noticed the fear-struck stare in her eyes. Soul slowly waved his hand in front of Maka, to attract her attention. Maka blinked and turned to Soul. What? Are you all right, Maka? Soul asked. Maka nodded. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Because you're worried about Naruto-kun's training, am I right? A voice replied. Soul and Maka turned to see Miyako smiling at them while holding a stack of papers. She laid the papers down and sat in the chair beside Maka. Maka looked at Miyako with a guilty expression before nodding. Miyako gave her a gentle hug and rubbed her back in a soothing manner. There, it'll be all right, Miyako whispered. Naruto-kun may be a bit extreme, but he'll never put his precious people in harm's way if he can help it. Are you sure? Maka asked. Miyako nodded. The training that he's giving you, Black Star, and Kid is so that you will be able to stand strong in the face of fear and madness. He wants you to be able to stand in victory over the impossible odds that may come against you while continuing to have a happy smile on your face despite the horrors that you may encounter. Miyako explained. Nothing in this world is absolute, and Naruto fears that sooner or later the Kishin will return. Shinigami-san cannot always be there, and sooner or later, he will come to rely on you to help him. Trust in Naruto's training because he's giving you this training so that you will be able to trust in your own strength. Thank you, Miyako-sensei. There was a serene moment between the three of them as Maka and Soul contemplated Miyako's words. However, any scenic, beautiful moment the three of them had was shot down, cut into bloody quarters, and burned as Naruto and Spirit entered the classroom, both riding on unicycles while juggling bowling pins. You are growing weak. I can feel it, Naruto taunted. Ha! The only one growing weak is you, old man. Spirit fired back. Naruto's eye twitched. I'm not old yet, Naruto denied. Spirit smiled. You're older than Shinigami-sama. You are old, baka. A vein pulsed in Naruto's forehead before he grabbed one of the pins he was juggling and threw it at Spirit. The bowling pin smacked Spirit in the arm, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Ha ha ha, my rival! You have lost! Now the score is 24-23 in my favor! Naruto crowed as he continued to juggle the bowling pins. Spirit jumped to his feet and pointed at Naruto. You cheated, you bastard! Spirit roared. I won and made you look uncool in front of your daughter, Naruto replied. Spirit turned around and saw Maka palming her face. His jaw dropped, and he knelt on the ground in despair. Kaka! Papa loves you and Mama! No matter if you think he is uncool! Spirit wailed. Just go away! Maka groaned. Naruto cackled. Yes, Spirit! Listen to your daughter and stew in the shame of your dishonor at the hands of the great, the mighty, the ever-sexy, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I'll regain my dishonor by beating you. Come here! Spirit roared. He picked up a bowling pin and swung it at Naruto. Yipes! Naruto quickly maneuvered his unicycle away and pedaled as fast as he can from an irate and distraught Spirit. Back in the classroom, Maka turned to Miyako. I'm trusting my training to him? She asked in disbelief. Miyako opened her mouth, froze, then closed it again. She patted Maka and Soul on the head before leaving the class. I wish you good luck. The pair stared at Miyako as she left the classroom, leaving only the two of them. Maka groaned and laid her head against the desk. We're so doomed. The next day, since Kid was in the infirmary having his mind placed back together by Stein, Naruto was in the dungeons with Black Star. It was apparent in just a moment that training Black Star intellectually was just going to be a waste of time. Black Star was one of those people that learned the best through actions. Unfortunately for Black Star, it was perfect for Naruto to become sadistic and cruel. As soon as Tsubaki and Black Star had entered the room, Naruto had placed 4 bands around Black Star's wrists and ankles. The bands glowed once before causing Black Star to fall to the ground, completely motionless. What the hell did you do to me? Black Star roared while Tsubaki tried to help him to his feet. However, a spark zapped Tsubaki and forced her to back away from Black Star. Normally a soul's wavelength runs through a meister's or weapon's body naturally, much like blood. However, those bands restrict your movement unless you forcibly channel your wavelength through them. Naruto explained. Once you master channeling your wavelength through your body, the amplitude of the wavelength becomes larger and your body becomes reinforced by your wavelength, making you faster, stronger, and tougher while also giving you faster reflexes and a few perks like this. Before Black Star's eyes, Naruto vanished. Black Star strained his eyes, trying to spot the blonde teacher. Tsubaki also turned around searching for Naruto. Where are you? Black Star asked. Right here. Tsubaki jumped when she felt Naruto's breath behind her neck. She jumped back and instinctively went into a stance. However, she relaxed when she saw Naruto laughing. Wow, that was great! You should have seen the look on your face. Naruto guffawed. Black Star stared at Naruto with stars in his eyes. I'll be able to do that? That's awesome! Naruto nodded. Glad to see that you are so eager. Now Tsubaki, I'd like you to take this scroll and go see Miyako. She will be teaching you while I teach Black Star personally. I'll bring him back tomorrow. Okay? Hi, Sensei. Tsubaki waved goodbye to her partner before exiting the room. Black Star wiggled and slowly began to stand up. He could feel his soul straining to move as it pushed his wavelength through his entire body. It wasn't long until he was able to stand, but he felt woozy at the sheer effort it took to remain standing. Black Star smiled in triumph, but it quickly fell when he saw Naruto standing over him, carrying an extremely long sword. Naruto swung the sword and clipped a lock off Black Star's head. Black Star shivered as he stared into Naruto's eye, seeing the madness within them. A bloodthirsty smile stretched across Naruto's face as he raised the sword again. Run, little rabbit! Black Star screamed like a little girl as he began to run as fast as he could. As he ran, he could hear Naruto's wild cackling as he threw every weapon imaginable and then some at Black Star. Shuriken, kunais, axes, spears, javelins, clubs, swords, sabers, tridents, explosive tags, fireballs, and the occasional cannonball all flew at Black Star as he ran for his life from his homicidal teacher. He ducked another salvo of weapons and jumped away only to stare at Naruto in the face. Naruto cackled loudly and raised his sword high into the air. Black Star screamed so loudly that it chilled everyone within the academy before drowned out by Naruto's laughter. Back in the classroom the next day, Tsubaki hummed happily as she wrote down the lecture given to the class by Miyako-sensei. After Naruto-sensei had sent Tsubaki away, she found Miyako and gave her the scroll given to her by Naruto. Miyako read the scroll and began to teach Tsubaki advanced applications as well as shape-shifting through the manipulation of her wavelength. Tsubaki found Miyako to be a wonderful teacher as well as a mother-type figure. Before she knew it, the session was over and Miyako sent her home, despite Tsubaki's pleas. Tsubaki quickly corrected an error on her paper before returning back to the lecture. She resolved to ask Miyako-sensei for more training after class as she felt that Miyako-sensei was the best teacher she ever had as well as a role model. Tsubaki sighed as she imagined what her next lesson would be. Bang! Salutations, comrades! I have brought yet another of the lost sheep back within the flock. Yes, praise my kindness and build me a statue in my honor. The great Naruto-sensei commands so. As usual, the students ignored Naruto and focused their attention to Black Star. What they saw was troubling as Black Star was twitching uncontrollably, similar to a squirrel, and held a kunai close to his chest while making random dodges in the air as if he expected something to hit him. The student's sweat dropped as Black Star cautiously moved back to his desk, flinching and twitching all the way to his desk, not making one comment about how he was going to surpass God or how great he was. When he reached his desk, he ignored the chair but crouched down behind the desk so that his eyes were level to the desk. No one said a word as Black Star continued to make random flinches and twitches. Tsubaki leaned over to Black Star and knelt down beside him. Black Star, are you okay? Tsubaki asked softly. Black Star took one look at her and hugged her tightly. He began to bawl shamelessly into her chest. Don't leave me anew! Don't leave me with Naruto-sensei! Please! Black Star cried. Tsubaki stared at Black Star in shock before gently rocking the distraught ninja. There, Black Star, it'll be alright, she whispered. Miyako gaped at the scene before turning to Naruto, who was picking his nose. What did you do? Miyako asked. Naruto flicked the booger and smirked. I went easy on the young braggart. He'll be fine, Naruto said unconcerned. Now, where's Maka and Soul? I still have to train them. Bang! Naruto and Miyako looked at the door that had slammed close while two smoke trails led from desks where Soul and Maka were sitting. Naruto frowned. Ah, they left. Well, off I go to find them. Ja-any, Miyako-chan. He strolled out of the classroom, ignoring the stares of his students. The whole class remained completely silent aside from the sobbing coming from Black Star. Miyako sighed and palmed her face. Maybe I should switch with Naruto. This is getting ridiculous, Miyako muttered. No! We love you, Miyako-sensei! Later. Soul and Maka were digging in their feet as Naruto dragged them through the dungeons. Through the halls of Shibuzen, Maka and Soul saw the pitying stares of the students as they watched the two students being dragged by the infamous teacher. Naruto was oblivious to their distress and began to loudly comment on how exciting that their training would be and how special it would be for the both of them. He also spoke of how they would never forget this experience and no matter what. If anything, it increased their distress. Maka grit her teeth and desperately dug her steel-toed boots to the ground, creating deep gouges in the wooden floor, while Soul changed his arm into a side blade and tried to stop Naruto's progress. Both students' efforts were futile as Naruto continued to drag the both of them, without a care in the world. This is going to be fun, right, Maka? Soul? Naruto said cheerfully. No dash! Just as with Kid and Black Star, Naruto dragged the pair into the dungeons. The two struggled and pleaded, but their efforts were all in vain as Naruto kicked open the door and pushed the two students inside. Naruto quickly closed it after him and blocked the doorway. Maka and Soul back away from their teacher and Soul stepped in front of her, shielding Maka from Naruto. Naruto chuckled on the looks on their faces. You're expecting me to do some insane and mind-shattering training, right? Naruto asked. Soul and Maka eyed Naruto but nodded in sync. Naruto smirked. I originally had something like that in plan, but then I noticed something important between the two of you, Naruto said gently. You two have the closest relationship out of all the weapons and meisters. So much so that your soul wavelengths are slowly adapting and tuning each other, Naruto explained. However, with the incident in Italy as well as the growing distrust between you two, I brought you down here so you can speak between the two of you, privately and without interruption, while also training you as well. Naruto reached into his vest and pulled out a scroll. From the scroll, he summoned a phonograph and some records. The two watched as Naruto laid a record on the phonograph and laid a pin on the record. Soft and gentle music flowed out of the device. Naruto approached the two and pulled out a strip of cloth. He slowly tied the cloth around Maka's eyes and made sure that it was secure over her eyes. Naruto-sensei? What's this for? Maka asked, secretly dreading the answer. I want you two to dance? Naruto said simply. What? Soul stuttered. Soul, take Maka's hand and dance with her. Guide her and lead her. Maka, I want you to simply follow Soul. Trust in him, Naruto said. But Dash! It's either this or my original plan involving you fighting against me, Naruto said curtly. Maka quickly grabbed Soul's hand and placed his hand on her side. She laid a hand on his shoulder and gripped his free hand. Soul blushed but began to slowly lead her to the beat of the music. Naruto let the two dance for a few moments before speaking. As you dance, I want you to tell your partner everything. Your hopes, your dreams, your fears, every little secret. What happens here will be only between you two. I will simply stand out in the hall. If I find that you do not complete this within 5 hours, I will fall back to my original plan. Naruto walked out the room and closed the door. Maka and Soul heard the lock click shut. The two continued to dance, not speaking a word. I never thanked you for saving my life back in Italy, Maka whispered. I know, but I don't care about that, Soul replied. I'm thankful that you weren't hurt. But why did you jump in front of me? Maka asked. You could have been killed. Why? Because it was the right thing to do, Soul answered. And I would have hated myself if anything bad happened to you. But why me? Maka asked. You are stubborn, violent, cranky, short-tempered, average-looking, prideful, and have fat ankles, Soul listed. Before Maka could hit him, Soul continued. Yet you are also kind, innocent, smart, and one of the most important people in my life, Soul said. Before I came to Shibuya, I was always in the shadow of my older brother. He was better than me and I knew I could never match him. Yet when I came here, you chose me just for me. Back at home, it was always my brother this and my brother that. But you always saw me as me. No one else. And that made me happy. And even though I tease you, I never really meant it. Maka fell silent for a long moment. Soul swallowed nervously and mentally thanked his insane sensei on blinding Maka's face. She never let him down if she saw how red his face was. He didn't even know himself why he said that much. However, he stopped when Maka guided his hand down to her side and draped her arms over Soul's neck. Soul stammered but fell silent as Maka drew closer to him. They continued to dance in silence, just swaying to the rhythm of the music. Thank you, Soul. You're welcome, Maka. I want to thank you for being by my side. I know I'm not strong like Black Star or beautiful like Tsubaki, Liz, or even Patty. I would have always taken refuge in my books if it wasn't for you. You showed me how different life was from books and taught me how to be myself. You were always with me even when you didn't have to. And you've always trusted in me, even when I did not trust myself. It's because of you that my dream of becoming a great Meister just like my mother is more than just a dream. It's coming true. Maka. I don't know what to say. You don't have to, Soul. Maka reached over and untied the bandage around her eyes. She stared into Soul's eyes for a moment before closing her eyes, allowing her to be swept into his arms. Before Soul reacted though, she kissed his cheek and giggled at his reaction. Soul looked down at Maka's smiling face and continued to lead her in a slow dance that they both would always remember. The dance wasn't the most romantic dance as in a flowery field under a full moon in a fancy ball. However, it was in a place where they were able to let their emotions be released in the company of their most precious person. Out in the hallway, Naruto gave a small smile as he overheard every word the pair spoke. He chuckled and began to walk away. Let the young couple have their time alone. He had other business to attend to. Hours later, Naruto walked down the deepening dungeons beneath Shibuya. These parts of the Shibuya were abandoned yet as pristine as the day they were built. Torches lit the area with an eerie light, casting flickering shadows through the stone staircase. Naruto calmly walked down the stairs as he pressed his hands on stone brick. The brick gave a groaning sound as it activated a series of gears that opened a hidden door for Naruto. Naruto picked up a nearby torch and walked through the open doorway, ignoring the sounds of the door closing behind him. The only sounds that Naruto could hear were the sounds of his own footsteps echoing in the oppressive dark. The torch barely gave him enough light to see more than 10 feet ahead of him, but Naruto was unconcerned about that. No one was going to know he was here except for Shinigami. He pressed another brick, opening another door for Naruto, leading him into a large antechamber. The antechamber was a huge empty area. However, Naruto was concerned with the antechamber but rather what it leads to. He turned and faced a wall. This wall had the paintings of 3 eyes staring at anyone within the chamber. The eyes of the first and only Kishin to walk this very earth, Azura. Azura was once the strongest and most powerful of the Shinigami's 8 great warriors during the Great War with the Witches. He was always a nervous man, but during the war the man's paranoia led to him to fear everything. Wrapping himself in scarves and wearing several layers of shirts, his fears soon led to his descent into madness. In his madness he began to feed on the innocent souls of people and distrusted everyone close to him, even swallowing his own weapon within him. He became something less of a human and more a monster. Blind with madness and fear, he finally snapped, becoming the physical embodiment of madness and the Kishin, slaying 3 of his comrades before the Shinigami stopped him. The Shinigami tore off Azura's skin and used it to make bag where he trapped Azura for all eternity. Yet there was another part that occurred before this story. During that same great war, the witches had awoken Naruto and Miyako in the hopes of allying them against the Shinigami. When Naruto and Miyako refused, they fled from the 2 of them before stumbling into an ancient temple of the old world. Curiosity took the better of the witches as they dug through the temple to find the ancient seal. Using forbidden magic and the sacrifice of a dozen innocents, the blood they used bypassed the ancient seal, releasing a monster of the old world. This monster took the form of a human and immediately slew everyone there before running off. Before Naruto or Miyako could stop the monster, Shinigami sent Azura to stop it. However, when Azura met the monster befriended Azura. Azura hid the monster away from the eyes of Shinigami and listened to the monster as it whispered silky smooth lies to him, feeding on his initial paranoia and leading to his madness. When Azura had become a Kishin, the monster stood by Azura's side and kept the Shinigami busy as Azura killed and devoured 3 of his former comrades. However, Naruto and Miyako arrived and took on the monster, defeating it. However, they could not defeat the monster and sealed it in the same chamber of Azura. It was because of this monster that Naruto had came back to Shibuya. The Shinigami felt the seal wavering. It could not be released once again. Naruto pulled open the doors of Azura's chamber and walked inside. The entire place was covered red with pillars enforced with ceiling tags surrounding the place. Shadows covered the area, and as Naruto walked further, he could feel the madness trying to seep into his very mind. Naruto grunted and pulled up the strip of cloth covering his eye. A burst of chakra blasted away the madness, and he continued on his way, closer to Azura. Several minutes later, he was in front of the sack that sealed Azura. Naruto glared at the sack as flashbacks of that fateful day came back to him. So much death. So much blood. So much chaos. He shook his head and continued past the sack to the large warped pillar that stood behind the sack. He made several hand seals before placing his palm on the pillar. The pillar opened to reveal another set of stairs going deeper, under Azura's chamber. Naruto descended down the staircase as it led to a lead door covered in seals. Naruto pulled open the 2 doors and walked inside a large chamber. The chamber was completely spherical with a pillar in the middle. Around the pillar was a green energy shield that sealed the monster inside, supported by a multitude of self-charging seals that prevented the monster's influence from reaching the outside world. Within the seal, a person was shackled to the ground by a large crystal encasing its body. Glowing red chains going from 4 directions were anchored to a statue of a dragon, turtle, tiger, and phoenix. Around the outside green energy shield were 5 dragons constantly moving, each one a different element. Naruto made a hand seal and created a chakra platform for him to stand on. He maneuvered the platform towards the energy shield and peered inside. The monster twitched before slowly raising its head to stare at Naruto. Naruto's face expressed no emotion while the monster's face split into a wild, manic smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun. How has the last 1,000 years been treating you?" Naruto gritted his teeth as he stared into the face of the monster that had been responsible for his best friend's death, the destruction of his first wife and family, the killer and betrayer of all of their former comrades. It was this monster that killed his surrogate mother, as well as everyone in Konoha. It was this same monster that took his worst enemy's eyes from his corpse and combined them to create a bastardized version of the Jubi's eye. It was this monster that used the eye's power to create an eternal genjutsu that rewrote the world in what is deemed fit, killing everyone that Naruto had ever loved. Naruto gritted his teeth as he resisted the temptation of releasing all of the seals just so that he could rip the monster's face and tear it into pieces. Even after 1,000 years, Naruto could feel the anger and hate that he buried deep in his heart rise up again, screaming at him to abandon all of his morals and just kill the monster and put an end to it. Naruto swallowed hard and shoved back those feelings, knowing that the monster was a former shadow of itself, and soon those seals would eat away the very existence of the monster, not even leaving a molecule behind. It was during these final 100 years that the crucial part of the seal must hold as it begins to destroy the monster's very soul, finally killing it. Naruto swallowed hard and glared at the monster. The monster laughed wickedly as it stared back, one eye completely gouged out while the other eye shone with evil glee. Hello, Sakura. Chapter 4. Several days after Naruto's training sessions, Kid and Black Star were back to normal. However, both of them still had scars of their recent training with Naruto, as Kid would flinch severely when he saw the number 4 while Black Star would shiver whenever he saw Naruto. Even with their new quirks, the training of Naruto had done its work, as Kid was no longer so easily distracted in fights, while the insane training Black Star had undergone had improved his combat abilities nearly twofold and had faster reflexes than anyone in the class. The effects of the training between Soul and Maka wasn't so pronounced, but almost everyone could sense it. The pair's wavelengths have almost synchronized, and with this synchronization came an exponential increase in their power as well as the sensitivity of Maka's already powerful soul perception. Yet, while the increase of power and perception was prominent, nearly everyone noticed closeness between the two and the small acts of affection between the two, despite Soul's and Maka's attempts of hiding it. Holding hands, small notes, and knowing glances were passed, much to Miyako's delight. More than once, Miyako had to suppress a squeal of delight when she spotted the young couple. It was so cute how they tried to hide when it was obvious to all except, ironically, Spirit. And class, I hope you remember that tomorrow is the big final. Don't forget that the test includes practicals as well. If you have any concerns, please come to me or Naruto after class, Miyako said. Good luck, students. Remember to get a good night's sleep. Out in the hallway, Stein turned a corner to see Spirit posing and moving his arms as if he was pushing something while making odd noises with his mouth. Shakakakakabubub dash. What are you doing, senpai? Stein asked. Spirit looked up surprised. Oh, Stein. I'm just sending good luck aura to Maka so she'll do well on her test tomorrow. Carry on. Yosh! Huhu! Maka! Stein walked several steps forward but stopped when he heard strange sounds coming from the corner. Stein raised an eyebrow and turned the corner to see shirtless Naruto wearing a grass skirt in a horse stance while holding an lit incense stick in one hand and waving an ostrich feather in the other. His torso was covered with odd symbols painted on his skin in mud and was also emitting strange words from his mouth. Stein paused before stepping forward. What are you doing, Naruto-san? Naruto turned up to look at Stein in obvious disbelief. Can't you see, Stein? I'm sending out bad luck aura to Spirit so that his aura won't be able to influence Maka. It wouldn't be fair for one student to have an unfair advantage. Stein opened and closed his mouth several times before nodding. Of course, we want every student to have a fair opportunity, Stein said. Carry on. OSU! Habakakakakakaka! Watcha! Stein walked away from Naruto, shaking his head. And they call me insane. So Maka, does Soul continuing having those strange dreams of his? Maka nodded. Hi, Medusa-sensei. He's bit losing sleep over it, and I've woken up several times to see him sitting in a chair beside my bedside. Maka replied. Is there anything you can do about it? Medusa smiled at Maka and nodded. Yes, there is, Maka-chan. I've developed some sleeping pills that contain some unusual herbs. This will probably help him. She pulled out a bag of pills and handed them to Maka. Make sure he takes 2 of these every day. Hopefully it'll soothe his nightmares. Maka smiled. Thank you, Medusa-sensei. She took the bag of pills and exited the infirmary. Medusa chuckled inwardly at the unwitting girl as she happily ran down the hallway. Those pills were custom-made so as to accelerate the advancement of the black blood that was injected into your partner. I could feel it begin to resonate in you as well, little girl, Medusa thought. She stood up from her desk and began to search the student files. However, her eyes widened when she couldn't find Maka's file. Looking for this? Medusa turned around to see Stein holding the file. He casually dropped in on her desk. Oh, Stein! I didn't see you there. You shouldn't sneak up on people, Medusa said in false surprise. Stein grinned and sat in the office chair. Sorry. Maka Alburn and Soul Evans. Are they really that interesting? Stein asked. Not really, but they are my students. It is my duty as a school nurse. Stein shrugged and pulled out a prescription slip. What's this? I took this from Maka. I don't recognize this drug. Does this man know? Medusa wondered before turning to Stein with a false smile. It's an herbal remedy I picked up. It's to relieve anxiety by releasing a chemical compound in the blood similar to endorphin, Medusa answered. Stein grinned. Oh? Curious. Is it strange that a nurse like me would be fascinated with herbal remedies? I wanted to help my students, and when Maka came to me asking if she could help Soul, I couldn't resist, Medusa said. There's nothing wrong with that. It's quite cute actually, Stein said. But is it because you're a school nurse or something else? Like what? I'm not sure. A witch? Stein replied carelessly. Medusa froze and bowed her head. Stein could see the telltale signs of surprise, shock, and fear in Medusa's body. A slight ripple in the air filled the infirmary, and through the reflection of the glass cabinet, he could see that her eyes narrowed into slits. After a long moment, she turned away from Stein. Mao! How rude! I should sue for sexually harassment. Nah ha ha ha. If you should sue anyone, it should be Spirit Senpai. Ja-ne. Stein laughed, and pushed himself with the chair. However, the chair slipped, and he crashed to the ground with the chair landing on top of him. That chair belongs to the infirmary, Medusa thought as a sweat drop appeared behind her head. Later, Stein rolled through the abandoned hallways on his office chair. He stopped in an intersection where 4 corridors met. Waiting for him were Sid, Spirit, Naruto, and Miyako. Sid glanced at Stein. So is it true? Sid asked. Stein nodded. It's her. She's a witch. It was just a moment, but I felt the bloodlust from her. Spirit whispered. Did you check her house? I did, but I did not find anything, Sid said. Naruto frowned. If I'd have killed her back in Italy, none of this would happen. Naruto grunted. This time I'll skin that snake and give it to Gamakichi as a scarf. Not yet, we need proof before we do anything rash, Miyako whispered. Stein nodded. Sid, we need proof. Check her house again. Sid nodded. We caught sight of the snake's tail. It won't be long until we catch the snake. That evening all the students were studying for the big test in their own unique manner. Most of the students were worried as many of the lectures that Miyako had taught were concepts that were normally taught to 2-star meisters. In Maka's and Soul's apartment, the two of them were in the kitchen studying together. Maka hid a giggle as she saw Soul sticking his tongue out the side of his mouth as he tried to understand another difficult concept in the Maka's notes. Here, Soul. Let me help. Maka stood up and sat by Soul as she explained the lecture to him. Soul nodded gratefully at Maka and started on making flashcards for himself. Maka gently corrected some of his flashcards and helped him by reviewing her notes. All the while they were studying, Maka hadn't moved an inch away from Soul's side. At the doorway, Blair struggled to remain quiet at how adorable the scene was. It was so sweet and innocent that she pulled out a camera and quickly took several pictures of it. Oh, I can't wait to show Spirit-san. Outside Maka's apartment, inhabitants nearby the pair's apartment stared as 2 grown men were having a battle of auras. Spirit was chanting in front of a small campfire, waving a brush made of good luck talismans while bowing to a small effigy of Maka. 30 feet in front of him, Naruto was dancing around, dressed in tribal outfit, banging on a drum and wailing while shaking a stick covered with rattles. With Black Star and Tsubaki, Tsubaki sighed as she slipped into the bath for a long-deserved soak. She had been trying to get Black Star to study. However, he wouldn't sit still long enough to even understand the book. It took all of her patience, and she finally had enough of Black Star's antics. She tied him up with rope and threatened to have Naruto-sensei tutor him if he wouldn't start studying seriously. The mere mention of Naruto tutoring him was enough to have him start studying frantically, if only to avoid having Naruto tutor him. He still had nightmares from the last time Naruto trained him. Unfortunately for Tsubaki, Black Star wasn't so easily cowed. After 10 minutes of studying, his mind began to slip and he came up with what seemed to be an excellent idea. Black Star grinned as he slipped through the ropes and quickly jumped out the window. He bounded through the windows and to the house that Shinigami-san had given to Naruto and Miyako. It was an ordinary house aside from the fact it was painted bright orange. Black Star sighed in relief when he spotted Miyako in the kitchen and slipped into the bedroom window. He began to search the bedroom for the answers to the test tomorrow. He scrabbled under the bed where he found multiple packets of instant ramen hidden. Black Star checked the cabinet near the side of the bed and found it to be stocked with packs and packs of instant ramen. Black Star's sweat dropped as every drawer of nook he checked, it was filled with ramen. Finally he checked a large, elaborate dresser on the far side of the bedroom. He pulled out one drawer and found it to be full of some strange clothing. He pulled it out and held it to the light to see it was a pair of very lacy panties. Naruto-kun, are you finally home? The door opened and Black Star froze in surprise as Miyako walked in. She looked at Black Star in surprise. Era? What are you doing here, Black Star? Miyako asked. However, her eyes widened when she saw Black Star's hands holding up a pair of panties. Her expression froze a second before she smiled widely and narrowed her eyes, so much so that they appeared to be slits. A menacing black aura seemed to appear behind Miyako as she slowly walked towards Black Star, cracking her knuckles. Black Star, let me show you why it's wrong to be stealing a woman's panties. A moment later, everyone in Death City froze and shivered as a loud, pain-filled shriek echoed into the quiet night. In another part of town, Kid, Patty and Liz were studying in their own unique way. However, they soon got distracted from their studies as they had never needed to study before. It seemed pointless to them and they wasted the night either sleeping, makeovers, or obsessing over symmetry. Morning came soon after and the students entered the classroom, with mixed feelings. Some were excited about the test, others were anxious, a few were dreading it, and the rest simply did not care. They sat in their seats and the first thing they saw was Black Star nailed to the wall by several kunai, battered, bruised, and bloodied. He had an expression of pure, unadulterated terror frozen across his face. Tsubaki gasped and ran up to Black Star. However, a kunai stopped her in her tracks. "Don't, Tsubaki-chan. I found him last night searching through my underwear drawer. Little pervert." Tsubaki saw Miyako standing at the doorway with a stack of papers in hand. She had an uncharacteristically grumpy look as she pulled out the kunais that were holding Black Star up. Black Star scrambled to his feet and jumped in the arms of Tsubaki. It was apparent though that Tsubaki was irritated at the young man and began to pull the young man to his desk, lecturing him all the way. A few of the students giggled at the way Tsubaki was treating Black Star, like a naughty little brother and his older sister. Miyako smiled, pleased to see that Tsubaki was finally taking charge of her excitable Meister. The door slammed open as Naruto walked in with an undeniably angry look on his face. He scanned the students, all of them flinching, and stopped when he saw Black Star. Black Star squeaked in fright when Naruto pointed a finger at him. You displayed all of my hidden ramen stashes. It's because of you that Miyako burned them all before I could stop her. So help me Kami, before the year's over I will make you feel the pain of the ultimate forbidden combat technique that makes even monsters scream in terror at the sheer horribleness of it," Naruto proclaimed. Everyone shot a glance at Black Star who was nearly catatonic in fright. This time he jumped in the arms of Tsubaki who held him in her arms, comforting the young boy. As she held Black Star, she shot an angry look at Naruto. For the first time, the class saw Naruto shiver in fright as he saw an ominous black cloud rise behind Tsubaki. "Naruto-sensei, would you stop tormenting my classmates? They have enough trouble as it is," Tsubaki said in a light tone. Behind her, the ominous cloud seemed to materialize into the face of a snarling black bear. Naruto shivered and unconsciously backed up against the blackboard. Sure. Tsubaki-chan. In fact, why don't you calm down Black Star outside of class? I'll let you take the test later," Naruto stammered as he opened the door. Tsubaki gave Naruto a small smile. "Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Come on, Black Star. Why don't we get some tea and cookies?" The class watched in amazement as Tsubaki led Black Star out of the class. When she passed by Naruto, she gave him a look that made Naruto squeak and jump backwards before exiting the class. Naruto sighed in relief and turned to Miyako, who was trying to stifle her laughter. "What did you teach her?" Naruto asked. Miyako smiled in an eerie manner. "A little of this. A little of that. Yada yada yada." Miyako turned to the class and clapped her hands to snap them out of their stupor. "All right, class. It's time to take your test. You have 1 hour to complete this. Once the paper test is finished, we will go outside for the practicals. Remember not to rush, and if I catch you cheating you will be sent out the classroom, have remedial lessons with my husband before retaking the test at my choosing. Is that understood?" "Hi." Miyako quickly passed out the test and she went back to her desk. She pulled out a time and set it for 1 hour. She pulled out a book and began reading while Naruto pulled out an MP3 and started listening to it. The test period was rather mundane as most of the students simply took the test. However, Naruto grinned as he examined the antics of Kid, Liz, and Patty. Patty was merrily drawing with crayons while Liz was transfixed at the one strand of hair growing from the bald student in front of her. Kid's OCD was flaring up as he wrote and rewrote the K in his name. He began to weep and he accidentally rubbed the eraser against the page so hard that the paper ripped. He screeched in terror, bled a bit, and fainted out of his seat. Naruto palmed his face and sighed. "I thought we got rid of that. Well, back to the drawing board." Nearby, Soul scratched his head as he went over a particularly tricky problem. He stuffed his hand in his pocket and felt a note in his pocket. He pulled the note out and unfolded it. A small amulet came out of the note. Soul glanced at the amulet before looking at the note. "Soul, good luck on the test. I know you'll do well. Trust in yourself. Love, Maka." Soul grinned widely and glanced at the test question again before answering it. "Thanks, Maka." As the last minutes of the test passed, students quickly filled in the blanks, put the closing statements on their essays, and turned them over just before the bell rang. "Brrrring! Victory!" Liz screamed as she plucked the offending hair from Oxford's head. "Victory!" Patty screamed as she broke the neck of the paper giraffe. Hours later, The students glanced at the results posted on the door. Maka nervously turned around before she saw Sol standing beside her. Sol gave her a reassuring smile and gently turned her around. She closed her eyes for a long moment before she scanned the names. At the top of the list was her name, showing that she had a perfect score. Maka smiled in happiness. She was one step closer to becoming a great Meister just like her mother. Sol chuckled and laid a hand on Maka's shoulder. "Why we get some cake in celebration?" "My treat," Sol said. Maka smiled happily and grabbed Sol's hand. Sol grunted as he was tugged behind Maka. "Hurry, Sol! I don't want them to run out of vanilla cream!" As Miyako stored the test in the desk, she noticed her husband was unusually silent. She looked around and saw him sitting on the windowsill of an open window, one leg dangling out the window. On his face was an uncharacteristically serious expression as he stared out in the open. Miyako frowned and she approached her husband. She pulled out a chair and waited until Naruto was ready to speak. Years of being together taught her that Naruto would speak when he was ready to. She trusted him and she knew that Miyako trusted him without question. "I went down to see Sakura last night." Miyako's eyes opened in surprise. "Why? Is the seal breaking?" Naruto shook his head. "It's working as well as it did 800 years ago. Even if she was going to escape, she would never reach her full power again." Miyako sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Just in case, I placed another seal around it." "Which one?" "The 12 zodiac seal embedded with 6 directions seal." "That's overkill, Naruto-kun." "I know, but I don't want her to ever escape. She needs to die." Miyako frowned at the utmost seriousness in her husband's voice. "You never did tell me how Sakura became this way. I remember her fighting alongside you as you destroyed Madara and later Sasuke. What happened?" Naruto sighed. "I don't want to talk about it. The Sakura I knew died the day I killed Sasuke." Miyako stood to her feet and glared at Naruto. "Not once since the 1,000 years that we've been together roaming this earth have I questioned what happened. 800 years ago, she broke out and caused the birth of the first Kishin with Azura. Tell me, Naruto, why don't you trust me?" Naruto stared at Miyako's face with a frozen expression. To her surprise, a tear appeared from the corner of Naruto's eye and fell. "If I tell you, I remember all the horrors Sakura committed, and all the pain come back. I don't want to feel that." Miyako smiled as she took Naruto's hands in her hands. "Let it out, Naruto. I want to help you, Naruto-kun. I can't do that if you're hiding this away from me." Naruto sighed and took a deep breath, steadying himself. Miyako waited until he was ready. "As I said before, the day I killed Sasuke was the day Sakura, my friend, died. It was the day that Sakura, the monster, was born." Chapter 5. "The day I killed Sasuke was the day Sakura, my friend, died. Sakura the monster was born that very moment," Naruto whispered. His head sagged as his mind went back to that awful day. Flashback. "And so it came to pass that the heirs of the 2 sons of Rikudo Sannin will clash again," Naruto muttered. The war against the Akatsuki was finally beginning to end. All the major players of the Akatsuki were wiped out by the joint efforts of all the 5 villages. Kisame was finally killed by Kurabi after he diced the shark Nin into small pieces with his swords and chopping him down with Samehada. Zetsu was taken down by the Mizukage, Raikage, and Chuchikage when they literally turned the man into pieces of dust and melted into nothingness. The armies of the combined nations managed to destroy every Zetsu clone while Kabuto was finally taken down by Kakashi and Guy. Sadly, both Jounins died soon after as Kakashi was completely drained of all of his chakra and Guy had released all 8 gates in order to defeat the man. Once Kabuto was killed, all the reanimated corpses were finally put to rest as the controller of the Jutsu was killed. Team Taka was quickly captured and imprisoned in Kiri's prison cells before quickly executed. Madara was the next to last to die. Naruto had finally unlocked the intricacies of the seal on his stomach, unleashing all the power of the Kyuubi. Together with Gaara and Kurabi, the 3 of them blinded Madara's eyes. Without his eyes, Madara was vulnerable and Naruto dealt the killing blow. However, with his final breath, Madara unleashed one last trump card. This trump card drained the natural chakra around the area and used it to create a vast explosion. Naruto was prepared to die, but Gaara knocked Naruto out of the way and took the blast. As Gaara breathed his last breaths, he thanked Naruto and made Naruto promise that he would take care of Matsuri and his unborn daughter, Kikyo. Naruto nodded and gently closed the eyes of his brother. Naruto sighed as he fingered his necklace. Back in Konoha, his dream was now in sight. With Madara dead and only Sasuke left, Tsunade decided to step down and appoint her successor. It was no surprise as Naruto walked out with the Hokage's hat sitting proudly on his head. Naruto chuckled as he looked up to the sky. His dream had finally been realized, and the only thing left in the world was standing in front of him. Are you finally done, Dobe? Sasuke snarled. Dobe? I'm not the Dobe anymore, Naruto said. I'm the Rokudaime Hokage, Sasuke. Hokage, huh? Well, it'll be all the sweeter when I destroy that pathetic village. If it wasn't for that village, the Uchiha clan would still be around. The Uchihas were a clan of traitorous, backstabbing bastards with a few exceptions. Itachi, your brother, wished for you to follow a different path, Naruto said calmly. It's a shame you didn't to him. Never speak that name in front of me, Sasuke roared. Naruto ignored Sasuke and teleported next to Sasuke. He laid a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and stood beside him. Stop this madness, Sasuke. Come back to the village. Please, Naruto whispered. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he glared at Naruto. You know I can never do that, Naruto. Then you know I'll stop you. You can try. Naruto teleported back away from Sasuke and pulled out glass blade made from Gaara's sand. Across from him Sasuke pulled out his blade. Their blades glowed as lightning and wind chakra flowed through the blades as both shinobis waited for the first move. A small breeze whipped around and a leaf flew in between the two ninjas. Clang! The two blades clashed, sending two shockwaves. Naruto kicked Sasuke back and slashed at him with his blade. Sasuke dodged but couldn't dodge the latent wind blade flying at him. The blade nicked his shoulder, sending blood out. Sasuke ignored the pain and made several hand seals at Naruto. Katon, Great Fireball! Suiton, Water Fong! The two jutsu blasted against each other and created a small cloud of mist. Naruto created two shadow clones and sent them at Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and after a few moments, quickly dispelled one and stabbed the other one. The clone smirked at Sasuke. Grand Clone Explosion! The explosion knocked Sasuke away, sending him flying away. He searched frantically to find where Naruto was. Futon, Storm Cloud Blast! Naruto launched a huge gray blast at Sasuke. Sasuke hurried, went through several seals and inhaled deeply. Katon, Great Dragon Fire! A dragon-shaped fireball crashed straight into the wind blast, creating another huge explosion. Sasuke smirked as he made another series of hand seals, waiting for Naruto to come charging in. To Sasuke's delight, Naruto came charging, holding a Rasengan in his hand. Raitun, White Lightning Spear! From Sasuke's hand a beam of lightning streaked towards Naruto. Naruto used his Rasengan to deflect the jutsu and continued to charge towards Sasuke. Naruto grinned as he thrust his hand at Sasuke. Amaterasu! Naruto exploded in black flames and dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Behind Sasuke a howling sound was heard. Sasuke turned to see Naruto holding a glowing orb with four blades swirling around it. Futon Rasengan! Susanoo! The glowing orb crashed against the spectral form of the ghostly warrior. Sasuke grunted as a spasm of pain pulsed in the strain of holding firm against Naruto's jutsu. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as he felt the backlash of his jutsu start to tear at his skin. The two jutsus strained against each other, either one giving an inch. It was a deathly stalemate until the strain of the two jutsus was too much, and exploded. Naruto and Sasuke were sent flying apart and crashed down into the forest floor, snapping branches and breaking bones. They crashed into the unforgiving ground at the same time. Neither one moved as the backlash of chakra was too much for them. However, Naruto's regeneration began to kick in while Sasuke unlocked the first stage of his curse seal, sending the accursed chakra running through his body. Both of them began to slowly stand up as their wounds were being healed. Naruto frowned slightly as he looked into the eyes of his friend. No longer was there a shred of regret or any emotion. All that Naruto could see was wrath, vengeance, and anger. Sasuke clung to these hateful emotions like a drowning man, immersing himself into his rage. There was so much hate that Sasuke's curse seal advanced into its second stage. His skin began to turn purple, bat-like wings erupted from his back, and a four-pointed star appeared in the front of his face. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Naruto sat down and closed his eyes. For Naruto, time seemed to stop as he felt the soothing, almost motherly, aura of the land itself. He immersed himself in it, and began to channel mix it with his own chakra. As soon as his chakra and the land's chakra was synchronized, he added the Kyuubi's as well. The three chakra began to resonate and empower Naruto as he channeled more and more chakra through his body. He could feel the chakra almost bounce around him as he started to glow white as wisps of yellow, blue, and red chakra floated and spun around him. Naruto stood to his feet and clapped his hands together. A humongous burst of chakra erupted around him, sending ripples in the surrounding area. Sasuke stared at Naruto in envy and rage. How can that weakling still be as powerful as me? He has not suffered as much as I have. He does not deserve that power. It should be mine. Naruto stared as his friend's form began to change even more as he pulled on the seal. Sasuke's limbs grew longer, his chest began to bulge, for horns began to erupt from his head, forming a crown as his wings grew larger. A long snake appeared from his behind and stretched around, hissing at Naruto. Sasuke began to howl as the purplish chakra began to burn his skin while rejuvenating it as well. Naruto also noticed that everything around Sasuke began to die, and he could feel that Sasuke's cursed seal was draining the surrounding area of life itself. Kaya ha ha ha. Yes. This is power. Sasuke made several hand seals and inhaled. Katan, demonic inferno. A huge, fiery black bat screamed as it flew to Naruto. Naruto's arms began to glow as he wrote a kanji in the air. Fuin. The black bat stopped and began to warp as it was drained into the seal. Naruto made a shadow clone, and he and his shadow clone began to make hand seals at the same time. Futon, vacuum splitter. Suiton, raging current. The two jutsus combined, creating an intensely cold blizzard. Sasuke focused his chakra into his horns and a glowing orb began to spin between them. When the blizzard was inches away from him, Sasuke released the chakra. Zero! The red blast dispelled Naruto's attack, sending snow everywhere. Sasuke cackled as he channeled lightning chakra into his hands and charged at Naruto. Naruto pulled out his glass blade. He ducked Sasuke's swipes and stabbed deeply into his chest. Sasuke merely laughed harder as his snake tail bit into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto howled in pain as the venom began to burn his flesh. The snake shook Naruto before tossing him away. Naruto flew several times in the air before orientating himself to his feet. When he looked up, he saw Sasuke's clawed hand in front of his face. Naruto screamed as the claws raked his face, leaving huge gashes. Naruto ignored the pain and began to channel more chakra into his body. He made a hand seal and several shadow clones emerged. The shadow clones began to attack in unison, using their superior numbers to distract and attack Sasuke. Sasuke snarled, and one by one, he managed to dispel the clones. As he dealt with the last one, he heard a soft whistling and then a sudden pain in his chest. He looked down to see Naruto holding a blade to his heart. Naruto stared into Sasuke's eyes with a pitiful look as he made several one-handed seals. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I must do this. 4-dimension seal. The black chakra began to recede into Naruto's blade. Sasuke roared as he was forcibly transformed back into his human self as all traces of the accursed chakra was sealed into Naruto's blade. However, Naruto wasn't finished as he made a series of hand seals and placed his hands on his chest. Forbidden 8 pathways, 64 pathways of the kingdom, seal! Sasuke screamed even louder as he felt his chakra begin to drain from his body, one by one, leaving nothing running through his pathways. Sasuke stared as he felt all the rituals, experiments, and chakra enhancers he had made begin to backlash as his body no longer had chakra to feed them, withering him. He felt his skin sag, his muscles wither, as he succumbed to an advanced aging. His proud eyes began to dim as he felt himself falling into the void. Sasuke's voice rasped as he clung to Naruto. Naruto's eyes began to leak tears as he embraced his friend one last time before he met the great beyond. Kazan! Sasuke whispered. Naruto felt Sasuke's body stiffen before falling limp. Naruto looked down to see the withered form of Sasuke lying against him. However, he could not help but smile as he saw the Sasuke's face, finally free from his madness and hate. Naruto lifted the body of his friend and began his long trek back to Konoha. Sasuke may have been a murderer, a demon, and a traitor, but he was one friend that Naruto would never forget. 15 years later. Hokage-sama, did we really have to employ all the Anbu for this? Naruto glared and hissed at the Anbu. Silence! It is my duty as a father to watch my daughter's first date. I won't have my baby girl be treated anything less than a princess by some low-life player. Naruto hissed. But Kikyo-sama is being courted by your son, Yamato-sama. The Anbu replied. Don't you trust your son? They have been together since birth. So? That doesn't mean he won't be a pervert. I mean, I raised my son to be perfect gentleman, but that doesn't mean I don't recognize those dirty thoughts running through his head when he saw Kikyo's miniskirt. Who wouldn't have those thoughts seeing my cute little daughter's perfect legs, nice breasts, and jiggly butt? Hokage-sama, you are contradicting yourself. And also, to be frank, that was rather creepy, the Anbu said. All around them, the near 200 ANBUs on stakeout duty nodded in agreement. Their sweat dropped when they heard their leader's voice scream on the radio. So? It's my right as a father to be creepily contradictory. But you are only her uncle, Hokage-sama. Bianbu replied in a soothing tone. Don't take that tone with me? Do you know who I am? Yes, Hokage-sama. Of course we do, Bianbu said quickly, not wanting to listen to his leader's introduction. However, he was too late as Naruto produced several shadow clones which began to play kabuki music, while the original began to hop on one leg. I am the Hokage as well. Not only that, I am the person who makes crying babies stop in amazement, sexy women swoon as I walk past, writer of the new Ika series, and the best goddamn ninja on this planet. I am fucking Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the great toad sage. Believe it. Dad? Eroaji? Naruto looked down from the branch he was standing to see Kikyo and Yamato looking at him. All around them, there was a loud slap as every Anbu in the area palmed their faces at their leader's antics. Naruto jumped down and immediately began rolling on the ground, crying. Yuwa! Gaara! Your niece is so hurtful! Not even respecting her loving uncle who has spoiled her since she came out of your wife's slimy V-. Don't you even finish that statement, Yaroji! Kikyo screamed as she stomped on her uncle's body. The Hokage's shrieks of pain only set off another round of face bombs by the Anbu. Yamato's sweat dropped and gently pulled Kikyo away from his father before she beat him to death. Come now, Kikyo-chan, I'm sure Shikyu didn't mean it. You know how he is, Yamato said softly. Let go of me, Yamato-kun. I'll make sure Eroaji regrets it. Yamato sighed as he lifted Kikyo off of her feet. However, with her struggling, his hand slipped and he groped her breast. Kikyo froze in shock while Yamato turned deep red and set her down. He looked down and blushed bright red as he tapped his fingers together. I am as sorry, Kikyo-chan. It was Oenloa why a mistake. Yamato stuttered out. Kikyo only frowned slightly, but before she could say anything, Naruto pointed at his son dramatically. Ha! You see, Anbu! Arrest the molester! Did I not predict it? He cannot control his raging hormones. Kikyo glared at her uncle as not only was he accusing her boyfriend and his son of a ridiculous charge over a simple accident, but he unconsciously made a clone and said clone was writing furiously while giggling perversely. Kikyo snatched the notebook out of the clone's hands and began to reading it aloud. And as Gentle Dragon began to carry sweet, innocent flower away from the battlefield, his hands slowly snaked inside her kimono. She moaned as his fingers began to grope her womanly treasures, massaging them and pinching them. Kikyo read. She glared at her uncle who was scratching the back of his head with a sheepish glare. What kind of pervert are you? I'm no pervert, Naruto said indignantly. I'm a super pervert. Naruto cackled at his niece's astonished face and turned to his son. And you, mother, believe or not, was about as perverted as me. Even more so in some cases. Why, I remember one Halloween party she dash. Yamato couldn't take it any more and he fainted. Kikyo hurried to her boyfriend's side and cradled his head against her chest while glaring at her uncle. Could you please go away before I tell Auntie that you disturbed another of our dates? Naruto blanched and groveled at his niece's feet. Please don't tell Auntie. I'll treat you to 15 bowls at Ichiraku, Naruto pleaded. Not everyone is persuaded by ramen, Eroaji. But that was the best offer I could think of. Kikyo glared in exasperation at her uncle. Listen, Eroaji, Yamato-kun and I have been dating for 3 years and dash dot. 3 years? Yes, 3 years. This is the only time we've gone to Ichiraku for an official date. Anyway, he's the sweetest, kindest boy I've ever met, and if I want to continue dating him, you can't stop me. Naruto swelled to his full height and glared down at Kikyo. I forbid it as your uncle and my son's father. I won't allow incest. We're not even related. And if I want to tie Yamato naked and have my way with him on top of Ichiraku's countertop while feeding him ramen, you can't stop me, Kikyo screamed. Several things happened at once. The first was that Yamato, who had begun to wake up, immediately fell unconscious. Next was that Naruto froze but unconsciously created 2 shadow clones behind him. One began to scream at the top of his lungs in outrage while the other was giggling perversely as his hands flew across the notebook pages, frantically writing the kinky scene. However, before Naruto could react, a hawk appeared and landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto snapped out of his stupor and removed the scroll on the hawk's back. His eyes narrowed immediately and he turned to Kikyo. Take Yamato and yourself back home at once. A giant monster has just destroyed the daimyo's mansion and it's on its way here, Naruto said seriously. Hi Ajisen, Kikyo said. She picked Yamato up and carried him away. Naruto watched as his 2 children leave before making hand seal and disappeared in a swirl of smoke. He reappeared on the Konoha wall top. The shinobis immediately snapped to attention and saluted Naruto. Hokage-sama! Signaled the alarm. Alert all shinobis now! Hi! Within seconds the great drums around Konoha thundered as gongs rang, signaling all the shinobis that danger was coming. Immediately genins and chunins enacted the evacuation duties of the civilians while the jounins and higher appeared at the Hokage's tower, awaiting the Hokage. Even the Hokage's wife, Hinata Hyuga Namikaze, was waiting for him patiently. The room was filled with hushed whispers about the alarm, but all whisperings were silenced as soon as Naruto entered. He walked behind his desk and turned to face the jonins and special jonins in the room. I sounded the alarm because I have just received word that the Fire Daimyo's palace was destroyed by a large monster. This same monster has now turned its sights to Konoha and is now heading our way. Fortunately, the daimyo and his family escaped uninjured. However, we cannot underestimate this monster, as it could not be stopped by the daimyo's 12 elite guards or the monks in the Fire Temple. Only someone or something S rank or higher could achieve that, Naruto stated. I want the evacuation to be done as soon as possible. At first light, I will take 2/3 of the shinobis to head the monster off before it can reach Konoha. Hopefully we can stop it before it even sees a glimpse of Konoha. What happens if you can't, Hokage-sama? Kiba asked. Then I want the gates to be fortified and the surrounding areas to be laid with as many large-scale traps as possible. Understand? Hi. Do we know the nature of the beast? Shino asked. Naruto shook his head. No, we don't. However, I will assume the worst, and it is a tailed beast running amok. As you know from the battle with Madara, the statue holding the tailed beasts was shattered and the beast's chakra escaped. While the beasts have been accounted for, one may have escaped. Most likely the one from Kumagakure, Naruto replied. Konohamaru? Yes, Hokage-sama? You are in charge of Konoha whilst I am gone. If you do not hear word from us at sundown tomorrow, begin fortifying Konoha. Understand? Hi. Now get some rest. Tomorrow, we stop this monster. Naruto made a hand seal and vanished in a swirl of smoke. He reappeared in front of an orange house near the pristine Hyuga mansion. Naruto grinned as he remembered painting that house, and the sight of it constantly irked the clan head, Neji. Naruto opened the door and entered inside to see Hinata waiting for him. Hinata hugged Naruto tightly for several long moments. What's happening, Naruto? A monster is heading our way. Where are Kikyo and Yamato? In their rooms, Naruto-kun. Will we be fine? Of course, Hinata-chan. I'll never let you get hurt, Naruto whispered. I wish Sakura was here, Naruto said sadly. Hinata patted Naruto's back. She left seeing Sasuke's body. As far as I know, she's enjoying a peaceful life running an orphanage in Kiri, Hinata whispered. Don't worry, she can take care of herself. I know, Naruto whispered. I'm going to talk to the children. Hinata smiled and nodded. I'll be waiting for you, Naruto. Naruto nodded and headed towards Yamato's room. He opened the door and his mouth dropped when he saw Yamato and Kikyo making out. Not only that, but Yamato had his shirt off and struggling to remove Kikyo's bra. A soft click was heard as the clip was unsnapped and Kikyo's bra fell to the floor. Gaara! We are now united by blood! I'm so proud of my manly son! Taking the first step into manhood. Kanpai! Shishu! Yaro Ojai! Get the fuck out! How could this happen? Hokage-sama, help! Run! Help us! The next day, Naruto could only stare as he watched the brave men and women who were under him were being slaughtered. Facing him, his opponent was standing on top of a humongous demonic slug. Naruto could see his opponent's shoulders shake in laughter as Naruto watched helplessly his men scream from being melted alive from the acid. How does it feel to watch everything you love be destroyed in front of you? His opponent called. I'll kill you? Like you killed Sasuke-kun? Naruto paused. Who are you? The person shook in laughter at Naruto's question. You don't recognize me, Naruto? The figure threw off her cloak to reveal a man of long pink hair. Naruto's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the person standing in front of him. Sakura-chan? So you remember me after all these years, do you? Of course I do, you're one of my precious people. Sakura cackled. And would you hurt me? Like you did Sasuke-kun? I had to Sakura. He became mad with power. He would have killed everyone in Konoha if I hadn't, Naruto replied. Sakura glared. You promised me you would bring him back to me. And you broke it, Sakura screamed. He was my true love. I never loved you. All I saw you was a tool to get Sasuke-kun back. And you killed him, Now I'll kill you and everything you love. She made several seals and slammed her bleeding palms on the top of the slug's head. Summoning, slug! 3 slugs appeared beside Sakura. The slugs squirmed before vomiting out their contents. Naruto stared in horror as he recognized the sleeping forms of his wife, son, and niece. Wait! Too late! Sakura screamed in delight. 3 coffins appeared stood behind Hinata, Yamato, and Kikyo. Ninpu, impure resurrection! No! Naruto screamed in horror as 3 coffins surrounded Hinata, Yamato, and Kikyo. The coffins shuddered and shook before falling away to reveal 3 forms that Naruto immediately recognized. From the 3 coffins, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Tsunade appeared. All of them stared at Naruto with blank eyes. You bitch! What have you done? Naruto hissed, his body shaking in anger and grief. I'm going to make your life hell, Naruto-kun, but first ... Naruto felt a needle pierce his skin. He turned around to see Sakura injecting a large needle into his neck. He stared in shock and saw that the Sakura he had been talking to vanished in a swirl of smoke. Shadow clone! No wonder you use it, Sakura whispered. Naruto stumbled as he felt oddly drained. What did you do to me? The potion I injected into you is made with a concentrated essence of a bean called demon seed, the only poison in the world strong enough to resist yokai. I have mixed it with a solution that blocks your chakra from you while also paralyzing your limbs. Now watch as I destroy your precious village, Sakura whispered. Now Jiraiya, Sasuke, Tsunade, punish dear Naruto-kun. And Jiraiya made sure Naruto is unable to his chakra ever again. Tsunade and Sasuke charged at Naruto. Naruto fended them off as best as he could. However, without his chakra and his regeneration was busy repairing the damage done by the poison, he was a regular person. It wasn't long until Tsunade and Sasuke subdued him. As he was slugged by another punch, he noticed that Sasuke was blind in one eye. Still his focus was changed as Jiraiya approached him with a glowing hand. FUIN! 8 trigram seal! Naruto coughed blood as he felt all access of his chakra vanish as if there was a giant wall blocking his access. Bring him to me, Sakura ordered. Sasuke threw Naruto over his shoulder and jumped in the air. He landed lightly beside Sakura and threw Naruto at her feet. Sakura giggled as she knelt down to Naruto's height. How far has the mighty fallen? How does it feel to be a mortal of mighty Jinchuriki? How does it feel to be a simple human, oh mighty Hokage? Sakura simpered. She ground her foot against Naruto's cheek. I can't wait to reach Konoha. Tsunade, Jiraiya, get up here. Katsuya, move it, you lazy slug. Naruto stared in shock. This was Katsuya? What the hell did you do to her? Oh, feeling sorry for a slug now? How sweet, Sakura taunted. I made some modifications to her. Now she's my personal chakra storage, spits acid, and I can slip inside of her whenever I want. However, the modification made her lose her mind. Whatever suits me. You're a monster. Kaya ha ha ha. It's funny how I was the only normal one out of the 3 of us. Now look at me. I am more powerful than you or Sasuke. I will change this world to my own vision. Is that your plan? To change the world? Naruto asked. He laughed weakly at the absurd idea. That's impossible. Oh really? Sakura pulled away a lock of her hair to reveal an eye patch. She slowly raised it to reveal an eye that froze Naruto's blood. The eye that stared back was the Getsugan, eye of the Jubi. A combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. There were 9 tomos surrounding the pupil while a 6-pointed star formed the pupil. With this eye, I will activate the one jutsu that is all-powerful. The creation and destruction jutsu. One that is able to change the reality permanently. There is no such ninjutsu, Naruto whispered. Sakura smiled. Amenamina Kanushi is its name, and you will see its power. Even if you know how, the amount of chakra needed would be far beyond your reach. Really? Sakura whispered. She made several hand seals and slammed it on the slug. Behind Naruto, the back of the slug rippled before moving away to display the inside of the slug. You monstrous bitch, Naruto whispered. Inside were rows upon rows of sleeping children. Each one of them were connected to wires and tubes. The tubes glowed blue as they drained the chakra from the sleeping children. The chakra led to the wooden statue that imprisoned the bijus. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed 8 of the eyes were open. Magnificent, isn't it? As you already know, every human produces chakra. However, the amount of chakra used in a person's lifetime is enormous, even for the average person. This mechanism I have made drains that chakra for my own personal use. I now have even more chakra than the Bijus themselves. With this and all the Bijus I have enough power to be a goddess. And I shall use all of it to change the world to my vision," Sakura whispered. "Now sleep." A fist slammed into Naruto's face, causing him to black out. After a while, Naruto awoke to see himself tied up. He looked around to see Konoha in front of him. Naruto struggled furiously trying to escape his bonds. His struggles attracted the attention of Sakura. She turned and grinned at Naruto. "Witness my power! Naruto!" "Stop!" Sakura grinned. "I win." She clapped her hands and laid them on the slug. A humongous surge of chakra channeled from the imprisoned children into Sakura's eye. The tomos spun rapidly and an unearthly ghostly chakra began to surround Konoha. Before Naruto's eyes, Konoha began to flicker in and out of existence. However, a green chakra barrier erupted around Konoha and began to fight against Sakura's jutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes and saw that Konohamaru was on the wall top, glowing with chakra. Konohamaru roared as he struggled to keep the chakra barrier around Konoha. "I will die defending this village, as my ancestors have done before me," Konohamaru thought. "Naruto and I, watch me." Naruto began to shake violently. "Konohamaru." He closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. He faced the deathly visage of the Kyuubi without fear as he stepped towards the gate. "Oi fox, get your ass out here!" The Kyuubi rumbled as it stared at Naruto with baleful eyes. "What brat? What is it you want? I'll make you a deal. I free you. You save Konoha and kill that pink-haired bitch. Got it? Interesting. And if you die? I don't give a damn. Make sure you tear that bitch to pieces and leave Konoha alone. Do you understand, you fucking fox?" Naruto roared. The Kyuubi roared. "You have my word, boy. Now free me." Naruto smiled widely as he grabbed the seal. "Rip her to pieces and send her to hell." He tore off the seal. The effects were almost immediate. Sakura paused as she felt the presence of the Bijou. The Kyuubi's malevolent chakra erupted from Naruto's stomach and flew high into the air, rapidly gaining size until its full size had been reached. The Kyuubi howled to the moon as its freedom had finally been achieved. He stared down at Sakura and grinned evilly as he saw Naruto's form slump against the slug. "Well, bitch, it's time to die." "No, I will not die. You will obey me." Sakura stared into the eyes of the Kyuubi with her Getsugan, all the tomos spinning. However, she did not expect Naruto to appear in front of her. He used the last of his strength to pull out a kunai and gouged her eye out. "Fuck you, bitch! Greyall! Zihahaha! Boy! I will miss you!" The Kyuubi bellowed in laughter as it charged up a bijou ball with its tails. The massive sphere of energy soon reached critical mass, and the Kyuubi swallowed the ball. He then pointed his maw at Sakura and Naruto, who continued to stab the eye, despite his fading strength. From the Kyuubi's maw, a huge beam of enemy flew out and fired it at Sakura and Naruto. Sakura screamed as she was incinerated by the blast. Naruto, however, felt no pain as the blast hit him. Yet fate had other plans for him. The gouged-out eyeball glowed in the presence of the Bijou's chakra and attached itself to Naruto's eye. The eye glowed and Naruto faded out of existence. Sakura, however, was not so lucky, and the blast incinerated her. The Kyuubi chuckled as he examined his work. The only thing that remained of the giant slug was the accused statue that held his brethren. The Kyuubi smiled and stepped towards the statue. "Soon, my brothers and sisters," the Kyuubi whispered. "After I destroy that village. Are you going back on our deal, Kyuubi?" The Kyuubi turned to see Naruto standing before him, holding a scroll. "But how?" Naruto smiled and opened his left eye. "Punishment, Kyuubi! Fuin!" The Kyuubi roared as he felt himself sealed into the wooden statue. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the statue open its maw once the 9 eyes were opened. From the maw, a ghostly figure emerged. The figure pointed up at the moon and with a huge crack, a huge part of the moon shattered. Pieces flew everywhere, leaving a crescent moon. From the destruction, a pillar of light appeared and hit the figure. Naruto shielded his eyes and waited until the light faded to see a young, white-haired woman on the ground. Naruto approached the woman and knelt down beside her. She reached out and touched his seal. A spark appeared and the seal vanished. However, a kanji for moon appeared on his hand while the kanji for sun appeared on the young woman's hand. "What did you do? Why did I survive?" Naruto whispered to the woman. He looked back at the village to see that it was still standing. Yet across the village, shinobi's bodies lined the walls as they had sacrificed their lives along with Konohamaru to keep the barrier intact. Naruto knelt to the ground and began to cry as all the pain, the sadness, and grief caught up to him. End flashback. That's what happened on that day, Naruto whispered. I carried you away to the first boat away from the elemental countries. I couldn't stand living there anymore. He looked to see Miyako's eyes welling up in tears as she embraced Naruto. Naruto's body racked with grief as the memories of all of those that died caught up with him. All of his friends' children, and the shinobi that died under him. It was all too much. Miyako held Naruto as he continued to weep in the memories of his friends. Even after 1,000 years, the pain was still there. Chapter 6. Days later, Naruto and Miyako were in the death room sparring with Stein and Spirit. Off to the side, Shinigami was watching the fight carefully as he observed the two teams fight it out. It was still humbling to know that despite his all-powerful abilities as the Shinigami, Naruto still had the ability to fight on equal terms with him. It was even more unsettling to think that Naruto himself kept his true power sealed, as unleashing it would be disastrous since his wavelength unsealed was akin to that of a Kishin. Shinigami chuckled as Naruto knocked Stein away using a mere flick on the forehead, sending the Meister flying away. Sometimes the young needed to be reminded that the old were old because they survived much longer and tougher times. Then again, Spirit calling Naruto, "See now, geezer," was enough to make the immortal irate. Stein blinked as he rubbed his forehead. He still felt somewhat lightheaded at the blow he just received and was confused as all he saw was Naruto flicking him in the head. He heard chuckling and he saw Naruto smirking at him. Confused, Stein? Simply put, I just charged and compressed a good amount of my soul into my finger, releasing it all at the same time, Naruto explained. Now hurry up. Grandpappy's still got lessons for you young whippersnappers. Stein sighed and glared at Spirit. You just had to call him a senile geezer, did you, senpai? Spirit's torso and head grew out the shaft and pointed at Naruto. I had to. My honor dictated it. He just called you a shameless womanizer, which, to be frank, you are, as you spend too much time and money at that club, Stein replied. No wonder Maka hates you sometimes. Maka. Papa loves you and Mama. It's true. While Spirit was weeping, Stein was rapidly examining Naruto's strengths, weaknesses, habits, etc. in order to find a weakness. Naruto-sama and Miyako-sama are a powerful combination. Naruto has no identifiable combat form or sword style, yet swing Miyako's form as if it was an extension of himself. He has little or no blind spots, as Miyako-sama acts as another pair of eyes for him if I try to strike on his blind side. If I try to fight in a straight duel with him, Spirit Senpai takes the damage due to Miyako-sama's special ability. With his huge soul, Naruto has compressed it so it acts like an armored shroud around him, so that all of my soul-based attacks except my strongest one would backlash against me. The strongest ones that I have take time that I don't have to prepare. Suture lasts a mere second with that shroud around Naruto, which isn't long enough time, and the most I can barely touch him before he strikes me, whether using pure muscle or combined with his wavelength. I need a way to stop his movements, but how? Stein's eye flickered about until he spotted something. Stein charged at Naruto and swung Spirit at Naruto. Naruto held his sword to block while lowering his hand for a soul attack. However, before the two weapons could clash, Spirit stopped and pointed behind Naruto. Era? Shinigami-sama's eating ramen? Eh? Naruto turned to see Shinigami happily eating a bowl of ramen. He pointed at Shinigami while fountains of anime tears came out of his eyes. See, Miyako-chan. Even Shinigami eats ramen. Everyone enjoys ramen. I cut you off because you were eating too much ramen. As they were bickering, Stein charged as much of his soul into his palm and slammed it into Naruto's side. Before Naruto could react, Stein slammed his palm twice more in the same spot. Grand Soul Exorcism! With the speed of the technique, the attack was like one huge blast, 8 times the power of a normal soul force. Naruto spat blood as he felt the energy imparted by the attack pierce his shroud and damage his insides severely. Naruto knelt to the ground in pain while Stein raised Spirit high in the air for a finishing strike. However, he did not predict Miyako's torso and head to appear from the sword and block Spirit with her hand. The other one hand slammed into Stein's diaphragm. Soul Shockwave! Stein's eyes widened as a massive amount of energy was compressed and released within a span of a second, blasting away Stein and Spirit several yards away. Stein coughed and wheezed as he tried to regain his breath. Near him, Stein was writhing in pain from the last attack. Both of them were completely wiped out and down for the count. As he laid on the ground, Stein could not help but marvel at Miyako's skill. Soul Shockwave takes an enormous amount of power and control to use, as it takes a huge amount of energy via the soul and compresses it severely before releasing it. The result is a shockwave that emits an exponential amount of power to the energy used to create the attack. I've only been able to use it with 2 hands and it takes several seconds use. Miyako-sama was able to do it in a split second while also in her weapon form. Truly, Miyako-sama and Naruto-sama are the strongest team I've ever seen. You alright? Stein stared up to see Miyako holding a hand out to him. He nodded. I'll be fine, Miyako-sama. I just need some rest. How is Spirit-senpai? Miyako pointed. Stein looked over to see Naruto gloating over Spirit's body. Even though he was still injured, Spirit still had enough energy to tackle Naruto to the ground and wrestle the blonde Meister when Naruto taunted his manhood. Crazy geezer! Horn dog! Senile ancient relic! No-brain woman chaser! Immature gaki! Shameless lecher! Dumb blonde! Sugar daddy! Miyako sighed and whacked the two men on the head, sending both of them writhing in pain. Behave! Yes, Miyako-sama/Chan. Naruto and Spirit pouted, huffed, and looked away from each other. Miyako giggled at their antics and helped Stein to his feet. Stein gratefully leaned against Miyako. Thank you for the spar, Miyako-sama. Miyako waved it off. Just call me Miyako. I hate formalities. Hi. Behind them, Spirit and Naruto continued their sulking as the four of them walked back to where Shinigami was waiting. He clapped his hands to attract their attention. Excellent spar, all four of you. Stein, Spirit, you should be proud of your efforts. You lasted longer than any other Meister/weapon pair. Over an hour if I can recall. Excellent work. Shinigami praised. Stein and Spirit smiled in pride at the compliment. Anyway, I asked you to spar because my spies within the witches' ranks report of an escapee of the immortal werewolf clan from the Maba's personal prison. Shinigami called. Naruto's head jerked up. The werewolf clan? I thought they were hiding in the Rockies and the Ural Mountain Range. Naruto asked. Why would one be in the Witch Queen's prison? Because this werewolf managed to steal one of her eyes and implant it within himself. I assume you know whom I'm talking about. Naruto nodded. Ah, gotcha. Bobby Canis, the Fawn of Alaska if I remember. Trained by a shaman in the magical arts if I can recall. Cast out of the clan for using magic and sought sanctuary amongst the witches. Maba decided to hand him back to the werewolves in order to keep the peace. He tore out her eye and implanted it within himself during the struggle to apprehend him. Met him once. He's a damn good fighter when he wants to be. Likes movies too. That's the one, Shinigami said. I feel that this breakout was orchestrated by Medusa. Do you have any proof? Miyako asked. Just one. He was spotted in London and fought against Black Star, Tsubaki, Maka, and Soul. From the reports I received, he was a formidable enemy but was still suffering from rust in his time in prison as he accidentally froze himself, which allowed the four of them to escape. Naruto laughed. Sounds like him. As humorous as it may sound, I'm worried about this development. Medusa's a powerful witch, and with someone like this Bobby on their side, it's another hazard that we do not need, Stein said. Shinigami nodded. Exactly. So I would like Miyako and you to be extra wary, start the class on more advanced techniques and strategies. Hi. Spirit, Stein, get rested and start training. I feel that something will soon come again, Shinigami said seriously. Hi. TCH, more work. Now everyone is dismissed, Shinigami said merrily. He leaned back and somehow slipped on a banana peel that appeared out of nowhere. Naruto looked at Shinigami with a confused expression. How'd you trip when you have no feet? Maka sighed as she laid her head down on the desk. She was tired from the mission they had in London and finishing the homework assigned to them by Miyako. While it was a fascinating article along with multiple examples, it cut down on her rather limited amount of sleep. Add in the fact that Soul continued to have nightmares, and it led to one very short sleep. Beside her, Soul was the same as he had a harder time concentrating. His nightmares still plagued him to the point where he was apprehensive about falling asleep. Every now and then, he glanced at Maka nervously. The dreams he had now escalated into him devouring a screaming Maka. Soul sighed. After class he was going to Medusa-sensei for some sleeping pills. The rest of the class waited patiently for the teacher to arrive. They jumped when the doors slammed open and Naruto walked in. Greetings, my lovable students! Everyone outside now for practicals now! The students leaped to their feet and rushed out the door. They hurried outside to see Miyako waiting for them. Near her was a stack of logs, 10 feet long, with one end pointed. Immediately, many of the meisters started praying that the logs won't be thrown at them by Naruto for training. Naruto came out of the academy and stood by Miyako as she began to speak to her students. I hope everyone had a good night's sleep, for today we'll be hosting a mock battle. It will be a team versus Naruto and myself, and whoever lasts the longest will be given a free pass on 2 quizzes. However, the twist is that the fighting will take place on top of these posts. Balance is vital when fighting. In combat, the victor is decided often by the person who can stay on their feet the longest. So in these matches, the winner will be decided when the opponent cannot fight any longer or when someone touches the ground. Naruto, if you would please set the posts. Naruto nodded. He strode over to the stack of logs, sent them flying into the air in one huge stack. He vanished and reappeared beside the stack and began to throw them down on the ground with enough force to drive the logs 3 feet into the ground. The students scattered as Naruto fired log after log into the ground, sending up a huge dust cloud. When the dust settled, the class saw Naruto standing on a post, and around him was a large area of posts. Naruto lightly jumped across the area and hopped over to Miyako. Miyako nodded in approval and looked over to the crowd of students. Kirikou, Ox, Kim! You 3 are up first. Kirikou grinned and motioned to Pot of Fire and Pot of Thunder. They turned into twin gauntlets and wrapped themselves around Kiriku's hands. Harvar merely grunted as he changed into his spear form beside Ox. Kim sighed and muttered about not getting paid to do this. Jacqueline smiled at her partner's attitude before changing into her lamp form. All 3 of them leaped onto the posts and faced Naruto. Naruto chuckled at their expressions and held out a hand. Miyako glowed and leaped into the air. Naruto snatched her sword form out of the air and swung it several times before thrusting it into the air. There was audible shockwave and everyone stared as a vacuum of air flew into the sky, blasting apart a cloud. Naruto chuckled at the awestruck stares of his students and crouched low. His eyes bore into the 3 meisters like a wild animal. All 3 of them swallowed nervously but held their weapons at Naruto. Naruto smirked seeing that all of them kept their weapons steady. Excellent. Fear is the greatest weapon a person can master, Naruto said softly. Kim pointed her lamp at Naruto and yanked her chain. The lid of the lamp popped open and a huge blast of fire came out. Naruto smiled and raised his sword horizontally. As soon as the fireball made contact with the blade, it reversed directions and screamed straight at the 3 meisters. The 3 immediately jumped out of the way to avoid the huge blast. Kirikou looked around trying to locate his 2 teammates when he felt a presence near him. He lashed out with POF and felt his fist slam into something. However, a split second later, he felt a blow to his fist that spun him around in the air. He looked around to see Naruto grinning at him with his leg raised high. Good instincts but not good enough. Naruto's foot connected, sending Kirikou spiraling downwards. Kirikou quickly orientated himself and landed on 2 posts. He winced in pain as he felt his muscles strain severely from the impact. He heard a whistling sound above and saw Naruto falling down with his sword stabbed downwards. Kirikou quickly clapped his hands together and created a shockwave, sending Naruto flying away. Are you okay? Kirikou turned to see Ox looking at him concerned. Kirikou nodded. Give me a moment to let my legs rest. Ox nodded and raised his spear at Naruto, who was smirking at the 2. You may be our teacher, and while we may be mild-mannered students in school, in battle we are beasts. Ox stabbed in Naruto's direction, sending a bolt of lightning streaking at him. Naruto swatted the bolt away and vanished before Ox's eyes. You may be beasts, but beasts cannot compare to demons. Ox turned to see Naruto behind him. Ox quickly held his spear in a guard as Naruto struck the spear with the palm of his hand. Soul Crusher! Ox was sent flying away and he desperately reached out and grabbed the edge of a post. He winced from the strain and heard Harvar groan. Harvar, what's wrong? Naruto-sensei's attack was no ordinary strike. It felt like that attack crushed my chest. Harvar wheezed. Ox heard a pair of feet land near him, and he saw Naruto looking down at him with cold eyes. He laid the tip of his sword at Ox's throat, and leaned lightly so that the edge was close to biting against his skin. In the battlefield, a moment's rest can lead to death. Get up, Ox. Halloween heater! Naruto turned to see a gout of fire fly towards him. He jumped back in time for the blaze to just miss him. Ox looked up to see Kim holding out a hand for him. Ox took it gratefully, and Kim pulled him back on top of a post. Ox smiled gratefully at her. Thank you? Humph, make sure to pay me back later for helping you. Kirikou landed on the post beside Ox. Good, you're still in. How are we going to fight a guy like Naruto-sensei? Kirikou asked. Ox sighed and whirled Harvar's form before planting it in the post. We'll need to use chain resonance, Ox said. Kim looked at Ox in surprise. Don't you think that's going a little too far? It's a simple spar. Kirikou smirked. He already sees us as second seed Tamaka, Kid, and Black Star. I for one hate to be seen that way. I concur. Sigh, men. Fine then. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed a white sphere surrounded the 3 meisters. He, along with every student, could feel the rise in power as their wavelengths synchronized and amplified their power. He chuckled and clapped his hands slowly. "Excellent, a successful chain resonance so young," Naruto said slowly. He grinned at the three with a feral smile, unconsciously giving off an excited growl at the chance for a challenge. "Come on now, show me what you got!" The Ox and Kirikou charged at Naruto while Kim flew above them. She launched a blast of fire that Naruto sliced away using his sword. Yet that was the opening Ox and Kirikou needed. Ox stabbed while Kirikou punched Naruto using pot, sending an enormous electrical charge. Lightning flash! Ox passed on while Kirikou jumped high into the air, beside Kim. Kim and Kirikou pointed their weapons at Naruto's form, sending a pillar of fire down upon their teacher. Horrific heat hammer! The pillar of fire created an enormous explosion upon impact. However, the three were not finished as they grouped together for one last attack. Ox, Ford, and Pot created a crackling orb of lightning while Kim and POF created a glowing orb of fire. Once they were of sufficient size, Kirikou crushed them together and compressed the two orbs before releasing it at Naruto's direction, sending a spiraling pillar of fire and lightning at their sensei. Volcanic crasher! An enormous explosion was created on impact, sending up a huge mushroom cloud. Everyone waited in silence, wondering if the attacks connected. Kirikou, Ox, and Kim panted, hoping that the combined attacks wiped out their teacher. It was their strongest attack and also their most draining one. The amount of power used in this attack used so much power that they were struggling to stand. The whole area was silent except for the ragged breathing of the three Meisters. Soon the smoke cleared to reveal Naruto standing there unharmed. His expression was unreadable as he pulled Miyako off from the post he was standing at. Ox, Kirikou, and Kim were flabbergasted as Naruto seemed to be completely untouched with not even a single strand of hair singed. They wearily pulled up their weapons and waited as Naruto came close to them. When he was 5 feet away, Naruto's face broke out into a small smile, and he began to clap his hands. Kim, Kirikou, and Ox stared at the teacher in surprise. Their weapons changed back into their human forms and also stared in confusion. "Well done, you three. I think we'll call this a draw as you are clearly out of breath and I won't fight you anymore," Naruto said. He smiled widely at the three Meisters and knelt down on the post. "Courage is not the absence of fear but the willingness to defy the odds when it matters. And this world is ruled by laws. Those who break the laws are scum, but those who betray their teammates are worse than scum. Those are the two proverbs I live by, and you three have shown me that you possess these two qualities." Naruto chuckled as he patted the heads of Pot and POF before giving both children a piece of candy. The two small children squealed in delight at the treat. Naruto gave them a small smile before looking back at the teens. "You are dismissed for the day if you like, but I'd like to see all of you after class tomorrow to discuss training," Naruto ordered. He chuckled and gave them an evil smile. "After all, you just proved you have the strength to handle my training. I now have 3 more toys to torture." Naruto cackled in glee as he jumped off the posts and stared at the group of students. "Who's next? Come on, don't be shy." Maka looked at their sensei in horror at the fact he was unscathed from the huge attacks made by Kirikou, Ox, and Kim. "The man's a monster." Soul chuckled grimly. "Nope, merely insane." Truer words were never spoken as Naruto began to cackle wildly, scaring every student in his class. "Come all, cause Naruto Namikaze has a gift for all. A kin of old school woo-pass that comes to pass." Hours later, Soul panted as he helped Maka into their flat. It seemed that after fighting Ox, Kirikou, and Kim, Naruto decided to push all the times harder during the fight in order to get the most out of the fight. Soul felt sorry as a couple of the teams were sent directly to the infirmary due to Naruto unable to hold back his enthusiasm and literally pummel one student 6 feet under into the ground. It was only through luck and fast reflexes that Maka, Black Star, and Kid were able to come out of the fight with several minor wounds. Soul shuddered as he remembered Naruto slapping Black Star with the flat of his sword hard, leaving a large welt on Black Star's chest. Or the flick of death he used against Kid, sending the young student high into the air before crashing down 2 minutes later. The impromptu flight made Liz hug the post and kissed it, grateful that they had landed back in Shibuzen. Maka held her own pretty well as in a fit of desperation hit Naruto with an imperfect version of Soul Force, sending Naruto stumbling. However, that was the best hit they were able to get, and it only seemed to encourage Naruto to fight even harder. Not even a combination attack of Witch Hunt, Big Star Wave, and Death Cannon was able to keep Naruto down. He continued on, laughing his injuries off like an insane juggernaut. It made Soul stop to think how powerful Lord Death was if he's able to fight Naruto on an equal footing. Soul placed Maka on the couch before slumping down on the couch himself. Maka wobbled for a bit before falling against Soul's chest, wrapping her arms around him. Soul blushed and considered unmoving her but was too tired to care. He merely shrugged and closed his eyes, grateful for some rest after an insane day. That evening, Blair walked in and was about to shout out her greeting when she saw Soul and Maka sleeping on the couch with a line of drool coming from Maka's mouth, staining Soul's shirt. Blair giggled at the sight before manipulating a blanket over them. She pulled out a camera and took a picture of the two sleeping. It was just too cute to miss. In the depths of Death City, a pair of footsteps echoed within the dark cold underbelly of the city. A white-haired woman gave a small ribbit as she carried a steel briefcase. She made her way through the labyrinth of pipes and to the meeting place where 4 people were waiting. One was the werewolf she freed, who the woman knew as Free. Across from him was their leader's child and experiment Krona and his demon weapon, Ragnarok. In between them, balancing on a vector arrow, was the infamous snake witch, Medusa. Medusa hissed in glee when she saw the briefcase. "Iruka, is it inside?" "Hi, Medusa-sama." "Gecko," Iruka said fearfully. She opened the case to reveal parts of a large syringe and a container full of a black liquid. Medusa hissed and nodded in approval. "Excellent, Iruka. Free, is your eye working?" Medusa asked. Free nodded. "I'm finally able to use it without any drawbacks. Good, we'll need it to prevent Shinigami from interfering in our plans. Tomorrow night, the Kishin shall rise again. Yo! Now's everything's picking up. Hope everyone enjoyed Super Bowl Sunday. As always, please review. As a bonus, here's an omake. Dear God, why?" Naruto and Spirit glared at each other as they completed the last level of Halo Reach. When the scores were tallied, Spirit had won by a narrow margin. Before Spirit could gloat, Naruto sighed and turned to Spirit with a tired look. "All right, Spirit, this rivalries have gone long enough," Naruto said. "What's the score now?" 147 to 147, Spirit said proudly. Then he drooped in sadness as he realized Naruto's point. "I see your point, but we can't just quit. We must end our rivalry with one last competition." Naruto nodded. True. One that will show who is the manliest man between us. It has to be something that will test our strength and will," Spirit added. "We have to do it in public as well," Naruto mused. "So that there will be no room for cheating." "I concur." Naruto thought about it before brightening up. "I got it! Meet me in the cafeteria tomorrow. We'll settle this then." Spirit grinned and pumped his fist. "OSU! Be ready, Naruto, for you are going down. I'll make you eat those words, my worthy rival." The two clasped hands and shook it before parting ways. Both of them were eagerly awaiting the challenge. The next day, the two of them met in the cafeteria whilst the students along with many of the faculty were eating. Spirit and Naruto hurried through their lunch and traded glances at each other. Spirit began to stand, but Naruto shook his head. It was a few minutes after the lunch began before, to everyone's except Naruto's surprise, Shinigami appeared. "Ohio, students! Teachers! It's Shinigami-sama! Stand up!" "What are you doing here, sir?" Stein asked. Miyako nodded. "You never eat lunch here." Shinigami nodded. Hi, but Spirit-kun and Naruto-chan wanted me to help end their petty rivalry." "It's not petty! It's a noble competition between two men!" Naruto and Spirit roared. Miyako sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I've been hoping that drat contest would end." "Indeed, so I researched a perfect contest for them that included all of their requirements," Shinigami said merrily. From within his ever-shifting robe, he pulled out 3 items: a roll of duct tape, a small bottle, and a large bag which seemed to be snarling. Miyako eyed the last item with some apprehension. "Shinigami-san, what is in that bag?" "In due time, Miyako-chan," Shinigami said nonchalantly. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Immediately, all activity stopped as the headmaster of Shibuya glided to the middle of the cafeteria, accompanied by Spirit and Naruto. "Hello, students and faculty! I have come here today as 2 of my esteemed underlings have asked me to prepare a contest for them in order to settle their differences. As it has been going on quite a while, I decided to help them. Spirit, Naruto, will you please stand on the table?" The 2 men jumped up on a table, both of them wearing confident smiles. Spirit glanced around the cafeteria and spotted Maka gawking at him. He gave her a wide smile and a thumbs up, much to her mortification. Naruto merely sneered at Stein before happily waving to Miyako, who waved back, embarrassed. "Now before this contest begins, I need you 2 to use this duct tape to tighten the bottom of your pants around your ankles, please," Shinigami said as he tossed them the roll of duct tape. The 2 men stared at the duct tape in confusion before complying with the eccentric man's request. Once it was completed, the Shinigami held out a small bottle. Please spread some of this liquid on the inside of your pants. Only a few drops will be needed. Spirit opened the bottle and gagged at the smell but placed a few drops inside Pants' leg. Naruto did the same as well. Both of them immediately began feeling nervous as the Shinigami opened the bag and pulled out an angry, undeniably pissed off ferret. The ferret hissed and snapped as the Shinigami held it by the tail. Now, Spirit. Naruto. The contest is called ferret legging. I will drop 4 ferrets within each of your pants. You will then stand completely still as the ferrets fight within your pants. The person who lets their ferrets out first loses. Everyone in the cafeteria froze after hearing those rules. Many of the men had their jaw dropped to the ground. Only Spirit and Naruto were unconcerned as they loosened their belts, pulled their pants open, and waited for the Shinigami to start dropping ferrets. The Shinigami chuckled and quickly dropped 4 ferrets into each of their pants. Spirit and Naruto quickly tightened their belts and stood at rapt attention, waiting. There was silence for a moment. Then the ferrets smelled the female pheromones/anger pheromones that the two had spread on the inner linings of their pants, and all hell broke loose as the ferrets began to fight inside of the 2 men's pants. The ferrets scratched, clawed, tore, and bit at anything they could, whether it be their fellow ferrets or the sensitive insides of a man's thigh. Either way, Naruto and Spirit immediately felt what was the ferrets' version of World War II within their pants. Gwararg. Ak. Gak. Ochimamamea. No, not there. Yuhahak. Hayek. The 2 men's screeches of pain caused many a man to wince or vomit in pain. Several, including Sid, rushed to the nearest trash can and vomited at the sight. As the initial pain passed, Naruto and Spirit continued to bear the pain for the sake of their pride in impressing a certain female. Maka! Watch Papa as he wins this contest! Gahahahargaharg! Mayaka! I will beat Spirit! Believe it! Funarababa! Maka and Miyako palmed their faces as they listened to Spirit's and Naruto's screeches of pain, as the ferrets only seemed to be provoked by their screams. Dear God, why? Maka and Miyako thought. Maaka! Mayaka! As if by some ungodly reason, one ferret in both Naruto's and Spirit's pants spotted something dangling above it, and due to the pheromones was immediately angered. The ferrets gave one snarl and snapped at the mysterious dangling thing. Spirit and Naruto gave 2 simultaneous squeals of pain that shattered all the glass and cafeteria. Every man in the room instinctively clutched their crotches in sympathetic pain. The women though sighed and ignored the men, all of them having one thought. Men! D-har good WHYYYYHYYYHYYY. Snap. Galawag. Chapter 7. He was back in the shadowy room. Inside, red and black tiles decorated the floor while red drapes surrounded the room. Smooth jazz was playing despite the piano standing there abandoned. In the middle was an odd red ogre dancing to an unknown music, leering at him. The ogre pointed to the piano, eagerly. Come, Soul. You know you want to use it. Kririk. Come closer. 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 Soul sat at the piano and let his fingers lightly touch the keys. Now play and let the music run through. He began to play G minor chord, followed by a D augmented triad. His fingers danced across the keys as the music flowed out of him like a river. The ogre bit his hands in excitement as the music became faster and more frenzied. Yes. 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 Maka's face flashed as she wept tears of pain. She looked at Soul once before thrashing in pain. So, Abayil. Maka! Soul sat up and instinctively turned his arm into a side blade. He panted as he realized it was the same nightmare again. He patted his chest, tracing the large scar on his chest, trying to reassure himself that it was all a dream. Soul chuckled grimly as he held his face in his hands, wondering what the hell was wrong with him. Soul? He looked up to see Maka standing at the doorway, concerned. Soul flashed her a smirk, trying to prevent Maka from having any anxieties. It's nothing, Maka. Just a bad dream. Go back to sleep, we got school tomorrow. Maka frowned and crossed her arms, looking at Soul sternly. Was it that dream again? Soul nodded. Yeah. Nothing you need to worry about. Maka shook her head and strode over to Soul's bed. Before Soul could stop her, she cradled his head into her arms and began to rub his back in soothing circles. What are you doing? Soul asked. My mother did this whenever I had nightmares. Hopefully this'll help. Soul tried to complain, but the repeated actions of Maka rubbing his back began to make Soul drowsy. He yawned loudly and smacked his lips a couple of times. This feels good. Maka giggled. Go to sleep, Soul. You need it. Yeah, I do, Soul said sleepily, before closing his eyes. After a while, he slumped against Maka and began to snore softly. Maka smiled and laid Soul on his bed. She quickly looked around for Blair before she climbed in beside him. She held his head in his arms. Soul grunted but wrapped his arms around Maka's form. Maka looked down and saw the grouchy scowl on her weapon's face become gentler as a small smile stretched across his face. She sighed in relief before kissing his cheek and falling asleep after him. Later on that day, Maka dragged Soul down the streets of Death City. She had enough of the nightmares and decided to go to one of the few people that had the knowledge to help Soul. Despite Soul's disagreement, Maka insisted they go for help whether Soul wanted to or not. She reasoned with him that if she doesn't get enough sleep, then she gets cranky. And if she gets cranky, she's taking it out on Soul. Soul scoffed and commented on the fact that she slept pretty well with him. Maka had turned red and gave him a chop to the head so hard that it stunned him. Maka sighed and repressed her blush as she approached the orange home of her teachers. She knocked on the door and rang the doorbell several times before the door opened to reveal a shirtless Naruto, wearing only his pajamas. Maka reddened in embarrassment and quickly averted her eyes. Yawn. Eh? What are you doing here, Maka? Soul? I would expect you two to be going on a date now or something, Naruto said sleepily. Maka and Soul reddened. We're not going out, they yelled in unison. Naruto winced and cleaned his ear with his pinky. Yeah, that's what they all say. Now come on in. Miyako-chan's making some breakfast. I'm sure she wouldn't mind having you two over, Naruto replied. He ushered them in and threw on his shirt. Maka and Soul followed their teacher into a modest-sized kitchen where Miyako was cooking breakfast and wearing one of Naruto's shirts. She turned and smiled at her students. Oh, Soul! Maka! This is a surprise. Would you like some breakfast? I'm sure I can whip up a couple more pancakes for you two as well, Miyako asked. Maka and Soul nodded. That'd be great, Sensei. I'd like to have some. Miyako smiled. Chocolate chip or blueberry? Chocolate chip, Soul and Maka said. They stared at each other in surprise while Miyako giggled. It'll be ready in a couple of minutes. Take a seat at the table, Miyako said as she turned around. Soul reddened considerably when he noticed that the hem of Miyako's shirt was tucked into her panties, displaying her bright, red silk panties to the two children. Maka caught him staring and pulled out a book. Maka chop! Soul groaned as he tenderly felt the bruise on his head. That's going to leave a mark. After 5 minutes, Miyako set down a plate of chocolate chip pancakes near Maka and Soul. Naruto pulled out the seat for his wife before sitting himself down at the table. Naruto grinned at the food and smiled at his wife. Thanks for cooking breakfast, Miyako-chan. You two feel free to dig in. I won't stand on ceremony, Naruto said as he began to load his plate with scrambled eggs and bacon. Miyako nodded. Whatever business you have can wait. Eat up. Hi. Soul and Maka both dug into the pancakes. To say that they were good was an understatement. Maka and Soul froze when they took the first bite. The texture, the taste, the smooth, gooey feeling of warm chocolate on their tongues. It was so perfect that they couldn't believe it. Naruto chuckled at their expressions. Miyako-chan makes the best pancakes in the world. All from scratch too, Naruto said as he shoveled a forkful of pancakes in his mouth. It's great, isn't it? Soul and Maka nodded. Not even my family's cooks could make something this good, Soul said. Could you give me the recipe, Miyako-sensei? Maka asked. Miyako smiled. Of course. However, more eating, less talking. We wouldn't want to waste this food. She giggled as Naruto, Maka, and Soul nodded and began to dig into their food with gusto. Soon all of the food was eaten. There was a minor conflict as Soul and Naruto dueled over the last pancake using their forks, but Miyako and Maka cuffed their heads. Naruto whined longingly as Miyako handed the pancake to Maka. Maka giggled but split it with Soul, eliciting muttered grumblings from Naruto and a stifled squeal from Miyako. Maka and Soul helped Naruto clean the dishes as Miyako enjoyed her after-breakfast tea, occasionally reminding Naruto that you wash clockwise, not counterclockwise as well, that in the dishwasher, the plates go with plates, bowls with bowls, and spoons with spoons. Maka and Soul chuckled as their sensei whined like a small child but complied with Miyako's orders. With everything cleaned, Naruto led Maka and Soul into the living room while Miyako stayed in the kitchen. Naruto sat down in a neon orange armchair and grinned as the overstuffed armchair seemed to melt around Naruto, conforming around his body while Maka and Soul sat on the couch across from Naruto. That's good, Naruto moaned. Now that we're all fed and watered, what can I do for you two? Maka glanced at Soul before speaking. Ever since the mission from Italy, Soul's been having nightmares. I'm assuming that they are no normal nightmares. Maka nodded and elbowed Soul. Soul shot Maka a glare before speaking. In my nightmares, I enter a black room with red drapes. The room is illuminated by lamps and has red chair, a phonograph playing music, and a piano. Within that room, there's this little red ogre in a double-breasted suit always hopping and dancing about in some odd little way. During those dreams, this ogre keeps pushing me to the piano until I play. As soon as I start playing, Maka's face appears and she screams in pain before everything turns red and fading to black. Soul explained. Naruto remained still and stared at Soul. Soul shivered as all traits of silliness or goofiness disappeared, revealing the hardened look of a man who's seen many things in his life. Naruto's eyes were hard and cold like ice that bore through Soul's body like a drill. After a long moment, he stood up and looked down at Soul. Soul unconsciously gripped Maka's hand and immediately felt reassured when he felt her squeeze his hand, signaling that she was there for him. Come with me. The pair followed Naruto out of the living room to a black door. Naruto laid his palm on the door, and it glowed green before melting away to reveal a staircase. They followed Naruto down the staircase as it led to a huge stone basement. There were training equipment everywhere and a large ring for sparring. Soul and Maka gaped as they stared around. Items of all shapes and sizes were displayed. Maka walked towards a large blade that resembled an oversized kitchen knife. However, there was a large red eye in the middle and veins that ran across it. The eye blinked and turned to focus on Maka. Maka stared at it, hypnotized at it. Wield me and gain ultimate power! Maka's hand twitched and stretched towards the sword. However, just as she was about to touch it, Naruto appeared and smacked Maka's hand. Maka gave a cry of pain and looked at Naruto confused. Naruto frowned at Maka. You almost had your soul absorbed by this blade, Soul Edge. Nasty piece of work. Devours the souls of those slain by its blade while turning the wielder mad. Made quite a mess in Europe before I managed to take down its bearer. Been locked up here ever since, Naruto said. He turned to the sword and imprudently poked it in the eye. The sword screamed in rage and visibly shook in anger. Bad sword. Down, boy. I will kill you, boy, and devour your soul over the course of an eternity. Naruto ignored the blade and poked it in its eye again. The sword screamed in impotent rage as without a person wielding it, it could do nothing. Naruto motioned Soul to approach him as he set down a worn leather bag. From the bag, Naruto pulled out a piece of chalk and began to draw a perfect circle 10 feet in diameter. On the outside of the circle, he made 3 circles and connected them, creating a perfect triangle. Within the triangle, he drew another triangle rotated 180 degrees, splitting the main triangle into 4 equal-sized triangles. He drew 3 elaborate characters in each of the 3 outlying triangles, leaving the middle one completely empty. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and began to pull more items from the bag. He pulled out 3 candles, a syringe, and a bone. He lit the 3 candles and placed them in the small circles on the circumference of the large circle. Before Soul could react, Naruto jabbed the syringe and pulled out a tablespoon of blood. Naruto ignored Soul's glare and plucked out a tuft of Soul's hair. Maka grabbed Soul before he could hit Naruto out of anger, as she was confused as to what Naruto was doing. She watched as Naruto pulled out a small glass dish and placed the blood inside before setting it within the circle, outside of the large triangle. The bone and hair were also placed outside of the triangle, but within the circle. Naruto sighed and turned to Soul. Take off your shirt. What for? Just do it, Gaki. Trust me. As Soul removed his shirt, Maka turned to Naruto. What are you doing, sensei? Soul's nightmares are not merely nightmares. They are messages sent by a foreign entity within his body seeking to possess his consciousness. The black room is where it's residing and its occupant, the ogre, is the one responsible. Upstairs I could feel it within Soul, waiting for its chance. If allowed free, it would force Soul to become insane, killing everything in his path, loved ones first. Naruto explained. Maka's jaw dropped while Soul was frozen with shock. How? Soul whispered. The fight with the dark weapon back in Italy. A good amount of its blood was mixed inside of you when it sliced you open, Naruto said. Maka's eyes watered as she remembered that attack vividly. It's my fault, Maka whispered. Naruto's eye twitched, and he cuffed her head. Baka. It's not your fault, only the weapon, Naruto said. He turned to Soul and pointed to the empty triangle in the very middle of the circle. Sit in there and don't touch the chalk, Naruto ordered. Soul eagerly jumped in the triangle and sat inside it. What I'm doing is separating the entity from your mind and creating a one-way access between you and this entity. As long as you will it, the entity cannot take over your mind. However, this seal is only as strong as your will. It will fail if you wish it to, Naruto warned. Why? Why not exorcise it or seal it completely? Maka asked. This thing may allow Soul greater power if he learns how to control it, Maka, like during your fight with the werewolf in London. Soul nodded and Naruto made several hand signs while chanting. Maka stared in wonder as the 3 candles burst into blue fire and circled Soul. Soul eyed the flames nervously but remained still as the flames burned the hair and blood but only scorched the bone before flying high into the air and back to Naruto. Naruto held out his right hand and clenched his pinky and ring finger, while stretching out his thumb, index, and middle finger. The flames shrunk and wrapped around the tips of his 3 fingers. Naruto lunged at Soul and thrust his 3 fingers into his chest. Soul howled in pain as the flames burned his skin, creating a blue triangle above his heart with the kanji for being within the triangle. 3-point human gateway seal, FUIN! The seal shone brightly before turning to black. Soul panted and slumped, his hand clenching his chest. Naruto nodded to Maka and she rushed over to his side, holding him. She looked up at Naruto gratefully as she cradled Soul. Soul returned Maka's hug with as much fervor, relief spreading through his body. Naruto grinned and patted Soul's head. You alright, kiddo? Yeah. Thanks, Naruto-sensei. Naruto chuckled. No problem, kiddo. Maka gets Soul back home. He'll need some rest, but he should be fine for tonight's party. Maka smiled widely. Hi, sensei. Let's go home, Soul. Soul nodded and tried to stand. However, he wobbled and was about to fall, but Maka caught him. She pulled his arm around his shoulder, acting like his crutch. Soul chuckled embarrassed. This doesn't look cool. Naruto laughed and looked at Soul in the eye. No, it doesn't. But being able to stand the temptations of power for the sake of your partner. That's really cool. That evening, Maka and Soul arrived at Shibuya in the formal wear for the big anniversary party celebrating the school's 800th anniversary since its founding. Maka smiled at Soul in her short black dress with her hair let down. Soul blushed and turned his head, hiding his blush with a scowl. Waiting for them were Black Star and Tsubaki. Hurry up or we'll be late, Maka said to Soul. You're the one who took so long to get ready, Soul replied. Hey Soul! I'm going to eat so much food, Black Star declared happily, while a line of drool appeared from the side of his mouth. Tsubaki's sweat dropped embarrassed at her Meister's appearance as his shirt was messily buttoned, tie sloppily placed in a knot, suit drooping, and shirt was not tucked. He's like a slob, Tsubaki thought as her own white dress was completely immaculate of any stain. Over here! They turned to see Patty, Liz, and Kid all dressed in suits. Kid's sweat dropped at Black Star's appearance. What a slob, he thought. He cleared his throat and smiled. Thanks for coming inside. You're just in time. Shikyu will be making his opening speech soon. Please come in. Kid gestured to the group. Inside the building, the main hall was cleared out for the use as a huge ballroom. Every student and faculty were inside mingling and chatting excitedly about the party, or greeting old and new friends alike. Maka looked around and saw Miyako talking with Stein. She grabbed Soul and led him to her. Black Star noticed this and followed Maka while Tsubaki followed Black Star. Miyako-sensei! Miyako turned to see Maka waving excitedly at her. She smiled at them. Hello Maka, Soul, Black Star, and Tsubaki. Soul, are you feeling better now? Miyako asked. Soul nodded and rubbed the area where his seal was. Yeah, I want to thank Naruto-sensei for helping me. Where is he? Soul asked. He'll be arriving with Shinigami, Miyako said. I must say though, you two make a cute couple. Maka and Soul blushed and turned away. We're not a couple, Soul muttered. Maka nodded in agreement. Miyako giggled and spotted Black Star. Her smile turned into a thin line as she fixed Black Star with a stern look. Black Star wilted under Miyako's stare. Black Star, I know that being in a suit can be uncomfortable, but please sort yourself out. Tsubaki-chan prepared those clothes for you and look how sloppy you dressed yourself. I'm surprised Tsubaki let you out of the house, Miyako scolded. Tsubaki shuffled nervously. Miyako saw her and grinned apologetically. I'm not blaming you, dear. It's just that some men have no sense of fashion. Why, I remember shopping for some suits once, and he bought a completely orange tuxedo that was bright enough to blind people. The students giggled as they could imagine their sensei walking around in an orange suit. Miyako giggled as well before turning to Black Star. Black Star, if not for your sake, please sort yourself out for Tsubaki. She takes care of you so that you can train as hard as you can. The least you can do is respect her efforts, Miyako admonished gently. Black Star nodded and smiled guiltily at Tsubaki. Sorry about this, Tsubaki. It's all right, Black Star. Here, let me fix your tie. The students mingled about for a few more minutes. However, all activity stopped as all the lights dimmed except the ones illuminating the stage. A pillar of smoke appeared and spun about for a moment before dispelling to reveal Naruto. Naruto smiled and pulled out a microphone as he stared out to the crowd. Hello students and faculty of Shibuya. My name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, one of the co-founders of this school along with my wife and a certain carefree headmaster that we all know, love, and respect dearly. Shibuya was created 800 years ago during our wars with the witches. Shinigami-sama dreamed of a world of peace and happiness. After his victory of the first Kishin, he, with a little help from my wife and I, created this academy for the sole purpose of training generation after generation of meisters and weapons alike so as to keep the world in relative peace and prevent the rise of Kishin. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the person of the hour. I give you Lord Death. Everyone applauded as Naruto gestured grandiosely to a shadowed area. However, the applause gave way to confusion as it simply illuminated curtains. Naruto cleared his throat and gestured again. Lord Death. Again applause was given but soon died out as nothing happened. Naruto sighed and stomped over to where the curtains were and pulled them open. Behind the curtains, Shinigami was happily snacking on some yakitori, oblivious to the stares he was receiving. He did notice Naruto glaring at him and waved casually at Naruto. Ah, Naruto! Have you tried these? These are delicious, he said lightheartedly. Naruto groaned and pointed at the crowd. Shinigami turned and spotted the crowd. Without missing a beat, he raised his large, flat hands in greeting and waved at the students and faculty. Hello? Good to see you. Hiya. Welcome. How are you doing? Shinigami said. This time there was a round of applause as everyone laughed and waved off their leader's habit. The applause faded after a while as the audience waited for Shinigami to say his piece. That concludes my greetings. Now shoo. Soul and Kid Sweat dropped. It really was a greeting. Naruto palmed his face before shrugging in resignation. Anyways, this is a party and we have a live band, so celebrate how you like. Okay? Shinigami said. Hi. The band began playing music as the party started. Couples started dancing while some of the guests began to eat the food catered by Shibuya's very capable staff. While they served a multitude of different fare, the centerpiece was not the steaks or roasts but a build-your-own ramen stall complete with several types of broth, fresh noodles waiting to be cooked, ingredients, and 2 pressure cookers with timers to ensure maximum quality. Naruto wept tears of joy and began bowing repeatedly as he saw that a separate cart was made just for him. There is a god! Naruto proclaimed happily. Near him, Miyako sighed in resignation as Naruto was trying to decide what to eat. So many different combinations, so many different types. What to choose? What to eat? Near the buffet, Black Star was rapidly going through several plates of food like an animal. Tsubaki laughed in embarrassment at her Meister but was happy that he was enjoying himself. Out on the dance floor, Maka laughed as Kid directed Patty and Liz in what appeared to be an attempt of synchronized dancing. She noticed that Soul was nowhere to be found. She looked around to see him standing on the balcony, staring at the moon. Maka frowned slightly and she walked over to the balcony. She leaned on the railing and looked at Soul. Something wrong? Maka asked. Soul shook his head. It's nothing. I'm not good with crowds. Reminds me too much of home. Soul muttered. Maka sighed. Well, it's different here as everyone sees you as you and not your brother Wes. Maka replied. Soul chuckled. Yeah. It is better. Maka giggled and held out a hand. Soul looked at it in confusion. What are you doing? Let's dance, Soul. I know you're good at it. Maka said. We don't have to do it out on the dance floor. Here will be fine. Soul stared at Maka's hand for a little longer and took it. She smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck while he wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close. The two danced slowly, not noticing that the music changed to one of a slow dance, merely responding to the rhythm of the music. The whole time, Maka and Soul stared into each other's eyes, not really thinking of anything except how comfortable and happy they were with each other, even with all of its ups and downs. With the moon shining on a clear night, out on the balcony, with barely anyone around, it was perfect. Too perfect. What Maka and Soul did not see was Miyako struggling to keep Spirit from ruining the mood as he frantically scrabbled to get between his daughter and that scruffy no-good apathetic lout of a man. Spirit gave a titanic effort to escape Miyako's grip but was thwarted when she hit his nerve cortex with a super-powered flick, stunning him temporarily. Miyako sighed in relief as she laid Spirit's prone body against the wall and left him in search for Naruto. Seeing Maka and Soul dance made her want to dance with Naruto as well. She made her way to Naruto, who was happily slurping up another bowl of ramen. Her eye twitched when she saw a stack of ramen bowls as tall as Black Star. Naruto glanced up at her irritated face and shuddered. Anything wrong, honey? Naruto asked cautiously. Miyako nodded. We're dancing now, Miyako ordered. Naruto nodded and took Miyako's hand. He led her to the dance floor and immediately began to dance with the music. The two had been around so long that they instinctively knew what the other was going to do. This resulted in a perfect unity between partners. There was no specific pattern, no real steps, just two people dancing in a perfect manner and synchronization. The people around them noticed and allowed the couple to have the dance floor, content in watching the two talented teachers dance. Among those watching was Kid, who was crying tears at how beautifully symmetrical they were together. Stein! Everything stopped, and everyone turned to see the source of the scream. Sid was kneeling on the ground, bloodied and wounded. Naruto and Miyako hurried to his side as he explained what had happened to him. From the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted Medusa running and made a hand seal. He disappeared and reappeared right in front of her. Her eyes widened when she saw him raise a fist and quickly pointed her hand at the ground in front of her. Vector arrow! Naruto flew above the arrow and was thrown to the side, crashing against the wall. Naruto cursed and pulled himself out of the wreckage just in time to see Medusa jump off the balcony. Naruto ran to the balcony and looked around to see a figure holding out his hands, crackling with energy. On the other two spires, the Medusa and another witch was helping the first figure in casting a spell. Naruto searched for Miyako and saw her helping Sid as he was frantically summoning enough energy to help several meisters escape. He looked around and saw Ox, Harvar, Kim, Jacqueline, Kirikou, and the twins standing in a group. Kim! Ox! Kiriko! Get the hell out of here now! Naruto roared. He made several hand seals and inhaled deeply. Katon, Dragon Fong! A large gout of fire shaped like a dragon roared towards the figure. Naruto channeled his chakra through his hand, automatically converting it into wind. Futon, Wind Wall! Naruto sent his palm forward, creating a large wall of wind soaring to the figure. The wind collided with the flames and ignited, creating an enormous wall of flames bearing down on the three figures. They jumped and had to stop their spell for a moment. That moment was all that was needed for the three meisters and their weapons to jump off the balcony. Protect the city at all costs, Kirikou! Naruto roared. Naruto saw that the witches were continuing on their chanting as the whole room began to shake. Naruto knew he had a limited amount of time before the barrier closed. He made one last series of hand seals as a green box began to materialize. Summoning Toad! A black toad the size of a large dog appeared beside Naruto. Before it could say anything, Naruto threw it out the window. Kuragama! Find Maka! The toad gave a rib bit as it plummeted away. Naruto sighed as he heard a loud clank as the witches finished their spells, signaling that they were now outside time and space. He slumped to the ground as the adrenaline began to wear off. He chuckled and palmed his face, as his chuckling gave way to grim laughter. Shinigami and Miyako strode over to him, slightly worried for him. Miyako laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder while Shinigami chuckled as he realized what Naruto was laughing about. On the anniversary of Shibuzen, witches come to free the very person that we seek to seal. Shinigami sighed. Naruto chuckled. It looks like things will start to become very interesting, eh? Only if Azura is not freed, Shinigami said. Naruto laughed loud and long, chilling both Miyako and Shinigami. Who said I was worried about Azura? Chapter 8. Inside the cube, several meisters and weapons tried to break out of the prison using their strongest attack. However, not even their best efforts managed to mark the greenish walls of the cube. Naruto shook his head at their efforts. He stood up and grabbed the shaft of a meister's halberd. Don't try, we're in a separate dimension. Even if you could break the shell, we'd probably be stuck in a limbo area, Naruto said softly. Just wait it out. A technique like this lasts an hour at most. He turned to where Sid was lying, wincing occasionally as Miyako cleaned his wounds with the vodka she found at the bar while Shinigami stood by watching. Are you okay, Sid? Shinigami asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I should have helped you, Miyako, or Naruto escape. However, the distance was too great. No, that's an excuse. Forget what I said, Sid whispered. Miyako frowned slightly and patted the Meister on the shoulder. Easy, Sid, don't strain yourself. You shouldn't punish yourself. You managed to get Stein and several Meisters and weapons out before the gate closed, Miyako said gently. Shinigami nodded. It was the best course of action given the circumstances. That and Naruto delaying the cube long enough to get a team of Meisters out to protect Death City, Shinigami said. Still to think that we had a witch right under our noses. She must have been using Soul Protect this very time, Sid muttered. But aren't there any techniques to counter Soul Protect? Sid and Shinigami looked up to see a young first-year student by the name of David looking at them. He looked down nervously in embarrassment when Sid and Shinigami looked at him with surprise. Sorry, but the way it sounds like, we're basically left undefended against a technique like Soul Protect, David said softly, shuffling his feet. Miyako patted young David on the head. You're right, but the struggle with witches has gone on for centuries, Miyako explained. Every time the witches create a new spell, we meisters and weapons have eventually learned how to counter them. Soul Protect is no exception. Already there are some meisters with exceptional soul perception like Maka. However, we have not found a technique that all meisters can use. The only way for that is through the freeing of Azura. Azura? David asked. Shinigami sighed and looked at the crowd of students. Ma, this stinks. I guess there's no reason to hide it now, Shinigami muttered. Plus, if you hide something scary, it keeps people from knowing why it's scary. Sid and Miyako stiffened in shock at what the Shinigami was suggesting. Sometimes you have to reveal it so that your children can know why it's scary, Shinigami muttered. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Okay, everyone! Your attention, please! Everyone turned to the Shinigami, looking at him with curious and worried eyes. There's a Kishin under this school, Shinigami said bluntly with a happy voice. Everyone froze in shock. Oh, I think that was a little too concise, Sid said. Naruto sidled up beside Shinigami and nodded. Sid's right. You have to build up the mood like this, Naruto said. He adopted a pose and made whooshing noises while waving his arms at the still frozen crowd. Yosha! Listen, young grasshoppers, as the great toad sage, Naruto-sama, imparts his great wisdom on you. Oh wahoo wahahaha, Naruto said in a mystical tone. Shinigami nodded and lightly pounded his fist into his palm. Ah, of course. How could I forget? Shinigami said. Sid's sweat dropped while Miyako shook with anger at her husband's antics in such a serious situation. She slapped Naruto so hard that it knocked him out cold. David poked at Naruto's body gently, eliciting some moans from the blonde. She ignored her husband's condition and turned to Shinigami with annoyed eyes. Just get on with explaining, Miyako scolded. Miyako-chan, you're ruining the mood, Naruto muttered. Miyako sighed and popped Naruto a quick blow on the head. Hi, Miyako-chan, Shinigami said, eyeing her closed fist nervously. He cleared his throat. As I was saying, when Sid's technique opened several graves, Maka, Black Star, Kid, Soul, Tsubaki, Liz, Patty, and Stein were sent downwards to Shibuya's lower levels to escape Freeze space-time technique from locking them in. The group was sent past several floors directly to the ground floor of the academy. Maka, Stein, Black Star, and Kid easily landed on their feet, while the weapons landed hard against the ground. They groaned but climbed back to their feet. All the students looked at Stein in confusion as to what was happening. A Kishin? Under here? Maka asked in confusion. Kid nodded. The Kishin's name is Azura, one of Shinigami-sama's best warriors during the battle against the witches 800 years ago, Stein explained. Azura was Shinigami's best warrior, but he was constantly afraid. He was paranoid to the point that he hid his face in scarves and wore several layers to prevent himself from being seen. This paranoia led to utter madness. Sura began to not only eat the souls of the innocents but also his very own weapon partner. Maka and Black Star grimaced and gagged at the thought. In order to stop him, Shinigami-sama tore off Azura's skin and made a bag out of it where he stuffed Azura's body inside. He then rooted his own body and soul to this very spot in order to prevent the Kishin from breaking out of the seal. That is why he always remains here, Stein said. Really? I thought he just disliked traveling, Black Star said. What if the Kishin was free? Would Shinigami-sama be able to leave? Maka asked. Stein shrugged. Normally no, but Naruto-sama may be able to free him. It was him that helped create the seal that locks up Azura. However, even if that was the case, letting a Kishin out would bring about catastrophic results. The madness it emits is infectious and dangerous. But with Naruto-sensei and Miyako-sensei along with Shinigami-sama, between the three of them, couldn't they defeat the Kishin? Black Star asked. Stein nodded. They could, however, with the release of the Kishin would probably bring about the coming of an evil so terrible that the Kishin would pale in comparison. Shinigami-sama told me that the creation of the Kishin was due to this nameless evil that Naruto and Miyako had defeated twice over the span of thousands of years since the Forgotten Age. The Forgotten Age? Kid asked, astonished. But that makes Naruto-sensei and Miyako-sensei over 4,000 years old. They sure don't act that old. Or look old at all, Maka said. Stein chuckled. According to Naruto, when you're that old you have a right to be as stupid as you want. But to answer your statement, They will not die a natural death or age. Wait. I can sense something coming, Maka warned. Everyone stopped. Who is it? What's going on? Black Star asked. Maka frowned as footsteps echoed through the abandoned corridor. I know that despicable wavelength anywhere. Maka hissed as a figure came closer to them. It's Papa. Spirit approached them with a dejected expression on his face. Despicable? Spirit asked. Stein shook his head. Thought you didn't get out in time. Spirit smirked and pointed at himself. There's no one that's faster than me at chasing a woman's behind. Obviously, Maka muttered. Spirit heard Maka and began wailing tears. Papa loves you and Mama. It's true. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Spirit. I don't know how far I would have gotten without you with me. Unlike a certain blonde-haired geezer, I'm not immortal, Stein said. Spirit took a few steps towards Stein but still continued to look back in the shadowy tunnel. They're waiting for us, aren't they? Spirit nodded and changed into his scythe form. Stein swung it about a few times before holstering it under his arm. He turned to the students with a grim look on his face. Stay in your weapon forms and no matter what happens, remember what Sid and Naruto taught you, Stein said. All the meisters and weapons nodded. Are all of them waiting for us? Black Star asked. Stein shook his head. No, they most likely split up, Stein answered. Black Star flinched when his ears heard soft tapping echoing. Oi, you hear that? Black Star asked. Everyone froze as the soft tapping became slightly louder, enough for all the other meisters to hear as well. Everyone tensed as they peered into the darkness, trying to spot a glimpse of the one approaching. Who is it? Kid muttered. Someone who's confident they won't lose. One with the ability to handle multiple opponents for a long period of time, Stein answered. Just as he answered, a large purple aura illuminated the tunnel with dark purple arrows stemming from the aura. Stein glared as he recognized the witch standing in front of them. Said Witch smirked at the small party. So it is you. Outside in Death City, the Mizun family rained havoc around Death City as they flew in and out, cutting down citizens and homes alike using their whisker beams. They soared high above, wrecking everything in vengeance of their fallen sister who they heard was slain by the meisters of Shibuzen. As they dived down for another pass, they failed to notice a person flying above them. Halloween heater! A gout of flames blasted towards the family. They managed to avoid the majority of the blast only to fly straight into the path of Kirikou and Ox. Kirikou slammed Thunder down while Ox stabbed Harvar into the ground. The two weapons created an electric shock wave, ripping out debris while heading straight to the Mizun family. They squealed in pain as the blast shocked them while large debris slammed against them. They rolled in the ground with pain as the three meisters looked at them without pity. Kirikou slammed his gauntlets together and growled. You're going to pay for attacking our city and hurting all these innocent people, Kirikou muttered. Ox and Kim nodded. The witches slowly pulled themselves into a standing position. One of them smirked as she began to snap her fingers. The other four chittered and copied the first one's actions as they slowly arranged themselves into a column. The column burst into smoke, hiding the witches momentarily before going away to reveal a tall, attractive woman in a two-piece dress, exposing her midriff and the underside of her breasts. Kiriku's mouth gaped while a small line of blood leaked from his nose. The woman glared at the three meisters as she raised her hand. Arrogant meisters! Are you so proud to attack us witches even when there is no reason to? Mizun said. Die! 5 long, thin beams emerged from her hands and she swiped at the meisters. They jumped in time to avoid the attack as the thin beam sliced through anything it touched with ease. Kirikou slammed his fists into the ground, sending a wave of fire and lightning at the witch. The witch merely snorted as she flew gracefully into the air. However, she did not expect Kim and Ox to be waiting for her. Ox stabbed out with Harvar while Kim pulled Jacqueline's chain, popping her lid open. Lightning spear! Halloween heater! The two attacks swirled and crashed into the witch head-on. The two meisters flipped and landed on their feet beside Kirikou, waiting for the conflagration to burn itself out as static electricity still arced through the flames. Did we get her? Kirikou asked. Ox shook his head. No, she's still there, Ox muttered. Mais Fong! Several purple projections flew out of the flames. Kirikou and Ox managed to dodge the beams, but Kim was a tad slow. She was grazed by one, leaving a scorch mark on her shoulder. She cried out in pain from the wound. She stumbled, but Ox supported her as she tried to ignore the pain. Kirikou frowned in dismay but yanked the wall off a home and threw it at the witch. Mizun smirked at the wall and diced it using her beams. Fire! Thunder! Soul resonance! The twins performed their complicated ritual as they synchronized their wavelengths with their Meister. Kiriko roared as two orbs, one of flames and the other of lightning, began to form over his hands. He crushed them together and slammed his hands into the ground. Aphex Twin! A humongous surge of energy raced towards the witch, ripping through the ground as it raced towards the witch. Mizun glared at the attack and quickly began to chant a spell. The attack hit her straight on, creating a large explosion. Kiriko panted as he hurried over to where Ox was. Ox had pulled out a small satchel and had carefully covered the wound in an antiseptic/numbing ointment. Kim moaned in relief as the pain went away and whispered her thanks as her teammate wrapped the wound in some gauze. Ox helped her to her feet as Kiriko looked at Kim with a worried glance. Can you still fight? Kiriko asked. Kim nodded. I'll be fine. You just owe me a lot of money when this thing is over. Got it? She snapped. Kiriko and Ox grinned. Their teammate was fine. Meister. Kiriko turned to see Mizun still standing. However, she was not untouched as she had scorch marks and burns on her body. Her clothes were similarly damaged as her top was barely covering her breasts. Kiriko's inner pervert was screaming in delight at the sight as he hid fire behind his back and used thunder to cover his bleeding nose. Kim sighed and covered Ox's eyes as she glared at the witch. Still standing? No problem, we'll take you out, Kim said. Jacqueline! Right. Kim pointed her lamp at the witch and released a large gout of fire. The witch merely smacked the fireball, sending it into the air, much to Kim's and Jacqueline's disbelief. Mizun smirked as she raised her hands at the three meisters. Now, witness my ultimate attack. Rarata Musu Musu. Rato Musu Musu! A huge blast in the shape of a large mouse headed to them. As it flew, another voice was heard. Pumpkin Pumpkin Halloween Shield! A large bright pumpkin appeared in front of the meisters and opened its mouth, swallowing the mouse whole. The pumpkin gave a loud burp before it disappeared. Mizun frowned as she stared at the cat that had appeared in front of the meisters. Filthy cat, stay out of my way. The cat smirked and lowered the brim of her hat. Cheeky rodent should know its place. The cat disappeared in a cloud of smoke only to reveal an attractive young witch in its place. The witch smiled at the meisters. Ah, you're Maka's and Soul's friends. Don't worry, I'm not a witch. Just a cat with a lot of magical power. Name's Blair, the woman said cheerfully. Kiriko and Ox blushed while Kim nodded in greeting. Thank you, Blair-san. Blair smiled. Now let me deal with this witch. After all, mice are no match for cats. Kim nodded and dragged Ox and Kiriko away, much to Kiriko's dismay. Thank you, Blair. Blair grinned and turned back to her opponent who was waiting. Blair chuckled. What, no free shot? Mizun's eye twitched. I'll show you the power of a true witch, cat. Down in the bowels of Shibuzen, Stein turned to the meisters near him. Here's the plan. Most likely the enemy has been spread out in order to delay us so that they will have enough time to reach Azura and revive him. Here's the formation we'll use. Stein explained. You three will run past Medusa while I engage her. Behind her will be the demon's sword and its wielder. Kid, with your speed, you will race past him and engage the two that are carrying the black blood. Black Star, you will fight Krona as with your powerful soul menace attacks, you will be able to fight him even with black blood. Maka, you will run past Krona and help Kid destroy the black blood using your witch hunt, as it is the only attack we have that the immortal is not immune to. Understand? Hi. Is that wise to be having a strategy meeting right in front of your enemy? Medusa asked humorously. Stein chuckled. It won't do any harm seeing as you won't do a thing against it, Stein replied. Medusa's eyebrows rose. Oh? Let's see about that, Medusa asked as she raised her hands up for a spell. All the meisters tensed in preparation. Don't hurry. An opportunity will open. Wait for it, Stein muttered. Vector arrows! A mass of dark arrows flew towards the meisters. Maka, Black Star, and Kid gave a war cry and ran headlong towards the arrows. For Kid, he easily slipped through the arrows using his enchanted board, Beelzebub, with not even a scratch on him. He rocketed as fast as he could away from Medusa. Black Star dove headlong into the mass. He was immediately reminded of his training with Naruto and instinctively resonated his wavelength all throughout his body, making himself faster, more perceptive, and faster reflexes. He twisted, jumped, and dodged through the arrows and gave a loud whoop of victory as he landed back on his feet on the other side. He laughed aloud as he ran away from Medusa, eagerly waiting for his next fight. Maka ran straight for Medusa knowing that it was her best chance through. She closed her eyes, blocking out all fear and hesitation, and ran as fast as she could. The arrows missed her by the narrowest of margins and she dove for safety, tumbling several times before climbing back to her feet. She pumped her hand in victory and started to run away. Medusa growled and turned towards Maka. Oh no you don't! Vec dash! Soul purge! Stein lunged and slammed his palm into Medusa's side, sending his wavelength into the witch's body. Medusa was blasted into the air and flipped several times before landing on the ground. She made 2 deep gashes on the ground as she dug her feet in. She sighed and looked at Stein in mild amusement. I wasn't expecting all 3 to get by so easily. However, you won't get away from me, she said. Who said I wanted to? Stein replied. Both of them stared each other down as they displayed their souls. Blue and purple light shone as both opponents flared their souls in order to intimidate each other. Their souls quickly died down as they appeared to be equal. Medusa smirked and raised her arms. Your move, Stein. Look down. Medusa looked down to see her feet sewn to the ground by white threads. What the dash? Soul sutures. When I hit you with that earlier attack, I used the residual wavelength in your body to sew your feet onto the ground. And this time, I'll make sure you won't stand up, Stein said. He crouched to the ground and vanished to Medusa's eyes only to reappear in front of her. Before she could react, Stein thrust his hand into her diaphragm. Soul purge! Medusa flew into the wall and crushed the stone behind her. Her eyes rolled as she momentarily blacked out on impact. Stein crushed any remorse within him as he and Spirit focused the residual wavelength within Medusa. Soul suture! Medusa's arms and legs were tied to the wall, spread out against the wall. She briefly struggled against the threads, but they held fast to her. Stein spun Spirit once and pointed it at her. Spirit, soul resonance! Spirit's form began to glow bright blue as the 2 souls synchronized. Stein grinned maliciously as a bright blue edge appeared around Spirit's blade. Medusa eyed the scythe fearfully, and she struggled against her bonds frantically. You're finished. Shame I can't dissect you, Medusa, Stein said as he raised Spirit. Witch hunter! A bright blue wave with stitch marks around it flew towards Medusa. It crashed into the wall, sending up a large cloud of dust, obscuring Medusa. Stein peered into the dust, trying to spot Medusa's body. When the dust cleared, a deep gash was left, but Medusa had survived. However, she was not uninjured. A large bloodstain was seen streaking the wall. Stein raised Spirit protectively and closed his eyes, waiting for Medusa's next move. Vector arrow! A hail of arrows came from above. Stein quickly formed his wavelength around himself, creating a white glowing shell around himself. Experimental ectoplasm! The arrows were absorbed into the shield, stopping them from reaching Stein. Stein looked up to see Medusa standing on top of a snake head, glaring and hissing at him. She flew to the side and began to chant again. Stein's eyes narrowed as he ran towards her, trying to stop her from completing the spell. However, Medusa's eyes opened in triumph as she pointed her palm at Stein. Snake strike! A large purple snake erupted from her hand and flew at Stein. Stein's eyes widened at the speed and size of the snake. He quickly pulled up his scythe and swung it at the snake. To Medusa's surprise, the snake was split in half and flew to either side of Stein. Impossible! Soul saw. By exponentially increasing the frequency of my wavelength temporarily, it makes my blade so sharp that it can cut purified steel like butter, Spirit said. He groaned and tried not to barf. A side effect is that it literally shakes the user to the point that nausea is almost always going to occur. Medusa glared at Stein. A red glow came from under Stein. He looked down to see a red arrow from under his feet. Before he could react, he was sent flying into the wall. Stein groaned and pulled himself away. However, another arrow appeared in front of him. Before he could do anything, he was sent flying upwards and was similarly kicked back down by Medusa. Stein braced himself, and he slammed hard into the ground. Stein slowly picked himself up and glared at Medusa. Vector plate. Anything above the arrow will fly in the direction the arrow is pointing, Medusa said gleefully. One of my favorites. Vector plate. An arrow appeared under Medusa and she flew towards Stein. Stein raised his scythe, waiting for Medusa to appear closer. However, another arrow appeared in front of Medusa and she flew to the side, out from Stein's view. Before Stein could turn, a foot kicked him in the back of his head. Stein grunted as he was knocked down and sent skidding. He quickly shook off his pain and stood back to his feet to see Medusa flying towards him. Again she flew to the side and raised her hand to send out a spell at Stein's unprotected back. To her surprise though, Spirit's torso came out with his arm outstretched. Gotcha! Spirit grabbed Medusa's foot in midair. Medusa hissed as she shook her foot, trying to free herself. Stein turned and raised his hand up. Instead of the open palm, he stabbed at Medusa with his index and middle finger. Soul scalpel! A deep gash appeared on Medusa's arm and her leg before she kicked out of Spirit's grip. She jumped backwards and held out her palm to Stein, intent on sending out a spell. To her confusion, no spell appeared. Stein chuckled. Soul Scalpel is one of my most unique attacks. While it does cut, it also fills the wound with my wavelength. While inside the wound, it anchors itself and creates a dam where no energy can come through, preventing any magic attacks or resonance attacks. Medusa's eyes widened at the implication. With the loss of magic in her arm and leg, she would be as vulnerable as a normal being. Stein smirked. I see you understand. However, it is too late. Spirit! Soul resonance! Spirit's side blade glowed brightly as it synchronized with Stein's wavelength. How long can you resonate? Stein whispered. Spirit chuckled. I'm a death scythe. I can resonate for hours. Stein smirked at Medusa's expression as he raised the blade. Prepare yourself, witch! Urea! Krona blinked as a dust cloud sped past him. Behind him, Ragnarok blinked and peered at the dust cloud. Oh? Did something pass us? Oh, Medusa-sama is not going to be happy, Krona moaned. Pink hair. Eh? Krona looked around but saw nothing except shadows. I'm not good with dealing with people that hide, Krona whined. Krona! Prepare yourself! Krona shook at the loud voice and tried to spot where the voice was coming from. Monsters and villains shake at the mere whisper of my name. People bow as I walk among them. Like a god I am, and as a man, I will surpass the gods themselves. Prepare yourself, demon sword! Prepare yourself for the coming, the arrival, the glorious approach of the great Black Star Sama. Black Star fell from the ceiling and landed on his feet, gracefully. He grinned widely and jumped up and down excitedly. Hell yeah! No wonder Naruto-sensei does that! It's awesome! Right, Tsubaki? Black Star asked excitedly. Within her weapon form, Tsubaki grinned embarrassed. That was good, Black Star, but you should pay attention to the enemy in front of you, Tsubaki said softly. Black Star nodded. Right. Get ready, cause Black Star's going to shine as he stands above your defeated self, Black Star boasted. Krona winced at Black Star's loud voice. Behind him, Ragnarok gave a screeching laugh. This pipsqueak's going to beat us. Ha! Krona! Understand. Ragnarok melted back into Krona's body and emerged out as a sword with a mouth on the flat of the blade. It screamed as Krona raised the blade. Get ready. Wait. Krona and Black Star turned to see Maka glaring at Krona. She raised Soul and pointed him at Krona. Black Star, leave. We'll take on Krona. Black Star frowned and shook his head. You heard Stein-sensei. I'm to take him. And besides, you don't have any soul-based attacks that can pierce black blood, Black Star reminded her. Maka grinned. Naruto-sensei taught me one in secret. Besides, I need to pay him back for what he did to Soul, Maka said seriously. I'll stop him and you go and prevent Azura from awakening. Black Star shrugged. Your choice. Come once, Tsubaki. Hi. Good luck, Maka. Soul. Maka watched as Black Star hurried away. She turned back to Krona, who was staring at her confused. Ma, why are you here? You can't hurt me, remember? Maka smirked, and she charged at Krona. She swung Soul at Krona. Krona did not even block the blade and let it hit him. To his surprise, Soul's blade bit deep in him, leaving a large cut. Krona screamed in pain as Maka punched his chest. His eyes widened as he felt pain from Maka's blow. He swung his sword wildly, forcing Maka and Soul to jump back. What did you do? Krona screamed. Maka smiled. It's a variant of Soul Saw that I like to call Vibrava, a self-resonating technique. Using my wavelength, I can rapidly vibrate any part of my body or soul. So instead of cutting you once, Soul sliced into you several thousand times. My punch was actually my fist hitting you several times every millisecond, Maka said. Inwardly, she thanked Naruto-sensei for the special gloves that he had given her to protect her hands. Krona glared as he raised Ragnarok. You will pay. Maka returned the glare and raised Soul high as she prepared for Krona to attack. Here I come. Chapter 9. Maka swung Soul at Krona, who parried the scythe with Ragnarok. Ragnarok screamed as Krona thrust the blade at Maka. Maka kicked out at Krona, sending out some of her wavelength to her feet. Krona stumbled back and winced at the pain. His face twisted as some of the madness began to settle in. He swung Ragnarok wildly at Maka, who used Soul to deflect the majority of the blows. Maka spun Soul around briefly before swinging him low to catch Krona in the leg. Black blood spurted out of the wound and glowed briefly before extending into a spike. The spike stretched and nearly impaled Maka. Maka jumped back before the spike could touch her. She panted lightly and looked at Krona. Had enough yet, Krona? Maka taunted and blew a raspberry at him. Ragnarok shook in anger. Krona! Let me cut that bitch! Krona whined and frowned at Maka's taunt as Ragnarok began to vibrate more violently. Scream resonance! A mouth appeared on Ragnarok's blade form and began to screech loudly. Sol and Maka winced at the shrill noise as Krona raised Ragnarok high. Screech beta! A large purple wave came towards Maka and Sol. Soul resonance! Maka and Sol quickly synchronized their souls, allowing for a greater connection between their two souls. Maka grinned and spun Sol around as she pushed some of her wavelength into Sol. Sol amplified the wavelength and fired it back out, creating a near-white wave of energy. The two waves of energy clashed and cancelled each other out. Krona stared in shock whilst Ragnarok nearly jumped out of Krona's grasp. Eh? What the hell? Ragnarok screeched. Maka smirked as she sent another surge of wavelength through Sol. Forte! Sol amplified the wavelength and sent a wave of energy at Krona. Krona bared his teeth as he used Ragnarok to block it. Ragnarok screeched as he blocked the energy blade. The energy blade soon dissipated and Krona swung the sword at Maka again. Screech Alpha! A much larger wave appeared, forming a mouth to bite at Maka. Maka calmly danced around the wave and pushed a great amount of her wavelength into Sol. Sol winced slightly as he channeled that energy and amplified it out of the blade. Fortissimo! The wave of energy gave a loud hum as it flew towards Krona. Krona yipped as he jumped out of the way. The wave missed him but sliced cleanly through one pillar before cutting deeply into the pillar behind it, leaving a large and deep gash. Krona blinked in shock at the attack. This is bad. Bah! Wipe that bitch's smirk off, Krona, before I start hurting you. Ragnarok snapped. Krona winced but lunged at Maka. Maka deflected the sword using the shaft of her weapon and elbowed Krona in the cheek. Krona instinctively spat blood out as he crashed into the ground. Ragnarok shrieked in victory as he manipulated the blood still floating in the air. Bloody nail! The blood formed the shape of a spike and embedded itself deep within her left shoulder. Maka screamed in pain, losing her focus and breaking off the soul resonance. Sol jumped out of his weapon form and supported her as she clutched her shoulder. Maka! Are you alright? Sol asked worriedly. Maka smiled at Sol as she held her shoulder. I'll be fine, Sol, Maka said, giving him a thumbs up. Sol nodded and reverted back into his scythe form. Maka ignored the pain in her shoulder as she raised Sol. Krona merely looked at her as he cut open his palm. Krona pointed the bleeding palm at Maka before speaking. Bloody needle! A thin spike raced towards Maka. Maka quickly deflected the spike, only to have the spike splash against the blade, sending droplets into the air. Bloody needle! The droplets formed into spikes and sped towards Maka. Maka jumped back before they could stab her. However, Krona anticipated this and one droplet extended and stabbed into her leg deeply. Maka screamed in pain again as she landed hard on the ground, banging her head against the ground before blacking out. Maka! Sol morphed into his human form and gently cradled Maka. Maka moaned weakly before her head lolled to the side. Sol pressed his fingers against her neck, exhaling in relief as he felt a strong pulse. What do I do? Krona whined. Just stab the two already and get it over with, Ragnarok said. Krona nodded and lunged towards Maka. Clang! Sol glared as he protected Maka, morphing his arm into a scythe blade and stopping Krona's blade. Sol smacked Ragnarok away and punched Krona in the face, sending him flying. Sol turned back to Maka and began to lightly slap her face. Come on, Maka! Wake up! This is no time to sleep! Krona glared at Sol and raised his blade. Ragnarok screeched as Krona swung him in Sol's direction. Screech chi! A large blade of energy came rushing at Sol and Maka, ripping up the floor and sending debris flying. The attack hit Maka and Sol straight on, sending a cloud of dust, obscuring the both of them. Kid sped along the dark pathways beneath Shibuzen. As he raced on his skateboard, his mind was filled with thoughts, most of them pertaining to Azura and what would happen if he was released. If he had to be honest to himself, he was concerned mostly about his father. If Azura was released, Shinigami would not be able to fight him on the same level he had fought him nearly 800 years ago, as the seal that used drained much of his power. Azura would also be freed in the middle of Death City where thousands of civilians resided. If a fight broke out between the two, Azura would target the innocents in order to distract Shinigami. Knowing his father, He would do anything to prevent the innocent from being hurt, even at the cost of his own life. However, with Naruto and Miyako here, Shinigami might be able to subdue Azura once again. Still, there was the chance that Azura would escape all three, then attack Death City when Naruto and Miyako were away. What would happen then? What happens if Azura learns that Kid was the son of Shinigami? Would he be taken hostage by Azura? So many different scenarios ran through Kid's mind that he was blind to his surroundings. He was deaf to Liz's warnings as he sped straight to a floating orb. Boom! Kid instinctively curled into a ball and then spun several times before he landed on his feet. He shook his head and looked up to see a mass of floating orbs suspended in midair, scattered about in a random pattern. The orbs were spread so that there was no way around, creating a treacherous minefield blocking their path. Good, you're not injured, Liz said. Listen, kid, we were lucky in that we weren't killed but also not setting off the rest of these bombs. What were you thinking? Anyway, we need to be careful. If we set off any more, we might bring the whole place crumbling down. Understand? Kid? Kid? It's unsymmetrical. What? That ball in front of me is floating 2.4 inches to the right of the center and several feet too low. And that ball is 4.4 feet off its ideal position. The one behind it is 5.9 inches too low and 4 inches too low. Oh God! The number 4. Why 4? Why am I still looking? I think I'm going to be sick. Kid collapsed to his knees and began to vomit. Liz sighed and palmed her face. Oh, kid! Focus! This is what you were trained for, Liz said. I can't. I just can't, Kid whined. Liz sighed. If you don't buck up, I'll tell Naruto-sensei about this once we return. What do you think he'll do to you? Liz threatened. She sweat dropped when Kid began to blubber and suck his thumb as he began to rock back and forth in the fetal position. I give up. Patty, you tell him, Liz said. Patty looked at her sister in a cute manner. Okay. I'll give it my best shot, Patty said cheerfully. Patty hummed in a cutesy manner before speaking. Move it, goddammit, Patty ordered with her face twisted in a sadistic manner. Bombs exploded as Kid raced through the minefield, not heeding the explosives or the bombs. Liz stared in shock as Kid outraced the bombs by using the shock waves of previous explosions to speed him faster through the minefield. Amazing! Both Kid and Patty, Liz whispered as her sister was dancing around in happiness and glee. You were? Patty, you're so mean! Kid cried while tears came out of his eyes. Krona peered through the dust whilst Ragnarok screeched in victory. Kaya! We got them! That bitch is dead! Ragnarok screeched. Jero. Did you say that? Ragnarok asked. Krona shook his head. Jero. The dust cleared to reveal a large black toad the size of a dog holding a shield that resembled a sake plate in front of Sol and Maka. Sol looked at the toad, grateful, surprised, and extremely confused. Where did you come from? Sol asked. Jero, Naruto-sama summoned me. He thought you two could use a little help. Jero, the toad said. Name's Kurigama, by the way. Jero. Sol sighed. Thank you, Kurigama. The toad gave Sol a wide smile as he turned back towards Krona. You get on reviving your girlfriend, boy. I'll hold Krona off for now. Jero. Wait a second. Kurigama ignored Sol and leaped at Krona. To everyone's surprise, the toad spun in the air and kicked Krona in the air with a textbook perfect roundhouse kick. Krona flew through the air and bounced several times on the ground before lying on the ground. Oh, Krona! Get the hell up! You just got your ass kicked by a frog! Ragnarok screamed. Ooh, I don't know how to interact with frogs, Krona responded as he slowly stood up. He looked around only to see the toad in front of him. The toad gave Krona a mischievous smile before slapping him with its tongue. Krona wiped the saliva off with his sleeve while Ragnarok shook with anger. Krona! You better kill this fucking frog! It bitch slapped us with its tongue! Ragnarok screeched. Krona nodded and swung his sword at Kurigama. Kurigama merely jumped to the side and bashed Krona with his shield. Krona merely grunted and stabbed out. Kurigama jumped high into the air and made a hand seal with its webbed feet. Sway-ton oil bullet! A clear orb shot out and smacked Krona. Krona made a small cry of disgust as the oil slid down his skin. Krona charged but slipped on the oil, flipping into the air before landing on his face. Kurigama laughed cheekily as he held its stomach. Jero-rororo! That was hilarious! Do it again! As Krona and Kurigama battled it out, Sol dragged Maka behind a column and gently shook her. Maka groaned and twitched several times before waking up. She looked at Sol's face groggily. What's going on? Come on, Maka! Snap out of it! Soul said hurriedly, emphasizing his point with another shake. Maka's vision spun for a bit before she glared up at Soul. Maka chop! Soul groaned as he rubbed his sore head. Where she kept that book, he'll never know. However, he gave her a small grin in relief. Good, you're up, Soul said. We need to hurry and beat Krona so we can stop the Kishin. Maka nodded and climbed back to her feet. Soul grinned and turned into his scythe form. Maka caught him and swung him around several times before turning to Krona, who was still fighting the toad. Krona swung at the toad, but Maka raced in and blocked Ragnarok. Ragnarok screeched in frustration as the toad hopped away to the sidelines. Kya! I thought we got rid of you, bitch! Ragnarok said. Maka smirked. Well, I'm not done with you yet. I'm up for round 2. Krona looked at her bored. I'm tired of you. Why do you fight when you are so weak? Maka smiled. Because I'm a Meister of Shibuzen. Soul Resonance! Scream Resonance! The two Meisters raised their weapons in preparation of the first attack. Witch Hunter! A bright blue aura surrounded Soul's blade. Maka charged at Krona while he swung his sword. Screech Beta! A wave of purple energy flew towards Maka. Maka spun and split the wave with her scythe, causing it to dissipate. She leaped into the air and slammed Soul into Ragnarok. Krona grunted in pain as he buckled under. Maka screamed as she spun on her heel and swung Soul again, sending a pulse of her wavelength through Soul. Soul easily amplified it, allowing for a large wave of energy to fly at Krona. Krona was knocked away and flew back. He shuffled away in terror as he saw Maka walk towards him. Stay back! Krona screamed. In desperation, he punched out at Maka. Maka merely caught the punch with her hand and held tight. However, with the two Meisters still resonating with their wavelengths, a blue-purple orb surrounded the two, sending Maka, Soul, and Ragnarok deep within Krona's mind. Everyone fainted, much to Kurigama's confusion and shock. He hopped over to Maka's side and placed a webbed hand on her wrist. He sighed in relief to feel a strong pulse. He repeated the same to Soul and Krona and found that all of them were merely knocked unconscious. He hopped to the side and waited for all three to come back to consciousness. Maka and Soul blinked in confusion as they floated above an endless sea of sand. Maka ignored Soul's shrill scream of surprise but couldn't help giggle at Soul's ridiculous flapping. After a moment, he realized he wasn't falling and glared at Maka. Maka stifled her giggling and looked around to see a small child hunched over within a small circle. Maka heard small sobs coming from the child. Maka's face softened as she realized that Krona was not evil but alone. Judging by the endless sea of sand, he had never learned how to make friends. He was not alone but just desperate for someone to acknowledge him. Just to know that he mattered. Maka and Soul floated gently down to the ground, near Krona's circle. Much to their surprise, both of them had reverted back to their child forms. Soul watched as Maka strode up to the circle and began to wipe it off. She ignored Krona's crying and hugged him to his surprise. He screamed in shock and tried to escape her grip, but Maka held him tightly. Soon his struggles stopped, and he merely sniffed as he laid his head against Maka's shoulder. Maka hummed a soft lullaby as she rubbed his back. Feel better, Krona? Maka whispered. Krona nodded and sniffed. Maka raised him so she could look at him in her eyes. Krona merely nodded. Soul slowly strode over to Krona and knelt beside him. He gently patted his head and smiled at Krona. It's nice to interact with people. Is it, Krona? Soul said softly. Krona nodded. Maka giggled and gave Krona another hug. That's why I want to be friends with you, Maka said. I am Maka Alburn. I am Krona, Krona whispered. He burst out into tears. I want to be your friend too. Maka smiled and held Krona in her arms. And I want to be your friend too, Krona. Soul smiled as Krona continued to cry out all of the pain and sadness that he held within his heart. With each tear, a small bit of his frustration came out. Maka merely rocked him and hummed a soft lullaby. Soul smiled at the sight as he felt a soft breeze blow past him and the sound of the sea in the air. Moments passed and a soft glow orb wrapped around the three children. Maka blinked when she saw the ceiling. Standing over her was Soul holding out a hand. Near her was Krona smiling at Maka softly. She stood back to her feet and turned to Krona. He held out a hand to Maka. Friends? Krona asked. Friends, Maka agreed as she shook his hand. What hell are you doing, Krona? Ragnarok erupted from Krona's back and pointed at Maka. However, to everyone's shock, Ragnarok's form had, in the best description possible, chibified. Instead of a menacing, hulking silhouette, he resembled a cute cartoon character. He grabbed Maka's pigtails and began to tug on them. Maka wailed in pain while Soul tried to help her. Why do you want to be friends with this loser, huh? No one does! He's mine, you hear? Ragnarok squeaked. What the hell did you do to me anyway? I don't know. Maka moaned as she tried to fight off Ragnarok. Stop fighting, Krona moaned. Ragnarok ignored him and continued to pull on Maka's pigtails and fight off Soul. Bah! Still he's mine, you hear? He's mine to bully. Got it? Stop fighting, Krona moaned. Ragnarok popped him on the head. You shut up. Stop it! To Ragnarok's shock, Krona punched him in the head. He froze and released Maka's pigtails, completely surprised at Krona's actions. After a moment he glared at Krona and began to give him a noogie, much to Krona's displeasure. Oi, you hit me! Ragnarok screeched. He began to pull on Krona's robe and occasionally smack his Meister as he vented his anger on Krona. Do you know what it's like being hit by you? Huh! It's like not taking a crap for 3 days and then finally doing so, only to get your butt splashed by the toilet water because of how big the crap you douched out. Ragnarok squeaked. Maka and Soul could only watch in shock as Krona tried to defend himself as best he could. You guys go on ahead. I'll be fine, Krona said to Soul and Maka. Ragnarok gave a squeaky laugh and began to tug harder at his robe. I'll be fine. Bah! I'm not done with you yet. Go! Soul and Maka gave Krona a deadpan look before turning. Good luck, Krona, both of them thought as they walked away from Ragnarok's squeaky ranting and Krona's moans of despair. Further up ahead, Kid used his skateboard to maneuver his way through the remains of a temple. He quickly jumped down and stopped, sensing a malevolent wavelength resonate through the remains. What is it? Liz asked. I can feel the Kishin up ahead. It's faint but it's undeniable, Kid whispered. It feels... What? Untamed and evil. As soon as he finished, Kid gasped as he felt the wavelength overpower his senses. Whispers filled his ears along with a cacophony of screams and pleas. His nerves shook as the madness seemed to fill every corner of his being. Malevolent 3 eyes stared at him, pulsing yet motionless, alive and dead at the same time. The screams seemed to become louder and louder until... Kid blinked as his vision returned. He looked around at the broken remains around him in shock. Kid? Are you alright? Liz asked. Yeah, what happened? You blanked out, Liz explained. What did you see? Ajura. I felt him, Kid whispered. We can't let him go free. Liz was about to respond, but she felt a huge source of energy coming straight for Kid. Watch out, Kid! Kid instinctively jumped to the side, barely missing a huge energy blast. Kid rolled to the side and jumped back to his feet to see a large wolf man grinning at him. Magic Eye Blast! Kid eyed his new enemy carefully. Immediately he thought back to the descriptions he heard from Black Star and Maka about fighting this immortal. Highly resistant to pain, extremely skilled in hand-to-hand combat, powerful ice magic along with that special eye. Not a very good combination for someone like him who used his bullets to aim for the most critical points in the body. There was also the fact that he was immortal and would not die unless through certain methods. Kid frowned as he had no techniques with massive amounts of destructive power aside from his soul resonance, which he doubted had enough power to kill an immortal. So he had one option left, which was to outrun his opponent. Let's go. Liz! Patty! Kid fired several shots at the werewolf, who smiled as he took the shots. I'm immortal! This doesn't hurt a bit. Kid ignored Free as Free crouched and lunged at Kid. Kid quickly backed away and jumped onto an empty pillar. To his shock, Free was right in front of him and swiped at Kid's feet. Kid jumped as far away as possible and landed on his feet. He raised his arms to block but saw that Free was merely waiting for him to make his next move. He's much faster than I thought and I can't let him get my legs, Kid thought. How can I get past this guy? Think! Kid's eyes darted from side to side as he tried to formulate a plan. Several tense moments passed before Kid spoke. I got it! That pillar is the top half to that pillar, while that pillar is broken up into 3 different parts. The top part is right there, the middle is over there, and the bottom part is resting there. Now if I could only find where the left arm of that statue, Kid exclaimed. Free stared at the boy in shock before pointing to his right. I think that arm is over there, Free said helpfully. If you're doing a puzzle, I can help. I love puzzles. Kid's sweat dropped when he realized what he was doing. Stupid, stupid, stupid! I can't be thinking about that. I have to focus. Focus! Gag! What the hell is that statue supposed to be? Kid thought as he scratched his head. Liz sighed. Oh no, Patty. Kid's beginning to lose his focus. We need to help him. Quick, think of symmetrical things. The number 8, Patty said helpfully. A butterfly, Liz added. The letter O. However, Liz's and Patty's efforts were futile as Kid began to scratch his head furiously while looking around to find the matching pieces of the broken temple. He stifled a scream, but Liz knew that if something did not happen soon, Kid would drive himself mad, just like in Naruto's training. Of course, Liz cried. Kid! What? Kid snapped. 4 is the most beautiful number because it's so asymmetrical, Liz said. Kid's eyes widened and he glared at Liz. How dare you say that? The number 4 has no form of symmetry whatsoever, as it is by far the most unsymmetrical number in the world. How can you say that? Who are you? In fact, where is my partner? Patty! Do you hear this? Kid screamed. Yahoo! Before Kid could say anything else, Black Star smashed into him, sending him flying into the rubble. Tsubaki sighed in relief. We made it. Yosha! We made it, Tsubaki! We made it! We're finally here to kick some Kishin butt. Prepare yourselves, cause the great Black Star-sama has arrived. Bow before my divine presence, foolish mortals. Yahahaha. The rocks near Black Star exploded as Kid jumped out of the rubble. What in the world are you doing? We haven't stopped the Kishin. That guy over there is blocking our way. Kid screamed as he pointed at Free. Black Star looked over to where Free was standing and jumped in shock. Whoa, where'd you come from? He was there the whole time, Kid roared. In her gun form, Liz gave Black Star a thumbs up. Good job, Black Star. Now we just need something to get Kid to focus his rage on his enemy, Liz said. Kid! That guy over there has a ball and chain only on one side. He's not symmetric, Liz called. Kid turned and noticed a single ball and chain around Free's ankle. His eyes narrowed and he pointed Liz and Patty at Free. You make me sick. Black Star, let's get him, Kid said. Black Star nodded. Yosh! Black Star sped towards Free while channeling his wavelength throughout his body, creating multiple copies of himself bouncing around at high speeds. Free's eyes spun as he tried to keep track of all of them, but completely missed Tsubaki as she flew into the air in her shuriken mode. She flew through Free's arm and back to Black Star. Kid pointed at Free in surprise. Black Star! It's an illusion, Kid said. Eh? Really? Black Star said in surprise. Black Star walked forward and tried to touch Free. However, to his utter shock, his hands simply went through. Free smiled as he reverted back into his human form. Guess the gig's up. Good job, you brats, Free replied. Kid ignored Free and strode past him. He summoned his skateboard and turned to Black Star. We wasted too much time here. We need to go now, Kid stated. Black Star nodded. Gotcha! Let's go kick some butt, Black Star cried. He whooped and began to run. Kid sighed and chased after Black Star, easily catching up to him and passing him, much to Black Star's annoyance. Behind them, the image of Free merely sighed again as it dissolved into green cubes of magic. Stein sighed as he looked at Medusa's corpse on the ground, sliced in half. He pulled out a cigarette and took a long drag from it. Nearby, Spirit lounged against the wall, pleased yet worried for Maka's safety. Stein noticed Spirit's worried expression and sighed. Maka'll be fine, Spirit. I can feel her wavelength, Stein said. She's alive and well. If anything, her wavelength's calmer and smoother than before. That's a good sign, right? It is. Spirit sighed. Thank God. Stein was about to respond but froze as a huge purple arrow stabbed him. Stein stared down at the glowing blade in shock and at the supposed corpse of Medusa to see it collapse into several snakes. Spirit looked behind Stein to see Medusa smirking at him. With a cruel jerk, Medusa pulled out the blade and jumped back. She slowly licked the blood off the blade while Spirit supported Stein. Stein coughed and focused his eyes on Spirit. He gripped Spirit's arm and forced himself to lean closer to his friend. In my pocket. Serum. Inject, Stein whispered as he fought to retain consciousness. Spirit nodded and rummaged through Stein's pockets. He quickly found the serum and quickly stabbed it into Stein's vein. The bright blue serum glowed as it traveled into Stein's bloodstream. Stein shuddered and collapsed into Spirit's arms, much to his friend's shock. Spirit cradled his friend and shook him, trying to wake Stein. Come on, buddy. Wake up. We need you here, Spirit muttered as he continued to shake Stein. Medusa gave a cruel laugh at Spirit's desperate actions. It's too late for Dr. Frankenstein. I stabbed him directly into the heart. It won't be long until he goes to the other side, Medusa said. Pity. I rather enjoyed his company. Spirit was about to retort but stopped when Stein's eyes popped open and he began to take huge gulps of air. To everyone's shock, he jumped to his feet as if nothing happened to him. Medusa's mouth dropped in shock while Spirit was simply gaping at his friend. Spirit pointed at him and made several gagging noises before he spoke. How? Stein grinned. I managed to procure some of Naruto's blood and tissue while he stayed at my house. I discovered that he had a remarkable regeneration factor to the point he was able to heal any wound he had within seconds. It was bloody hard to dissect him, but I managed to get enough tissue and blood sample to last me for years. Using these samples, I managed to isolate the origin of Naruto's regeneration ability and replicate that energy within that serum, healing all of my wounds, Stein explained. He pulled up his shirt to reveal that the gaping wound Medusa had caused was completely healed. Stein smirked at Medusa's stunned look. I guess since you got a free shot in, I deserve one as well, Stein muttered. He vanished and reappeared before Medusa. Before she could react, he plunged both of his palms into Medusa. Double soul purge. Medusa went flying into the wall, embedding deeply into the wall. She hacked up blood and struggled to remove herself. Stein clenched his hands and multiple strands appeared on Medusa's limbs. Soul suture. Medusa's limbs went taut as the threads sewed her onto the wall. Spirit turned into his scythe form and jumped into Stein's hands. Stein laid a palm on Medusa and channeled his wavelength into her. Soul gauze. Thick bandages wrapped around Medusa's form. Medusa immediately tried to dispel the bandages with her wavelength, but to her surprise, the bandages held firm. Stein raised his scythe so that the blade was just under her chin. For the first time, Medusa's face was a fright as she realized that she was completely under Stein's mercy. Now before I slice your throat, I want to ask you a few questions. If your answers are good enough, I might spare your life and throw you into Shibuzen's dungeons, Stein said. Medusa frowned and spat at Stein. What do you want? Why do you want the Kishin free? Straight to the point, Stein? Medusa said. Well, for one, with Azura free, you Meisters and Shinigami will be focused solely on recapturing Azura, allowing my brethren along with me to roam free. Another is that with Azura free, the madness he spreads will be a calling card for all the dormant witches in hiding to wake up. Arachne was one along with Hecate. If Azura's out long enough, Morgana could rise again. You're insane, Stein muttered. Medusa cracked a smile. Really? Or am I just a visionary? Next question, Stein snapped. What is black blood? Medusa smiled. It's the pinnacle of my research. It's exactly like a blood cell in every way except that it amplifies the negative part of the wavelength, inducing madness. With this madness comes pure power and also the absence of all emotion except giddiness. With enough souls, one possessing of the black blood could become a Kishin. When I completed it, I removed the blood from Krona's body and replaced it with black blood. Stein grit his teeth as he silenced Medusa with a nudge from his scythe. Last question, who did you kidnap Krona from? Medusa gave a mirthless laugh. I did not kidnap Krona. He is of my own flesh and blood. Spirit burst out of his weapon form and stepped in front of Medusa with an enraged expression. How can you do that to your own son? Spirit roared. How? Medusa gave him an uncaring look. Because he is my son. That's it. You heartless bitch, Spirit whispered. How dare you call Krona your son? You have no right. Turning your own son into a heartless monster. Spirit turned his arm into a blade and placed it against Medusa's throat. She smirked. Do it. Spirit raised his arm but stopped when an enormous wavelength pulsed through the empty corridors of Shibuzen. Stein, Spirit, and Medusa turned towards the dark hallways with different expressions. Stein closed his eyes and focused through the inherent madness of the wavelength, trying to sense what was going on. Azura's not free yet. We still have some time, Stein whispered. Medusa giggled. Do you really believe that, Meister? I do. Free and Iruka shuddered as they entered the room where Azura was kept. Both of them could feel the insanity of Azura's wavelength pulse chaotically within the room. Sweat dripped down their skins as they walked cautiously through the red room. Pillars with seal tags were everywhere while an unnatural darkness seemed to fill the area. Iruka shuddered as she felt something stare at her, but when she turned to look, there was nothing behind her. She turned back and continued forward, walking closely behind Free. She gave a frightened hiccup and turned to see a colorful sprite vanish from behind a pillar. She screamed in shock and Free jumped to her side. What is it? Free asked. Iruka shook her head. It was nothing. Free grunted in disbelief but continued to walk forwards. They strode through the dark temple for several tense moments. Through these moments, they could not feel the madness start to seep into them as whispers and stifled screams echoed into their ears. Iruka felt a chill run up her back and she turned back to see nothing again. She looked forward only to see the terrifying visage of Azura looking at her with his terrible 3 eyes. Iruka could not even scream as she was completely petrified in fear. Azura's mouth split into a wide smile as drool began to fall from his mouth. He slowly leaned forward and opened his maw to reveal a row of teeth resembling large tombstones. Iruka screamed as Azura lunged forward and tore off her face using his mouth. Free turned to see Iruka screaming and clenching onto her hat. Free knelt down towards the witch and shook her. "Oh, Iruka. What's happening?" Free asked. "I want to go home. Leave me," Iruka moaned. "We're almost there. Come on, Iruka." Iruka looked up and Free recoiled in shock to see the scarf-covered head of Azura. A lance of pain shook through him as he saw that one of Azura's scarves had pierced him through. He looked back up to see Azura leering hungrily at him as he opened up his mouth. Free could not even shout in protest as Azura began to rip off his face. The last thoughts that Free had were stifled as blackness overtook his vision. After a moment, Free and Iruka blinked when they saw themselves sitting on the ground about to commit suicide. Iruka dropped the wooden stake she had at her throat while Free pulled out the large blade that was halfway embedded into his neck. They threw the weapons away in shock and hurriedly jumped to their feet. Iruka and Free ran their hands over their faces, trying to reassure themselves that they were still alive. "What was that?" Free muttered. "Was that the Azura's madness?" Iruka bit back sobs as she strode next to Free. "Let's hurry and get done with this," Iruka whispered. Free nodded. They walked towards the source of the madness. Soon they arrived at the source of the madness, where Azura was kept inside of a bag made from his own skin. Despite the eyes painted on the bag were merely ink, Free and Iruka could not help but think that the eyes were staring at them with evil intent. Free turned to Iruka, who had frozen in shock at the sight of Azura. "Oh, let's wake the Azura up." Iruka nodded and quickly assembled the syringe. She filled the syringe with the black blood and took a step towards the bag. Bang! Iruka looked back to see Kid flying in the air. He immediately saw Iruka holding the black blood and aimed his pistols at them. Shots flew at Iruka and she quickly jumped to the side. However, Kid paused when he felt something wet fall on his head and looked up to see the frightening face of Azura. He immediately began to fire his pistols as rapidly as he could at Azura, but Azura didn't even seem to mind them. Kid gasped as Azura tightly wrapped his scarves around and leaned in closer towards Kid. Kid instinctively let out a pulse of wavelength, and the image of Azura vanished. Kid blinked in confusion but realized that he was caught in a hallucination. He jumped back to his feet and began to rapidly fire at Iruka. Free jumped in front of the shots and acted as a shield for Iruka. "Hurry up! We can't wait any longer," Free said. "Yosha!" Free saw Black Star blast by Kid and grit his teeth. Black Star immediately raced by Free and charged towards Iruka. Iruka saw Black Star and started channeling her magic into her hand. A glowing orb appeared and she threw it at Black Star. "Tadpole bomb!" The bomb exploded in Black Star's face and he was sent flying back. Immediately he was set upon by Iruka's giant tadpole, Otome Jackson. Iruka watched as the irate Meister savagely beat up her beloved tadpole and pumped her hand. "Thank you for your sacrifice. I'll complete this mission for you." She ran towards the bag where Azura was kept. Black Star kicked the tadpole away and channeled a huge amount of his wavelength into his limbs. "Tsubaki! Enchanted sword mode!" "Hi!" Tattoos wrapped all around Black Star's arms and face as he raced at blinding speeds at Iruka. Iruka grunted as she stabbed the syringe into the bag that held Azura, only for the bag to resist the syringe point. "Come on, go through!" Iruka moaned as she pushed the syringe. Behind her, Black Star jumped into the air and rebounded off the low ceiling. Before Iruka could react, Black Star was already above her. He let out a cry of victory as Tsubaki easily sliced through the syringe, releasing the black blood and stopping the Azura. Black Star panted as he knelt on the ground. He looked at Tsubaki with a proud smile on his face. "We did it, Tsubaki." "No, you didn't." Black Star looked up to see Kid and Free looking at the bag, transfixed. Black Star turned to see an empty syringe stabbed deeply into the bag that was holding Azura. He blinked in confusion and turned to Tsubaki. "What happened?" "You were under a hallucination, Black Star," Tsubaki said sadly. Black Star looked back at the bag in horror as the bag began to shake wildly. "No," Black Star whispered. "I failed." Chapter 10. Stein and Spirit stiffened as Azura's wavelength increased massively. Medusa laughed loudly as the madness began to settle within her. She grinned at the implications and turned to Stein. "Do you feel that, Stein? Azura is now awake." Stein growled, and before anyone could stop him, he laid 2 palms on Medusa and forced Medusa's wavelength to compress within her body. Soul bomb! Medusa screamed as she felt her wavelength forcibly compressed by Stein's before being released. The released energy tore Medusa apart, and bits of her body flew everywhere. Spirit looked at Stein sadly as he panted in anger. To Spirit's surprise, Stein collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head. Stein began to writhe in pain but slapped away Spirit when his partner tried to help. Leave me! Get to Azura's chamber now! Stein roared as another round of pain lanced through his head. Spirit nodded and left Stein. Stein hissed as he tried to understand what was happening. He knew he had an inherent weakness to madness, but it wasn't this bad before. He rolled around and felt the empty syringe in his pocket, and immediately understood. That energy. It's inherently similar to Azura's wavelength. Stein realized in shock as he collapsed onto the ground. Another lance of pain racked through his body, knocking him unconscious. Everyone within Azura's chamber watched as the bag slowly took the shape of a man. He rose to his feet, stretching its newly resuscitated flesh. Everyone in the chamber were completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of its wavelength Azura was emitting. Not only was it powerful, it was inherently disgusting and fascinating as well. It reeked of madness, power, decay, and malice all combined into a thrumming hum they could feel within their bones, sending chills up their backs and raising the hairs on the back of their necks. It slowly stumbled about, stretching and adjusting its skin. It writhed and moaned as pieces of its skin squeaked and slapped about, trying to retain a grip on his flesh. He slowly moved towards a cowering Iruka and knelt down by her, rubbing his eyes. Iruka could feel the intense wavelength Azura was giving off, and it wrapped, covered, and suffocated her. Her breath came out in small sobs as Azura slowly opened his blood-red eyes to stare blearily at the frightened witch. Azura stared into Iruka's wide eyes and paused. Jaya wa wa! Kaya wa! Free and Kid stared in complete surprise at Azura. What the? Free muttered. It's frightened of the witch? Kid whispered, confused. Azura soon stopped, and Iruka's eyes rolled over as she slumped into unconsciousness. Behind Azura, Black Star slowly stood back up, his body racking with pain from his desperate maneuver. Damn it, that's loud. I'm going to kill you, Azura, Black Star growled. He looked down at Tsubaki and held her up with a resolute hand. Tsubaki, enchanted sword mode. Hi! Tattoos raced down his hands and face as Tsubaki's wavelength channeled through Black Star. He lunged at the Kishin and stabbed Azura with Tsubaki. To his utter shock, Tsubaki's blade rebounded off Azura's skin as if she had hit a piece of solid iron. Black Star quickly shook out of his surprise as he jumped back and channeled much of his wavelength into knee. He vanished and grabbed Azura's head before slamming his knee directly in the base of Azura's skull, discharging all of his wavelength. Grand Star Strike! A huge pulse of energy was blasted directly into Azura's brain, causing him to freeze and shudder. Black Star jumped off and thrust his sword at the base of Azura's skull, hoping that he had softened Azura enough for Tsubaki's blade to pierce him. However, a strand of Azura's skin stretched and flicked Black Star in the forehead, freezing him and leaving a faint imprint of an eye on his brow. Before Black Star could comprehend, an enormous burst of Azura's wavelength slammed into Black Star's brow, sending him flying. He tumbled hard against the floor before lying motionless on the ground. Tsubaki jumped out of her weapon form and began to cradle Black Star's still body. Black Star! Kid cried worriedly. He turned to Azura with angry eyes and raised his pistols. Damn you! Shot after shot were fired from Kid's pistols, all of them landing on Azura. Yet to Azura, the shots were mere annoyances, and he stretched part of his skin towards Kid. Kid looked at the skin in shock as it flicked him in the forehead before releasing another burst of wavelength at Kid's skull. Blood poured out of his mouth and nose before he slumped to the ground, knocked out. Azura pulled on his skin and began to spin in circles, stretching out large portions of his skin and creating makeshift scarves. The scarves wrapped around his torso and his face, covering most of his body, leaving 4 ends waving into the air. Azura smirked and looked at Free with insane eyes. I'm naked! Azura shrieked insanely. That macho look is cool! Azura cackled as he used his scarves to propel himself straight into the ceiling and drill himself through the bedrock over the chamber. Was he talking about me? Free muttered. Stop right there! Tsubaki turned to see Maka charging in. Before she could stop her, Maka jumped up and grabbed one of Azura's scarves. She slammed Soul's Edge into the rock and grit her teeth, trying to hinder Azura from escaping to the surface. However, it was all for naught as he continued to move, unabated by Maka's desperate attempt. Up on the surface, Kirikou, Ox, and Kim were finishing up the evacuation of Death City. All of the civilian inhabitants were safely moved from Death City to a nearby bunker that was specially reinforced to withstand even the Shinigami's or Kishin's strongest attack. Kirika sighed exhausted as he slumped to the ground. Fire and thunder reverted back into their child forms and laid next to Kirika's side. Kirika chuckled as he patted their heads. "You did good, you too," Kirika whispered. He looked up at Ox and Harvar, who were both leaning against a wall while Kim and Jacqueline were sitting on a nearby crate. He turned to Kim, the sensory one of their group. "Can you sense anything wrong?" Kirika asked. Kim shook her head. "No. So far, everything is dash." Kim started but froze. Her eyes widened and she looked down at her feet in alarm. Ox and Kirika noticed her sudden shift in demeanor, as everything about her screamed danger. "What's going on?" Ox asked. Kim looked at them with disbelieving eyes. "Azura's been freed." "Impossible!" Kirika demanded. Kim was about to respond, but the ground beneath them began to shake wildly. The weapons morphed back into their weapon forms and jumped into their Meister's hands. They watched as the ground cracked and split apart before exploding, sending huge chunks of pavement into the sky. The three Meisters scattered to avoid the large rocks while Azura screeched past them and began to float in the air. The three Meisters also cried in horror as they spotted Maka falling from the sky. They watched as Soul quickly transformed back into his human form and wrapped himself around Maka. The pair landed with a huge crash, crushing some crates. Soul grunted in pain but shook Maka as she had been knocked unconscious when Azura had burst to the surface. "Oh, Maka!" Soul said worriedly. Maka stirred and slowly raised her hand at Azura. "Must stop Azura," she whispered before blacking out. Kim hurried to her side and quickly examined Maka before turning to Soul. "She's just knocked out," Kim said reassuringly. "We need to get out of here while we still have the chance." Soul nodded, but a lance of pain ran through his back. He bit back a roar of pain and turned to Kim. "I can't move. It hurts too much," Soul hissed. Kim nodded. "I'll come back for you with a stretcher," Kim muttered. "Just stay still." Soul nodded and rested himself. However, he could not help but shiver in fright when he looked at Azura. Another series of rumbling caught his attention as 4 dark strands of cloth ending with skulls burst out of the hole Azura had created. Azura watched impassively as the cloth wrapped around his arms and legs tightly. Rattling was heard as chains rocketed into the sky and bound tightly against Azura's torso. Azura easily snapped off the cloth bindings, but he struggled against the chains as they began to glow an ethereal blue. To Azura's shock, the chains began to slowly drag him down. After several seconds struggling, he was able to snap the chains and free himself. He chuckled in amusement, but his mirth stopped when he heard the familiar faint whooshing noise that still haunted the dreams of his long slumber. He turned to see the impassive mask of the Shinigami, staring at him. Azura's scarves opened to reveal his face as he stared into the mask of his former master. "So you're here," Azura muttered. "Shinigami-sama." "Hiya, how are you doing?" Shinigami asked, his usual mirth absent. "Why do you have a ridiculous mask?" Azura asked. "Well, after I sealed you, I created a school for meisters in order to keep more Kishin from arising. My mask was really scary and it scared the children. And I'm guessing that's the reason for your funny way of speaking," Azura said. Shinigami nodded. He pointed his flat hand at Azura. "Sadly, I must seal you again. No hard feelings, okay?" Shinigami sang grimly. He raised his flat hand high. "Shinigami chop!" Shinigami's hand slammed into Azura, rocketing him to the ground. The ground shook at the impact as a dust cloud obscured Azura. Azura merely lay there for a moment before cackling madly. Shinigami looked at Azura as he stood back to his feet. "Time for me to return the favor." Azura's 4 scarves flew towards the Shinigami. Shinigami watched them come close before creating a large shockwave around himself, ripping apart the scarves and shocked Azura, opening several large gashes in the Kishin. Black blood leaked out of the wounds before they closed. Azura smiled. "I've forgotten this in the time I spent in that blackening sleep. Pain, fear, madness, uncertainty. These emotions. It makes me feel alive." Azura laughed wildly as he made 2 hand seals. 2 large arrays appeared, creating an eye. The eyes released 2 huge beams of crimson energy that streaked towards the Shinigami. Shinigami grunted as he created 2 shields with his wavelength that stopped the beams from hitting him. The beams were held back before deflecting away from Shinigami, flying away, but one landed in Death City and reduced the buildings into rubble. "No!" Shinigami whispered in horror. He glared at Azura and charged at him with his hand raised for a powerful chop. He was stopped by a strong barrier and blasted away into a building by Azura's scarves. Shinigami grunted and pulled himself out of the building. Azura shrieked as he spotted an opening and crouched his legs. You won't escape! Shinigami roared. Soul Shield! A large glowing shield in the shape of Shinigami's mask appeared above Azura and slammed down on him. Azura grunted as the shield continued to bear down on him, forcing him onto his knees, then to the point he was prone on the ground. Shinigami glared as he continued to force Azura down with his shield while floating up into the sky. His eyes widened when he felt a surge of energy emanating from the Kishin. Azura cried out as he released the energy, dispelling the shield. This is no good. His power is rising rapidly. Without my death's eyes around, he will soon be able to land a fatal blow on me. Shinigami thought. I need to end this quickly. You won't stop me, Shinigami! Azura shrieked. Vajra! A bronze, dagger-like weapon emerged from Azura's mouth and he charged towards Shinigami, using his wavelength to increase the speed and power of his attack. Shinigami hastily erected a shield, stopping Azura. He grunted as he focused all of his energy into stopping Azura's attack. However, it was not enough as after a few moments, the shield began to have cracks in it. I will escape, Shinigami! Azura cried. Just as the shield cracked, a voice sounded out in the air. Dynamic entry! Naruto slammed the flat of Miyako's sword form into Azura, sending him flying back to the ground. He turned over to Shinigami with a concerned look on his face. Sorry, we're late. Had to retrieve a certain weapon, Naruto explained. He tossed Spirit over to Shinigami, who caught it easily. Shinigami swung Spirit about several times before hefting it over his shoulder. Spirit, are you ready? Shinigami asked seriously. Of course, Shinigami-sama. Let's go! Shinigami roared. Kishin Hunter! A bright rainbow edge emerged from Spirit's blade. Naruto laughed darkly as he saw the angry expression on Shinigami's face. Finally serious after all these years? Naruto asked. Then let me help you. Naruto made 4 quick hand seals and laid a palm on his chest. 7 Emperor's Seal, K.I. Naruto's soul materialized around himself, creating a blue swirling orb over 100 feet in diameter. However, the chains around his soul began to glow a bright yellow as they faded away. The patterns on his soul began to swirl more and more rapidly as the Naruto's blue soul turned silvery white. His soul bulged once before rapidly expanding to the point it surrounded Death City. Naruto roared once more as he forced his soul to compress around himself, creating a silvery flame-like aura around himself. Naruto ripped off his eye patch, revealing the Getsugan in its full glory. The Getsugan spun wildly as he ripped an opening in reality. Kinton, Vortex Vacuum! A vast amount of air around the opening was rapidly sucked within the dark opening, creating a vacuum. Naruto closed the rip in reality, causing the remaining air to close in around the vacuum. The collapsing air caused an enormous shock wave that blasted Azura several feet through solid bedrock. Kayak! I never thought you would be here, Naruto and Miyako! Azura cried out in shock and fear. He jumped away but was confronted by Shinigami, who swung Spirit at Azura. Azura barely missed being split into 2 but received a large gash in his chest, spraying black blood all over Shinigami. Azura screeched in anger and pain as the deep wound began to slowly regenerate. You tricky bastard! Azura screeched. Shinigami did not respond but began to emit a black aura around himself. Death Claws! 4 arms created a black energy sword from Shinigami and grabbed Azura. Shinigami roared as he sent a pulse of energy through his arms. Eat this, you swine! Black lightning shocked Azura badly, opening more gashes and further opening the wound on his chest. Azura wheezed as the Shinigami began to float closer to him, holding Spirit high. Now I'm going to finish what I should have done many years ago, Shinigami rasped out as he swung his scythe. Azura desperately made a shield around himself, stopping the attack briefly and sending him flying. Shinigami's eyes widened when he realized that he had inadvertently sent Azura soaring towards the borders of Death City. Azura screeched in relief and victory as he saw his goal in sight. Oh no you don't! Naruto roared. Miyako! Hi! Naruto's aura wrapped around Miyako's sword form, creating a large broadsword of silvery energy. Mirror's Edge! He swung it at Azura, who twisted at the last moment. The sword sliced through Azura's right arm before blasting away Azura and his severed arm in different directions. Azura was sent flying back towards the Shinigami, who raised his scythe, waiting for Azura to come towards him. Azura looked around desperately to see a group of young meisters running below him. He cackled in glee and sent a large red beam at the meisters below him. Shinigami's eyes widened and he raced to intercept the beam. On the ground, Kim and Kirikou were helping Soul and Maka into stretchers when they felt a huge amount of energy rapidly approaching them. They looked up to see a large beam of energy bearing down at them, and froze in shock. Ox and Harvar saw them, and Ox immediately sent a huge burst of electricity on the ground. The electricity Ox sent blasted all of his friends away. Before Harvar could react, Ox threw him away and braced himself to be incinerated by the blast. Harvar screamed as the beam was just upon his friend. At the last moment, Shinigami appeared before Ox and raised his palm. An opening in his palm was created and absorbed the blast briefly before redirecting it away from Ox and his friends. Ox shuddered and fell to the ground as pure relief spread throughout his body. The Shinigami turned and gave Ox a brief thumbs up before charging at Azura. Ox breathed deeply as he tried to calm his nerves. However, the air was knocked out of his lungs when Kim tackled him and hugged him tightly, while sobbing in relief into his chest. Harvar merely walked up to Ox and smacked his partner in the head. Baka! Back with Azura, Azura panted as he avoided another swing from Naruto. He quickly fired 2 blasts at Naruto, only for both of them to miss. He desperately sent his scarves at Naruto in an effort to stave off the furious warrior. Naruto slapped away the scarves and made a one-handed seal. Ninpu, Shadow Clone! 8 clones popped into existence, and grabbed each of Azura's limbs and scarves, pulling Azura down to the ground and stretching him out. Naruto smirked as he held out a hand. A silvery orb appeared and began to spin rapidly, creating a whistling sound as it spun. Eat this, Azura! Naruto roared. Rasengan! Azura screeched as the orb ground into his abdomen, shredding through his skin and muscles as it forced Azura through the bedrock foundations of Death City. Naruto stared as Azura fell deep into the abyss. Naruto sighed and jumped down into the hole. He quickly stopped when he immediately realized where he had landed. No! Azura screeched in laughter as he weakly opened the door that led to the room where Sakura was sealed. Naruto roared in frustration as he hurried after Azura. He kicked open the door to see that Azura had his hands on one of the keystones of the seal. I win, Naruto-san! Miyako-san! Azura pulled Vajra out of his mouth and used it to destroy the keystone of the seal imprisoning Sakura. No! The destruction of the keystone led to a chain reaction as the other seals began to fail. Azura cackled as the barriers that were placed to keep Sakura trapped were shattered. Miyako jumped out of her weapon form and made several hand seals in conjunction with Naruto. As they finished the last hand seal, the last barrier sealing Sakura fell and Azura confidently strode to where Sakura was. Azura howled in victory as he raised Vajra to stab Sakura but was blocked by Shinigami's scythe. Azura stared in shock as Shinigami chopped him in the face, sending him flying into the side of the chamber. He turned to the disheveled and emaciated form of Sakura kneeling on the ground before turning to Naruto and Miyako. Is she alive? Shinigami asked. Naruto shook his head. Yes and no. Her spirit still clings to this earth as she has an enormous amount of Yin chakra within her, making her a wraith. However, the seal she was kept in had permanently drained her of most of her Yang chakra, preventing her from touching many inorganic items of the physical plane aside from her body, yet she can now possess people. Naruto said hurriedly. She will naturally try to possess the best host to keep alive. You don't mean Dash? Shinigami asked in horror. Of course he does. Miyako snapped. Azura. Naruto and Miyako laid both of their palms on Sakura. Sakura's body exploded into green particles, leaving a sinister pink orb in its place. However, to everyone's shock, the orb pulsed once and raced towards Azura. Azura shuddered as the orb slammed into him. He began to scream and cackle as Sakura's yin began to anchor itself into her host. They watched as Azura twisted and writhed before screaming loudly as his head twisted unnaturally. The scarves around his face were torn apart, revealing his face. However, instead on his head were not one but 3 faces. Naruto, Miyako, Shinigami, and Spirit were completely revolted at its appearance, as on the right side was a face of a young Azura, his face twisted in an expression of utter giddiness mixed with absolute fear. Opposite of it was the face of a young Sakura, her face molded in one expressing pure hatred, grief, and lust. In the middle though was a face that was like a combination of an old twisted crone on the left side, while the right side of the face was of a tengu complete with the horns sprouting from its forehead. In the middle of its central face, an eye appeared, bloodshot and unblinking. All 3 faces began to laugh maniacally into the sky. Naruto screamed in rage and charged at Azura, intent on finishing him and Sakura once and for all. To Shinigami's and Miyako's surprise, Azura merely flicked his hand and Naruto was sent flying into the air. Naruto teleported behind Azura and stabbed him deeply with a kunai. Azura did not even flinch but instead let out an amused sigh. Dear Naruto-kun. Always so headstrong. Azura spoke. However, his voice was melded with the higher alto voice of Sakura, sending chills down Shinigami's and Miyako's back. It seems like your legendary luck has finally ran out. Azura waved his hand again, but Naruto anchored himself to the ground and sent out a pulse of chakra. Thin blue wires were seen briefly on the tips of Azura's hands before they vanished in air. Azura chuckled. Caught onto our trick, yes? Azura whispered. Well, try this. Kishin Hunter! Azura looked down in shock at the rainbow blade that pierced his chest. He screeched wildly as he thrashed his scarves about, one of them smacking into the Shinigami's face. Shinigami skidded to the side and looked at the wound he made. Azura looked at the wound and laid a hand on it. Within a few seconds, the wound vanished to the Shinigami's confusion and anger. Spirit could only gap in surprise. Miyako and Naruto glared at Azura. I never thought this could happen, Naruto hissed. Explain, Shinigami demanded. Long story short, with Sakura's soul cohabiting with Azura's, he now has access to some of her powers. Not only that, Azura's wavelength have now been bolstered by the presence of a second soul amplifying it like a Meister's weapon. He's also able to regenerate faster now, Naruto explained grimly. However, with the increase in power, comes the increased weakness of soul-based power attacks like your Kishin Hunter. It'll be tricky, but this hybrid of Sakura and Azura can be beaten. Shinigami grunted. Agreed. Kaya ha ha ha. As amusing as this is, I must say farewell, Azura/Sakura cried. The Kishin shrieked as it burrowed its way out of the chamber, and out into open sky. However, she was halted as black lightning and silvery arms wrapped itself around itself. Naruto and Shinigami rose from the hole that the Kishin had created, both of them preventing Kishin from leaving. Naruto grunted in exertion as he made a single-hand seal. 144 shadow clones popped into existence, and they organized themselves into a circle. All of them pulled out brushes and began creating kanji onto the ground as fast as they could. When they finished, they slammed their palms into the kanji and pumped all of their chakra into the seal. 12 Zodiac clans! 12 generals of the saintly army! Heavenly Order Restraint, FUIN! From each of the kanji, a ghostly warrior appeared. All of them raised their hands and shot rope at the Kishin. The Kishin shrieked as the ropes pierced her, and it began to thrash about. Naruto and Shinigami grunted in pain as they continued to restrict the Kishin as the seal was slowly closing around the Kishin. All of the ghostly warriors closed their fists and began to pull simultaneously, yanking the Kishin down to the ground. It looked around for an escape desperately, and saw as a last batch of civilians were desperately running away from Death City. All three faces opened their mouths and gathered energy. When the energy reached a critical mass, the right face shot it at the group of civilians. Naruto saw the beam and his eye widened as he tracked its trajectory. He immediately released the jutsu and teleported in front of the beam. Without Naruto, the seal collapsed on itself. Shinigami roared as he attempted to drag Azura towards him, but the remaining two faces blasted Shinigami. Shinigami was sent tumbling away while Naruto roared in pain as he allowed himself to be hit by Azura/Sakura's blast. The Kishin smirked as it surveyed its work and began to make hand seals for one last attack. She did not expect Naruto and Shinigami to recover so fast, and was caught completely by surprise as they launched a furious counter-attack. Reaper's Guillotine! Moon Crater Strike! Naruto's and Shinigami's attacks slammed into Azura's/Sakura's torso, splitting it open and showering both with gore. It screeched and with the last vestiges of its energy, sent itself as far away from Death City as it could. Naruto landed on the ground gracefully while Miyako reverted back into her human form. Naruto took a deep breath and sighed as he stood back onto his feet. Beside him, Miyako held his hand and stood beside him. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, we'll get her, Miyako whispered. Naruto nodded numbly and turned to Shinigami. Shinigami also sighed and looked at Moon smiling crookedly down at them. The Kishin and the monster free on the anniversary of Shibuzen, Shinigami said softly. Things will start to pick up. Eh? Naruto-san? Yeah, they will. I only hope the new generation's ready for whatever will come our way, Naruto said softly. Chapter 11. Naruto sighed as sat on top of a large telephone pole overlooking the city. The aftermath of the battle between Shinigami, Naruto, and the Kishin had left widespread damage throughout the city. Nearly all of the homes in the northern quadrant were destroyed, whilst there were many craters in the other three quadrants from the attacks that were created in the battle. After sealing his soul to prevent any excess damage as his wavelength was so vast and strong, he created a battalions of shadow clones to drastically speed up the rebuilding of Death City. All throughout town, you can see copies of Naruto running through and fro the city, carrying different supplies and materials to help rebuild the homes and stores lost in the fight. As their homes were being built, many of the citizens were being accommodated in a large building Naruto had built outside of the city. His wife was there to help run the hotel, caring for the wounded, and cook the meals for the near hundreds of people displaced from their homes. Naruto could not help but smile as once he started rebuilding the city, men came streaming out of the city to help him rebuild. Back in the hotel, women were also aiding Miyako keep the hotel running while caring for their children. Naruto gave a happy chuckle as caring for the people in Death City reminded him of being Hokage nearly 1,000 years ago. A thrown brick interrupted his thoughts as he was whacked in the head by said item. He rubbed his head and looked down to see a group of clones glaring at him holding signs and generally acting out the role of the unruly mob. In front was a clone holding a megaphone. Naruto Namikaze! As part of the newly formed Union of Unappreciated Laborers and Shinobis, we demand that we receive benefits and lower work hours for our services. The clone spoke. We also demand that we receive a name for each of us individually to express our free will from your oppressive nature. Speak on, brother! A random clone cried. We will not stand for being mindless drones. We will not stand for being mistaken for you, the clone ranted. We will fight the power. Join me, brothers, and let us continue our protest. YOSH! Naruto's sweat dropped as his clones were actually protesting before his very eyes. His vein pulsed in irritation as he pointed at the lead clone. What the hell? You guys are just chakra constructs, Naruto said. You can't protest. Says who? The clone snapped. And I shall no longer respond to Naruto. I shall be called Bob. Hear, hear. Speak the truth, brother. Bob? What the hell kind of name is that? Naruto snapped. Kid popped out of nowhere and stood by Bob, and pointed dramatically at Naruto. It's a beautiful name as it's completely symmetrical, Kid cried out. Naruto's eye twitched at Kid. Stay out of this, Kid, Naruto replied irritably. Oh, and by the way, you have 3 bands of white on one side of your head. How unsymmetrical. Kid immediately collapsed, weeping, as he pounded his fist on the ground. Bob pointed at Kid as he turned to his followers. Comrades, do you not see how cruel our oppressor is? Bob called out. We must fight for our freedom, our rights, and our own happiness. OSU! Naruto sighed and palmed his face. Just go away, he muttered. That comment only seemed to rouse the clones. Hell no! We won't go! 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 Is there a problem here? Naruto and his clones stopped when they saw Miyako standing there with a friendly smile on her face. However, all of them shivered as a black aura floated above and shaped into a sinister face. Naruto and Bob waved their hands. No problem, Naruto said hurriedly. Just working with my clones, right guys? Right, boss. Amen to that, brother. Miyako's eyebrow rose but she shrugged. Anyway, Shinigami wants to see us. He's having a meeting and he wants us to be there to help him explain the situation. Naruto waved his hand carelessly. Era. You can do that, Miyako-chan. I hate boring meetings. Miyako shrugged. I guess. I'll go to the meeting. However, I would like you to pick up some papers back in my desk. All right, Naruto-kun? Naruto nodded. Hi, Miyako-chan. I'll be going then, Miyako replied. Make sure you don't make too much of a mess. Understand? The black aura snarled at all the Narutos. They nodded their heads in unison as they quickly went about their work, while Miyako left them. Bob turned to Naruto and patted his back. You know, boss, I take back all I said. We don't mind being clones. Only the original has to deal with Miyako-chan when she's angry, Bob said. Naruto's eye twitched and he smacked Bob in the head, dispelling him. He stomped towards the school, muttering about worthless clones and troublesome underlings. He walked up the stairs leading to Shibuzen and wandered the halls until he entered the classroom. He quickly found the files and was about to leave when he smelled a familiar savory smell waft through the halls. Naruto followed the smell to find a fresh bowl of ramen and a pair of chopsticks sitting innocently in the middle of the hallway. He quickly snapped the chopsticks apart and devoured the bowl in seconds. He sighed in content of the impromptu treat. After a moment, he stood back up and turned when he noticed that the smell of ramen was still in the air but further away. Naruto followed the source and found another bowl of ramen. Naruto grinned and began to eat it quickly. He finished it easily, but the smell of ramen still persisted. He followed the smell to see 3 bowls of ramen sitting innocently in the middle of the hallway. A tear dropped from Naruto's eye as his mind came to a conclusion. The ramen god has finally deemed me worthy to discover the blessed road to the promised land where the roads are lined with the most delicious of noodles and the rivers flow with the most savory of broths. Naruto whispered as he sat to eat the bowl of ramen on the ground. Praise be to the mighty flying bowl of ramen. Itadakimasu. Are you sure he will be here? Shinigami asked. Miyako nodded. Of course, Miyako said. He'll be here. And was all that really necessary? Spirit asked. Miyako nodded. He can't resist it, even if it is an obvious trap, Miyako explained. Everyone quiet down and listen. All of the room's inhabitants fell silent, straining to hear any noise. After a moment they were able to hear Naruto coming down the hallway. Ooh, bowl of ramen! Itadakimasu! Slurp! Ah! Footsteps. Ooh, bowl of ramen! Itadakimasu! Slurp! Ah! Footsteps. Ooh, bowl of ramen! Itadakimasu! Slurp! Ah! Footsteps. Ooh, bowl of ramen! Itadakimasu! Slurp! Ah! Everyone in the room's sweat dropped as they realized why Miyako had laid ramen bowls all over Shibuzen. Soon enough, Naruto entered the room. He was completely oblivious to everyone in the room and was solely focused on the bowls of ramen on the ground. Naruto continued to follow the trail and walked to the bowl that was set beside Spirit. Spirit watched distastefully as Naruto devoured the bowl while Miyako pulled a wire. A large steel cage slammed down, trapping Naruto and snapping him out of his ramen haze bliss. He looked around in confusion. What's going on? Naruto asked. We're having a meeting about paperwork that you needed to attend, Miyako stated. Naruto's eyes widened and anime tears began to fly. You wa! How cruel! You used pure, innocent ramen to trick me! How can you do that to me, Miyako-chan? Why? Why? Naruto sobbed. Miyako palmed her face. Shinigami-sama summoned us so he could speak to us about the situation that has arisen, Naruto-san. Stein replied. Half of the Death Sides are attending. Naruto looked up and recognized 3 other Death Sides in the room. He simply waved at Justin Law and Yumi Asuza but froze when he saw Marie Mjolnir. Marie smiled happily and waved energetically at Naruto. Hi to-san! Marie CHWN! Naruto burst out of the cage and swept Marie in a tight hug. He happily spun her about, much to her embarrassment. After a couple of spins, he led her down and examined her. He noticed the eye patch she had and beamed in pride. Yosh, following your old man in style. I'll make a good sage out of you yet, my lovely daughter, Naruto said happily. Oh, I've missed you so much. It's not been the same since my little Thunderbolt has graduated and began to explore the world. I remember when you used to be so small and used to ask me to swing you around. Naruto sniffed and pulled out a baby picture of Marie. You're still my precious baby girl. Marie reddened and socked Naruto in the face, sending him flying. To-san, you're embarrassing me. Naruto groaned and pulled himself out of the crater. He stumbled dizzily back to the group and smiled, albeit crookedly, at his daughter before turning to Spirit. They grow up so fast, Naruto said. Ahem, as touching as this reunion is, can we get back on topic? Yumi said. Shinigami nodded. Hi. Thank for that, Yumi-chan. Now, as you already know, Azura was released in the attack on Death City during Shibuzen's anniversary. Having in the midst of that attack, another entity was released. Shinigami explained. Justin, Spirit, Marie, and Yumi looked at Shinigami in surprise. There was another entity aside from Azura? Yumi asked. Shinigami nodded. Despite my worries, Naruto deemed it unnecessary for anyone to know as he felt that this entity was his personal responsibility. Seeing that his knowledge and seals far outweighs my own, I reluctantly agreed. Shinigami explained. However, in the fight to subdue Azura, Azura broke the seal containing this entity. Before the entity could regain consciousness though, Naruto and Miyako stripped its soul from its body, rendering it seemingly helpless. However, its soul broke free and moved on its own accord into the body of Azura. Instead of being swallowed and absorbed, it fused with Azura, changing him to a being far greater than a Kishin, an Akukami. Evil god? Marie asked in confusion. What's the difference? The difference is that the entity that Azura had combined with was once an old comrade of your father's, named Sakura Haruno. Miyako explained. When your father killed her the first time, she managed to escape death by splitting her body from her soul and rose from the dead using a modified spell that forcibly awoke the dead. The second time, Naruto and I sealed her inside of a mountain, but the witches broke the seal using human sacrifices to break the keystones. During the Shinigami's battle with Azura nearly 800 years ago, Naruto and I sealed her a third time. Despite the seals surrounding Sakura were working perfectly, it was not designed to protect from attacks on the outside. That's why Azura was able to break the keystones that anchored the seals. Now that Sakura's soul has merged with Azura, not only is the Akukami much more powerful than its previous form, it has an extremely advanced form of regeneration, knowledge of both soul wavelength and the ancient art of ninjutsu, and an extremely unpredictable nature as well as the madness wavelength it gives off. We also don't know the effect of Sakura's merging with Azura have an effect on the madness wavelength it gives off, Naruto added. Madness wavelength? Marie asked. Stein, would you mind explaining? Shinigami asked. Stein nodded. Hi, Shinigami-sama. Azura was able to unconsciously emit a wavelength of a godly amplitude. This wavelength is unique as it influences a person's destructive tendencies and judgment, making a person more likely to commit riskier choices, at the very least to driving a person completely insane. It's unique in that instead of fading away, it lingers much like a disease and spreads quickly. This wavelength also increases a witch's power and also acts as a wake-up call for all the witches that lie dormant, waiting for their time to come. If Azura is left unsealed for long, the wavelength could also create chaotic weather patterns slowly destroying the earth, Stein explained. However, with Akukami's free, we're not sure if it still possesses this madness wavelength. Right? Yumi asked. Stein and Naruto shook their heads. Unfortunately, the Akukami still possesses the madness wavelength. It is very likely that the merging of Sakura has only increased the power of this wavelength, drastically, Stein replied. In addition, due to the inherently evil and dominating personality of the Akukami, it could also create a variation of madness where those under madness would be slaves under Akukami's control. So what will we do? Spirit asked. Shinigami leaned side to side for several moments before speaking. We'll be having a slight rearrangement of staff around here, Shinigami said. Spirit immediately went on his knees, praying that he would not be reassigned. Spirit-kun, Shinigami started. Spirit burst into tears at the sound of his name and began to blubber onto the ground. No! What will I say to Maka now? Who will act as her parent now? Spirit cried. He fell to the ground and his tears formed a small stream on the ground. Don't bother helping me. It's all over. You will stay here by my side as my personal weapon, Shinigami finished, not minding the interruption. Spirit leaped to his feet and turned to the Shinigami in shock. Really? Shinigami nodded. Your weapon form is the only one that is able to perform the Kishin hunt. If the Akukami attacks, the Kishin hunt is one of the few techniques we have at our disposal that will be able to severely injure it. Have pride in yourself. Spirit began dancing in joy and relief at the fact that he would not be transferred. Shinigami turned to other death sides assembled. I am also thinking of having another death side at Shibuzen to stave off any attack, Shinigami said. Marie, you will work with Stein from now on. Eh? Me? Marie's eyes watered and she looked down in disappointment. I don't have the motivation to work. I even chose Oceania so that I wouldn't work so hard. Marie whined piteously. If I work here, it'll take longer for me to get married. Naruto's ears bulged at the word married and began to swell in anger. However, Miyako slapped a strip of duct tape over his mouth to prevent Naruto from speaking. Stein laid a hand on Marie's shoulder in a comforting gesture that only seemed to enrage Naruto. It's okay. You have a tendency to obsess over tasks anyways, Stein reminded her. Marie's depression only deepened. Don't remind me. What about me, Shinigami-sama? Yumi asked. You will use your exceptionally wide range of vision to look for the Akukami, wherever it's hiding. Naruto and I will give you multiple areas and where it may be hiding, but the main responsibility of finding it will be yours. You will have the complete cooperation of all the overseas bases, Shinigami replied. He then turned to Naruto and Miyako. I know I can't order you, but I would like your help in recruiting the other 3-star Meisters and Death Sides around the world. At the very least, have the re-established contact with Shibuzen. The recapturing of Akukami and its destruction is our highest priority right now, and constant communication is vital, Shinigami said. Miyako nodded. You can count on us. Naruto nodded and ripped off the duct tape over his mouth, releasing a stream of curses that made everyone except Stein blush. Stein merely chuckled in amusement at the blonde's comment. As for Justin, Shinigami noticed that Justin's face was blank as he had his headphones blasting in his ears, completely drowning out all other noises. Naruto smacked the back of his head, causing the headphones to pop out. I'll think of something later, Shinigami said cheerily. As for now, dismissed. Hi. As the others turned to leave, Shinigami spoke up. Wait a second, Spirit. I'd like to have a word with you. Down in the holding cells of Shibuzen, Chrono was sitting in the corner of the room, staring blankly at the floor. In his mind, he was reminiscing of the happiness and the kind words that Maka had spoken with him. He clutched the pillow in his arms tighter, and a small smile spread across his face as he whispered that precious word. Friends. The door gave a loud groaning noise as it opened. Krona instinctively cowered and looked up to see Naruto walk in with a solemn expression on his face. Naruto looked at Krona and gave him a reassuring smile as he sat down opposite of Krona. Krona immediately tucked his face into his arms in fear of Naruto. I don't know how to interact with people. Because no one ever interacted with you, right? Krona paused and looked up at Naruto, confused. Naruto gave Krona a painful smile as he pulled his arms to his chest and stared into Krona's eyes. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto whispered. Feeling alone, lost, and unloved. To be shunned for something completely out of your control? To desire any acknowledgement of the people around you, right? Krona nodded. Naruto chuckled. I was like you once. Alone and without friends, with a demon sealed within me. Everyone hated me and simply ignored my existence. Naruto explained. When I was young, every day after the sun, Krona sat transfixed as he listened to Naruto. Every word that Naruto had spoken was exactly how he felt. Krona inched closer to Naruto, curious about him. Naruto smiled gently at the young boy and pulled out a small scroll. Then one day, I came across a small ramen stand. The man there saw me and took pity on me. He and his daughter invited me to eat with them. They were the first ones to listen to me. To interact with me. It was the first time I felt that I mattered. Naruto opened the scroll and summoned a bowl of fresh ramen. He handed the bowl to Krona along with a pair of chopsticks. Krona stared at the bowl in confusion before taking it. Naruto chuckled as he summoned one for himself and sat beside Krona. Krona watched as Naruto held his chopsticks. The first thing before eating a bowl of ramen is to say, "Itadakimasu," Naruto explained. "Itadakimasu?" Krona asked softly. Naruto nodded. It means thanks for the meal, Naruto explained as he snapped the chopsticks in half. Krona nodded and looked at the bowl. The savory smell wafted upwards and into Krona's nose. His mouth began to water, and he felt his stomach rumble with anticipation. He snapped the chopsticks in half and looked at Naruto for permission. Naruto gave a small nod and Krona turned back to his bowl. Itadakimasu. Krona took a small clump of noodles into his mouth and chewed it. The savory broth flowed over his tongue, stimulating his senses. The fresh noodles bounced delightfully within his mouth as he chewed. He swallowed his food down and felt it travel smoothly down his chest, warming him from the inside. It's good, isn't it? Naruto asked. Krona nodded. I like it. Naruto nodded. So do I. Naruto took a small clump of noodles and ate it. But eating it with friends makes it so much better. Krona's eyes widened and stared at Naruto. He pointed to himself, not believing what Naruto was implying. Naruto gave Krona a wide, happy smile that splitted his face and nodded at Krona. Krona's eyes immediately watered and tears flowed down his face as he shoveled ramen into his mouth. Itadakimasu! 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 Krona sobbed as he ate the noodles. He quickly ate the bowl and drained the soup, reveling in the warmth spreading in his chest and feeling of content throughout his body. Naruto held the boy close to him as Krona cried in relief and happiness, as he finally knew that someone in this world cared about him. Chapter 12. The next morning, Naruto woke up in his bed with a pain on his side. He blinked away sleep as he tried to kickstart his brain into remembering why his side hurt. A flushing sound was heard and he turned over to where the bathroom was, intent on asking Miyako what happened last night. However, instead of Miyako, Stein exited the bathroom wiping his hands on a blood-stained cloth. Stein looked at Naruto in surprise. Ah? You're awake? Pity. Down in the kitchen, Marie was at the table sipping her tea while Miyako was whipping up a batch of her world-class pancakes. As Miyako was cooking, the two chatted about Marie's troubles with men. Miyako giggled when Marie recounted a disastrous date back while she traveled to Australia. And then he got knocked out by a kangaroo, Marie wailed. Miyako let out a loud snort as she imagined the scene. You know, Marie, I think I understand what is your problem, Miyako said. Really, Mom? What is it? Marie asked. Miyako ladled some batter into the skillet before speaking. You're trying to find a man that is similar to your father, Marie, Miyako explained calmly. Behind her, Marie reddened in anger as she immediately rushed to her conclusion. I do not have a father complex, Marie shouted and threw her teacup at her mother. Miyako easily snatched the teacup out of the air and laid it on the countertop. She turned back to her fuming daughter and sighed. It's not like that, Marie. What I'm saying is that you and your father were extremely close when you two were growing up. He was such a wonderful father that when you started to have an attraction to men, you automatically began to search for a man that treated you much like your father did. You looked for qualities in a man that was similar to your father's, Miyako said. However, the problem is that your father is such a unique individual that I doubt you would meet any other person like him in the world. Oh, Marie said quietly, realizing that her mother spoke true. Miyako giggled at her daughter. There's also the fact that you love men who can protect you, much like your father did. However, with all those insane games that your father played with you when you were a child, you became an extremely powerful woman, Miyako said. Marie gaped in surprise. Really? Miyako giggled. Did you really think that boulder chucking was a child's game? It still amuses me remembering how your father and you threw boulders the size of a full-grown man into the ocean, arguing who threw it the furthest. Stian! What the hell are you doing in my house? Marie and Miyako giggled as there was a moment of silence before Naruto started screaming again. Just because Miyako-chan asked you to wake me up doesn't give you permission to dissect me. Again. You don't just waltz into someone's room while they're sleeping and simply cut them open before you decide to wake them. That's just rude. And insane. And creepy. And give me that. That's my liver, not yours. Another moment of silence. No, you can't have my gallbladder. I need that. And put this liver back where it belongs. Several shrieks were heard along with thumping. Get that scalpel away from me. Naruto barreled down the stairs carrying a plastic container under his arm. He hurried over to Miyako and gave her a swift kiss in the cheek before rummaging into the drawers. Stein calmly walked down the stairs, completely unperturbed at the fact he removed Naruto's liver. In his hands, he held multiple scalpels between his knuckles. Calm down, Naruto-san. The gallbladder is easily an organ that can be lost by the human body, Stein said. Naruto ignored him and pulled out a kitchen implement and waved it threateningly at the mad scientist. Stay back. I have a spatula and I'm not afraid to use it, Naruto shouted, waving the spatula at Stein. Naruto-kun, Stein-san, please calm down. I will be extremely irritated if you break more things inside the house, Miyako said in a forcibly calm voice. Naruto and Stein shivered as the infamous black aura arose from Miyako and leered at the two men. The two quickly sat down at the table so as to stave away the ire of Miyako. So Marie, didn't you say that you dated Stein years ago? Yeah? Naruto cried, glaring at Stein with all the intimidation only an overprotective father could bring. My little thunderbolt's dating this man? Why was I not informed? Dad! It was years ago, Marie said. We're not together anymore. Yeah? Naruto cried out again. Why, Stein? Is my daughter not good enough for you? Huh! It wasn't Stein, it was me, Dad, Marie corrected, trying to prevent her father from getting more riled up. However, she failed as Naruto swelled in rage at Stein, who began to cower slightly at how angry Naruto was becoming. Bah! Impossible! Naruto snapped. My baby girl's the perfect girl and father could ever raise. Why, I remember when she was only 10 when she knocked out her first bear by punching it between the eyes. I was so proud that day. Stein raised an eye at Marie, who blushed in embarrassment. Naruto pulled a wallet from his pants and opened it. A large roll of photos fell out with an audible thump and began rolling on the floor as Naruto began to point to different photos of Marie growing up, extolling the characteristics of his perfect little girl. And this is one when she was 5 and she made her first rescue by saving a small cat from being run over by a car. Miyako-chan, do you remember how my little thunderbolt flipped that car over? And this one here is when we fishing down in the Cape of South Africa for her 14th birthday. I still have the fish that Marie caught hanging in the living room, Naruto said, tears of happiness coming from his eyes as he pointed to the living room. Stein turned and saw a 35-foot-long great white shark mounted on the wall. Brucey's been me favorite talking buddy whenever your mother's not here, Naruto said. Marie turned red and covered her face with her hands. Dad! Stop embarrassing me! Marie whined. Naruto pouted. What am I doing? I'm just thanking whatever deity's hanging about, as you have all the best features of your mother and me. You have my hair and my smile and your mama's good looks. You also have my happy-go-lucky attitude and the monstrous strength of your mother, Naruto said cheerily. Marie pouted. Why can't I get angry? Marie asked. Naruto smiled and hugged his daughter. 'Cause I'm your precious father, even if you think I should be shoved away into some retirement home like a senile geezer, Naruto said cheerfully. Right, Miyako-chan? If by some miracle you were sent to a retirement home, they'd kick you out because you drive them to the graves. Literally, Miyako snapped. Naruto pouted, crouched, and drew circles on the floor. Moo, it's too early to be so hurtful, my lovely wife. Suck it up, tough guy, Miyako said cheerily. Now, who wants pancakes? I do, Marie and Naruto cried out simultaneously. Miyako giggled and laid the large plate of pancakes on the table. She watched as the two began to gobble the pancakes in a similar manner while Stein was eating them at a more sedate pace. No matter what you say, you really are your father's daughter, Miyako thought as Marie and Naruto squabbled over the syrup. And if you'll sign here, here, place your fingerprint here, drop of blood here, saliva sample here, another initial right over here, and we finish off with a lock of your hair here. Stein sighed as he tore off a lock of his hair for Naruto. Naruto grinned as he placed the hair in a vial and placed it in his pocket. Wonderful! You've completed the forms qualifying you to be my daughter's Meister, Naruto said cheerily. His grin became even bigger as he brought out another stack of paperwork, this one as tall as a small child. Stein looked at the sheer amount of paper in confusion and dread. What's this for? Those are the papers for dating my daughter that you never filled out. And why do I have to fill these out? Stein asked. Well, for one, I won't unshackle the chains I placed on your ankles, Naruto said cheerily. Stein looked down at the monstrous chains that were indeed linked with the shackles on his ankles. Also, these chains were attached to a solid steel plate, bolted down onto the ground. I understand. Well, get cracking. Those papers aren't going to fill themselves out. Hours later, Naruto and Miyako were sitting in a taxi as they traveled through the streets of Seattle. Naruto winced and patted the large sore he had on his head. Before they left, Miyako and Marie had discovered what Naruto had done to Stein and had persuaded him to let Stein go, despite Stein only filling in half of the paperwork. Being pounded on the head by his wife hurt already, but to have his own daughter punch him hurt even more. Having two extremely strong women punch in the same area was not fun at all. He still saw floating bowls of ramen spinning before his eyes. Beside him, Miyako was reading the file that Shinigami had given them detailing the Meister that they were to recruit. Naruto glanced at the file and grinned as he recognized the picture. We're recruiting her first? Naruto asked. Miyako nodded. I'm surprised as well. It would make sense though. She is a 3-star Meister that is nearly on the level of Stein, Miyako said. She's also one of the few to have the anti-demon wavelength. She'll be vital in the war against the Akatsuki. The taxi slowed in front of a small coffee shop. Naruto paid the driver and followed his wife inside of the place. The small cozy coffee shop was filled with people despite the late hour. Miyako looked around and spotted their target, sitting in a cushy armchair reading a large tome. She had shoulder-length sandy blonde hair and of average height. She noticed Miyako and closed her book before looking up. She gave Miyako a gentle smile which Miyako gladly reciprocated. Miyako-sama, it's been a while. Kami, how many times have I told you to not call me that? Miyako admonished gently. Kami smiled widely and hugged Miyako. She looked over Miyako's shoulder to see Naruto waving at her cheerfully. You're still married to Naruto, I see, Kami said in a neutral manner. Naruto's face fell in sadness. Kami-chan, you're still not angry at the way I trained you, right? Naruto whined. Look at you! You're a 3-star Meister! That doesn't mean I still get nightmares about you training me, Kami snapped. I still can't look at ramen without vomiting. Naruto waved his hand carelessly. Bah, you're overreacting. You ate a whole bathtub full of ramen in front of me while wearing a fudanshi saying it was to strengthen my mental fortitude, Kami insisted. She turned green as she remembered trying to mediate with loud slurping noises and droplets of broth splashing over her. As I said, you're overreacting. Kami swung at Naruto, who lazily dodged it. Before she could get another punch in, Miyako stopped her and dragged her to her cushy armchair. Kami took several deep breaths to calm herself down. I swear, nothing irritates me more than your husband Miyako-sama, Kami said softly. Miyako giggled. I know, but when you're over 1,000 years old, you have to make life interesting, Miyako said. However, the mood turned somber as Miyako pulled out a red folder with the Shinigami's seal. When Kami saw the folder, her eyes widened and she took the folder with her trembling hands. Naruto walked to his wife's side and looked at Kami with a serious expression on his face. No longer was the goofy blonde prankster, but instead the powerful veteran was before Kami. She shivered as he unconsciously released his wavelength, his powerful soul resonating strongly outwards. The Azura has been released, and the Shinigami has asked for you specifically to come back to Shibuzen. Hours later, back in Shibuzen, Stein and Marie watched as the students relaxed during their free time. Maka, Sol, Blackstar, Jacqueline, Kirikou, Kid, Liz, and Patty were having an impromptu basketball game with the losing team having to do 1D from the winning team. Nearby, Tsubaki was caring for the small twins, Fire and Thunder, chasing them while they giggled in laughter. As usual, Harvar was reading a book, but surprisingly, Ox was sitting with Kim. The two were just talking, much to Stein's surprise as he knew of Ox's numerous attempts of wooing Kim. It's so peaceful here, Marie said. I can get used to teaching here. You did well on your first day back, Stein said. Marie beamed in pride. Well, I decided if I was going to stay here, I'll do the best I can, Marie said proudly. And besides, this is good practice when I decide to have a family of my own. OSU Stein. Marie. Marie and Stein to see Spirit walking towards them. He smiled at the pair before looking back at the students running around and relaxing. Spirit glanced at Stein, worried at what Shinigami had told him during his last meeting. Flashback. Spirit, I want you to keep a close eye on Stein, Shinigami said. Why? With the Akatsuki running about free and releasing its madness wavelength, Stein is a liability. His nature is weak against such wavelength. In addition, the serum that he injected contained an energy called yokai that is similar to Medusa's black blood, granting regeneration and increased physical abilities at the cost of influencing a person's psyche towards negative emotions. From what I remember in the war, this yokai naturally clashes with the madness wavelength. It's dangerous and painful for Stein. That's why I paired him with Marie in the hopes that her positive wavelength would stave off the madness, and that she would be able to restrain him if he goes out of control. Shinigami-sama, couldn't you ask Naruto-san to extract this yokai from Stein? Spirit asked. Shinigami nodded. I already did. However, Naruto tells me that yokai is not something so easily removed. When Stein injected himself with the concentrated essence of yokai, it literally mutates his DNA structure for faster regeneration and a more negative psyche. Stein's only hope is that he has the mental strength to withstand the madness and the yokai. End flashback. What a troublesome junior, Spirit thought as he looked towards the children playing basketball. Kirikou, Patty, Soul, and Black Star were all in a line, chanting, "Punishment game," while Kid was sighing in relief. Liz and Jacqueline were sighing at their friend's immaturity while Mako was crouched on the ground depressed. Spirit chuckled. Well, at least everyone's over the events last week, Spirit thought. Papa? Spirit looked down to see his daughter poking her fingers nervously and blushing. Nearby, the others were stifling their giggles at Maka's predicament. Yes? Do you want to spend the day with me tomorrow? Just you and me? Everyone turned to see Spirit froze. Spirit's face was frozen in one of complete shock before he spontaneously exploded. And I was worried about staff reassignment yesterday and how I couldn't raise my daughter. Spirit thought as different scenarios ran through his mind. His mind couldn't handle them and he straightened Ramrod stiff before vomiting, in happiness. Maka hurried to her father's side and rubbed his back, trying to comfort him as he heaved. Papa, is something wrong? I'll get some medicine, Maka said worriedly as she hurried away. No. I'm fine, Spirit wheezed. On the bench, Stein raised an eyebrow at his friend. Happy vomiting. How curious, Stein thought as a scalpel slid from his sleeve. Stein moaned and spat out a stray droplet of vomit in his mouth. He wiped his mouth and looked around to see Black Star, Soul, Patty, and Kirikou on the ground laughing uproariously while the other children were looking at him in disgust. Spirit reddened and turned away to see Maka run into a woman. She fell on her rear and looked up to see the familiar face of the person she looked up to, even to this day. Mama! Maka screamed. Spirit's eyes widened as Maka leaped into the arms of the woman, hugging her tightly. Oh, my little girl's so grown up, Cammy said happily. How are you? I'm great, Mama. But what are you doing here? Miyako-sama and her husband told me that Azura was released. They also told me how you're doing in school, Cammy said. I'm so proud of you. Able to perform a witch hunter at your age. Really? Maka said, her eyes wide with happiness. Cammy smiled and hugged her again. Of course, honey. Now, why don't you walk with me to see Shinigami-sama? Hi. Off in the sidelines, Spirit watched sadly as his daughter escorted his ex-wife towards Shibuzen. Without saying a word he turned away, only to bump straight into Naruto who had a frown on his face. Naruto crossed his eyes and gave Spirit a disappointed glare at the death scythe. And where do you think you're going, Spirit? Somewhere where I won't hurt Maka or Cammy, Spirit muttered. Thud. Spirit winced in pain and rubbed his chin in pain. Naruto glared down at him and held a clenched fist in his face. Bah, coward! Naruto snapped. Whether she wants to admit it or not, Maka needs a good father. Especially in this time. Whatever troubles you and Cammy have, it needs to be resolved now. For her sakes, not for either of yours. Spirit watched as Naruto strode off. Spirit turned back to where Cammy and Maka were walking and followed after them, intent on speaking with Cammy once Shinigami-sama had finished speaking with her. Down in the dungeons of Shibuzen, Naruto and Miyako were sitting with Krona. Despite his usual nervousness, Krona felt secure within Miyako's and Naruto's presence, letting off a smile as the two kept company with the nervous boy. He even let out a small smile and soft laughter as Naruto talked with the boy. Whenever he felt upset, Miyako held the boy in her arms, giving him the comfort that he missed as a child. As the sun was going down, Miyako held Krona in her arms, much as a mother would do as Naruto read his favorite story. And so, Naruto finally achieved his goal after much pain and sorrow. When he stood on top of the Hokage's tower, he realized that his dream wasn't to become Hokage but to become the embodiment of the will of fire, so cherished by all. Naruto read happily. The end. Naruto closed the book and turned to Krona. Krona yawned widely and looked at Naruto, confused. What happened to Naruto-san? Krona asked. Naruto smiled at the boy, hiding his sadness. He lived a long and happy life, Naruto answered. Now get some rest, Krona, Miyako said. A growing boy needs his rest. Krona nodded and patiently waited as Miyako tucked him into bed, whispering a soft lullaby as she did. Krona soon fell asleep and the two tiptoed out of the room. All was peaceful in the stony dungeon as the boy slept with a smile on his face. On the window ledge, however, a frog watched him. From the frog's eye a certain witch snarled as she realized that all of her years of work was being ruined the longer Krona was kept in Shibuzen. Soon, Krona, you will be mine again, the witch vowed.